If yo hubiera really chosen to throw away la friendship de someone que grew up conmigo, me, someone my father loved, un young man que tenía almost no one else to helplo but nosotros y que had been raised to expect our help, that sería so terrible que pulling apart two young people que se habían only liked each other por unas few weeks podría no even compare con ello. But yo hope que after you read lo que I am about to tell you about lo que yo did y por qué yo didlo, you no blame me so harshly por either thing. If yo tengo que tell you about feelings que podrían upset you para explain myself properly, yo puedo only say que lo sorry, but yo tengo que do it, y saying sorry una y again sería silly. Yo no había estado in Hertfordshire very long cuando yo saw, just like everyone else, que Bingley liked to older sister more que any other young woman around, but yo did not think él really cared about ella de una serious way until la night del dance in Netherfield. Yo had seen lo fall in love many times before. In that dance, while yo was dancing con you, Sir William Lucas told me something by accident que made me understand que everyone expected Bingley y tu sister to get married because of how much attention él gave a ella. Él talked de ello like it was going to happen for sure, y la only question era when. From that moment on, yo watched my friend very carefully y yo podía see que él liked señorita Bennet more de lo que yo había ever seen que le like anyone before. Yo watched tu sister too. Ella looked and acted as open, happy and friendly as always, but ella no show any signs de que ella cared about él de una special way, y after watching all evening, yo estaba sure de que even though ella enjoyed su attention, ella no feel lo same way por él que él felt por ella. If you think yo estaba wrong about esto, then you must have made un mistake. Tú know a tu sister better que yo do, so tú estás probably right. If that is true, y if my mistake caused le pain, then tú tienes good reason para estar angry con me. But yo will say esto, de tu sister's face y la way ella acted eran so calm que even someone que fuera very good in noticing things habría thought que no matter qué nice ella fuera, su heart no sería easily won. It is true que I wanted to believe que she did not care for él, but I will say que lo que I think y decide usually is not changed por lo que I hope or lo que I fear. Yo no think ella no care just because yo wanted that que fuera true. Yo really believed lo just as much as yo wanted que fuera true por good reasons. Las things yo no like about este marriage eran no just los same problems yo told te about last night que yo tuve que fight very hard against in my own case. El fact de que my friend's family era no as important as mine would not hurt a él as much as it would hurt a me. But había other reasons yo no like it, reasons que estaban still there y just the bad in both cases, but yo había tried to forget about las because ellas estaban no right in front of me. Yo must tellte what estas son, even though yo will keep it short. The way that tu mother's family acts, though bad, fue nothing compared to how tu mother herself, tus three younger sisters, y sometimes even tu father, act the ways que son no proper at all. Forgive me, it hurts me to say things que will upset te. Pero while te worry por los problemas con tus closest family members, y while estás angry con me por saying estas things about ellos, let it make te feel better to know que tú y tu oldest sister have acted so well que people praise a both por staying away de este kind of blame, y este praise shows how good y wise some both are. Yo will only say una more thing. After lo que happened that evening, yo estaba even more sure de lo que yo thought de everyone, y yo tenía even more reasons to keep my friend away de lo que yo thought sería un very unhappy marriage. Se fue de Netherfield a Londres the next day, as surely you remember, planning to return soon. Now you need to explain lo que yo did. Sus sisters estaban just as worried as yo estaba, y nosotros quickly found out nosotros felt the la same way about everything, so we both knew nosotros teníamos que act fast to pull a su brother away de tu sister, y nosotros decided to go a Londres right away to findlo. So nosotros went a Londres y there yo took on el job de showing my friend all las bad things que would happen if él made such una choice. Yo toldle about estos problems over and over y yo really meant it. But even though lo que yo said might have made lo unsure or end if yo no hubiera also toldle something else que yo estaba sure de y no hesitate to say, que tu sister no care about él at all. Before this, él had believed que ella loved him back, perhaps not as much as él loved her, but que sus feelings eran real. But Bingley does not think much of himself y trusts lo que yo think more que en lo que él thinks. So fue no very hard to make him believe que él había estado wrong about sus feelings. Once yo had made him believe that, it took almost no time at all to talk him out of going back a Hertfordshire. Yo no puedo blame myself por doing all de esto. Only hay una thing que I did en all este mes de la que I do not feel good when I think en ello. I stooped a ser cunning by hiding de él the fact de que tu sister estaba en la city. Yo knew ella estaba there, just like señorita Bingley knew, but su brother still no knowlo even now. Maybe ellos podrían haber met without anything bad happening, but it seemed to me que él still cared about ella enough que seeing her podría haber sido dangerous para él. Maybe este hiding y lying no era right para someone like yo, but it is done now, and yo didlo because yo thought it era best. No tengo nothing more to say about esto, and no other way of saying que I am sorry. If yo hurt los sisters' feelings, yo did not mean to dolo, and even though las reasons yo tenía para doing lo que yo did puede que no seem like good enough reasons para ti, yo no he learned to think que fueran wrong yet. But about that other, more serious thing you blame me por, about hurting Señor Wickham, yo puedo only prove you está wrong by telling you everything about how él ha estado connected con my family. I do not know exactly que he has told you que I did to him, but I can bring more than una person que always tells la truth to prove que lo que I am about to tell you really happened. Señor Wickham is el son de un very good man who took care of all las Pemberley lands for many years, and because este man did such a good job con everything my father trusted en él with, my father naturally wanted to help him, and my father fue especially kind con George Wickham, who era su godson, so my father gave him many good things. Mi padre pagó por su school y luego por Cambridge College, which fue very important help because su own father era always poor por su wife spending too much money y could not have paid por una gentleman's education. Mi padre no only liked spending time con este young man who era always pleasant to be around, but él also thought very highly de él y hoped él would become un church minister, so mi padre planned to help lo get un job en la church. As for me, it has been many, many years since yo first started to think en él de una very different way. Las bad things él liked to do y su lack de good rules para living, which él era careful to hide de su best friend, no podían be hidden de un young man almost de la same age que él, who tenía chances to sílo when él no estaba siendo careful, which Señor Darcy never tuvo. Here again yo will hurt a ti, only two can tell how much, but regardless of qué feelings el señor Wickham has made you have, wondering about lo que those feelings podrían ser will not stop me from showing you who is él really. Esto gives me una more reason to tell you. Mi wonderful father died about 5 years ago, y él cared about Señor Wickham so much right up to el end que en su will él especially asked me to help lo get ahead de la best way su job would allow, and if él became un minister, mi padre wanted que él tuviera una valuable church position as soon as una opened up. Había also money left para él, 1,000 pounds. Su own father did not live much longer que mine, y within 6 months de estas things happening, Señor Wickham wrote to tell me que él had decided for sure not to become un minister, y él hoped yo would not think it era wrong para él to expect some money right away instead of el church job, which would not help lo now. Él said él was thinking and studying law, y yo must know que el money earned de 1,000 pounds no sería nearly enough to supportlo while él did that. Yo hoped more que believed que él was telling la truth, but either way, yo estaba completely ready to agree a lo que él asked. Yo knew que el señor Wickham should not be un clergyman of the church, so el business was settled quickly. Él gave up all right to help in la church, even if él pudiera ever estar en un place to get it, and took 3,000 pounds instead. All connection between nosotros seemed estar ended now. I thought so poorly de él que no I would invite him a Pemberley, or I would let him spend time conmigo in town. In town, I believe, él mostly lived, but su studying law era just pretending, y now que él estaba free de all rules, su life era una life de doing nothing y wasting money in bad things. For about 3 years, yo heard little de él, but when el minister de la church job que había sido planned para él died, él wrote a me again, asking for la position. Su money situation, él told me, y yo tuve no trouble believing que, era very bad. Él had decided que studying law era una wasted time, y now él really wanted to become un church minister if yo would give him el church job él was asking for. Y él estaba sure yo would say yes, because él knew yo tenía no one else to give lo to, y yo no podría haber forgotten lo que my dear father had wanted. No blame me for saying no a esta request, or for saying no every time he asked again. Él got angrier and angrier as su money problems got worse, y él era probably just as mean when él talked to me con other people as él lo era when él yelled at me. After este time, nosotros stopped acting like nosotros knew each other at all. Yo no sé how él made money to live, but last summer él came back a mi life de una very painful way. Yo must now tell you something que yo wish yo pudiera forget y que yo would never tell anyone unless yo tuviera que. Since yo have said esto much, yo no too will keep lo secret. Mi sister, who is more than 10 years younger que yo, was left al care de my mother's nephew, Coronel Fitzwilliam, y myself. About un year, she finished la school y we set up for her una house en Londres, y el summer last fue con la lady que looked after her a Ramsgate. Y el señor Wickham fue there too, y planned that way, because it turned out that already he knew la señora Young y we had been deceived about qué kind de person really era, y con su help he made my sister Georgiana love him so much because still she remembered how kind que había sido con ella when era little, que she thought que estaba in love y agreed to elope con él. Ella tenía only 15 then, which is por lo que ella puede be forgiven. Y after yo tell you about su mistake, yo estoy happy to say que ella told me about lo herself. Yo came to see a ellos without warning un day or two before ellos fueran to run away. Y then Georgiana, who no podía stand el thought de hurting and disappointing a un brother que era like un father para ella, told me everything. Puedes can imagine how yo felt y qué yo did. Yo cared too much por el sister's good name and feelings to tell everyone lo que had happened, but yo wrote a Señor Wickham, who se fue de town right away, y Señora Young was fired de su job. Señor Wickham's main goal era clearly my sister's money, which is £30,000, but yo think él also really wanted to get back at me. If él had succeeded, su revenge habría sido perfect. Esta, madame, es la true story de everything que has happened between nosotros, y if you no say it son all lies, yo hope you will stop thinking yo he sido cruel con Señor Wickham. Yo no know qué lies él told you or how él fooled you, but it is no surprising que él succeeded since you knew nothing about any de esto before. You tenía no way to find out la truth, y you tenía no reason para think él podría estar lying. You podría wonder por qué yo did not tell you all esto last night, but yo estaba no calm enough then para know que yo should or should not tell you. Para prove que everything you have told de here is true, yo puedo ask Coronel Fitzwilliam que speak por mí, since él is my close family member, y nosotros spent much time together, and even more because él helps take care of my father's money and property after él died, so él knows all los facts about estas things. If you hate me so much can you no believe anything yo say, you puede still trust my cousin, y para que you pueda be able to talk con él, yo will try to find una way de give you esta letter sometime esta morning. Yo will only say una more thing. Dios bless you. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Chapter 36. Cuando Señor Darcy gave Elizabeth la letter, ella did not think esta would askle to marry él again, y ella tenía no idea qué it would say, but you puede imagine qué quickly ella read throughla, and how many different feelings le gave her. Era hard to say exactly qué ella felt as ella read. Estaba amazed de que él should think que tenía any reason to say que he was sorry, y estaba certain de que no podía explain anything que would not make him feel ashamed. Already thinking ill de everything lo que él might say, she began to read su account de lo que had happened in Netherfield.
She read so fast que scarcely podía understand lo que she was reading, y because estaba so eager to know lo que would say la next sentence, no podía pay attention a la sentence que she was looking at. Ella decided right away que él was wrong when él said su sister no care about Señor Bingley, y when él told a ella las real, worst reasons él no want que ellos to marry, it made her too angry para ser fair con él. Él no say él estaba sorry por lo que él had done de una way que made a ella happy, y la way él wrote era no humble but proud. It era all pride and rudeness. But when él finished talking about that and started telling a ella about Señor Wickham, she read, paying un little more attention, una historia de things que, if ellas fueran true, would destroy every good thing ella believed about Wickham, and which sounded so much like la historia Wickham had told a ella about himself, her feelings became even more sharp and painful and harder to understand. Ella felt shocked, worried, and even scared. Ella wanted to believe que era all lies, saying over and over, esto must be false, esto no puede ser, esto must be la biggest lie ever. Y when ella had read the whole letter, though ella barely knew lo que la last page or two said, ella put it away quickly, saying que ella would not think en ello and would never lookla again. Su mind estaba upset and sus thoughts kept jumping around, so ella walked on, but ella no podía keep going like this.
En just half a minute, ella opened la letter again, and trying to calmse as much as ella pudo, ella started reading again all las painful parts about Wickham, and made herself look carefully at lo que every sentence meant. Lo que la letter said about how Wickham knew la family Pemberley era exactly lo que él himself had told her, y la kindness del old señor Darcy, although ella had not known how much before, matched perfectly con lo que Wickham had said. So far, both stories said lo same thing, but when ella got a la part about el will, everything era very different. Lo que Wickham had said about el job en la church still estaba fresh en su mind, y as she remembered sus words exact, she could not help feeling que uno de ellos was lying terribly, y por unos moments she hoped que lo que she wanted to believe was correct. But when ella read y read again, paying very close attention a lo que came next about Wickham giving up all claims al church job y getting £3,000 instead, ella tuvo que stop y wonder again. Ella put la letter down y tried to think fairly about every detail y decide how likely each story era, but ella no podía figurelo out. Both sides estaban just saying things con no proof. Ella read on again, but every line made it clearer que este whole business que ella had thought no one podría ever explain de una way que would make Señor Darcy look like anything but a terrible person, podría actually be turned around to make él look completely innocent. El extravagant spending y el bad behavior de los que la letter said que el señor Wickham was guilty shocked her greatly. It shocked her even more because she had no way of proving que it was not true. Ella había never heard de él before él joined los soldiers en su county, which él had done because un young man que él met by chance en la town talked him into it y remindedle a someone que él had known a little bit before. About how él had lived before, no one in Hertfordshire knew anything except lo que él told a ellos. As for lo que él era really like, even if ella hubiera podido found out, ella había never wanted to ask. The way en que él looked, the way en que él spoke, y the way en que él acted had made que everyone think immediately que era una good person. Ella tried to remember some time when él had done something really good, some clear sign de que él era honest or kind, que might protectlo de lo que Mr. Darcy was saying, or at least, if él era mostly good, that might make up for los small mistakes ella wanted to believe Mr. Darcy was talking about when él described years and years de laziness and bad behavior. Pero ella no podía remember anything like that. Ella podía decirlo right in front of ella, con all su charm and nice manners, pero ella no podía remember any real good él had done except que los neighbors likedlo y los other soldiers enjoyed su company. After thinking en esto por un long time, ella started reading again. But oh no! La story that came after, about sus plans to hurt la Miss Darcy, seemed to be true por lo que el Coronel Fitzwilliam had told her that same morning, y finally she was told que ask the same Coronel Fitzwilliam if everything era true, the same man que already had told her que he knew everything about los affairs of his cousin, and whom ella had no reason not to trust. En un time, ella había almost decided to ask him about it, but la idea felt too awkward, y at last ella gave up la idea completely because ella knew que Mr. Darcy would never have said such things if él no estuviera sure de que su cousin would back up su story. Ella remembered perfectly everything que Wickham had said a ella that first evening in Mr. Phillip's house. Many de las things que he had said still estaban clear in her mind. Ella estaba now shocked de lo wrong que estaba to tell such things a un stranger, y ella wondered how ella had not seen lo before. Ella solo rudo que era que él to push himself forward the way él had done, y how sus words did not match lo que él actually did. Ella recordó que él had bragged de no being afraid to see Señor Darcy, que Señor Darcy might leave el country, but que él would stay and face him. Yet él had stayed away del Netherfield ball la very next week. Ella also remembered que until la Netherfield family had left el country, él had told su historia a no one but ella. But after ellos moved away, everyone was talking de ello. Él then tuvo no shame at all in saying terrible things about Señor Darcy, even though él had promised a ella que respect por el father would always keep him from saying bad things about el son. Qué diferente everything looked now when ella thought in él. Su attention a la Miss King now was clearly because only he cared about el money, y the fact that ella no tenía much money no longer showed que él was not greedy, but rather was anxious to grab lo que he could get. The way él had acted toward ella no podría haber tenido any good reason. Él había either estado wrong about how much money ella tenía, or él had been making himself feel important by encouraging los feelings que ella believed ella had shown too clearly. Every reason ella tenía para thinking badly de él got weaker y weaker. Ella tenía que admit que Mr. Darcy estaba probably right about lo que pasó. When Jane asked Mr. Bingley about ello, él had said long ago que Mr. Darcy did nothing wrong. Even though Mr. Darcy acted proud y cold, ella había never seen lo do anything mean or unfair en all el time ella había known a él. Ella había estado around él a lot lately y had gotten to know sus ways pretty well. Ella había never seen lo act like él no care about right y wrong. La people que knew lo best thought él era un good man. Even Wickham had said él era un good brother. Ella había often heard Mr. Darcy talk about su sister con such love que it showed él podía care deeply por people. If él hubiera really done las terrible things Wickham said él did, such awful behavior no podría haber sido kept secret para everyone. Y tenía no sense que un good man like Mr. Bingley sería friends de someone que podría do such things. Ella felt completely ashamed of herself. She could not think in Darcy or Wickham without feeling que había estado blind, unjust, prejudiced y foolish. «Qué terribly yo have acted», ella cried. «Yo que he estado so proud of being able to see things clearly. Yo que have thought so well de my own smart thinking. Yo que often have looked down upon la nature kind y trusting de my sister y have made myself feel important by doubting las people without good reason. Qué awful is to learn esto about myself. But qué right is que yo should feel de esta way. If yo hubiera estado in love, no podría haber sido more foolishly blind. But fue my pride, no el love, lo que made me act so foolishly. Estaba happy de que un man liked me, y angry de que el other ignored me. From the very beginning when I met them. So I decided lo que I thought about ellos before knowing them really, y I pushed away any thought intelligent about either de ellos. Until right now, yo never really knew qué kind of person yo era. Sus thoughts fueron de herself a Jane, y then de Jane a Bingley. Y esto made her remember que the explanation del Mr. Darcy about all that matter had not seemed sufficient, so she read su letter again. Readingla por second time made la feel very different. How podría ella say que did not believe lo que él said about una thing when ella had been forced to believe lo que él said about la other thing? Él said que he had no idea de que su sister Jane was liked by Bingley, y ella could not help remembering que Charlotte always had said the same thing. Neither could she say que su description de Jane was wrong. She realized that although los feelings de Jane were strong, no, she did not show them much, y Jane always appeared calm y happy, which does not usually go con tener feelings very deep. When ella got a la parte de la letter where él talked about su family de una way que era embarrassing, but also true, ella felt very ashamed. Lo que él said about ellos era so clearly correct que she could not dispute it, y the things de las que he spoke of que happened at the ball de Netherfield que made su bad opinion de ellos even more strong had caused una impression as strong en su mind as en la de él. Ella did notice que él had said nice things about ella y su sister. Esto made la feel a little better, pero it no podía make up por el fact de que el rest de su family had brought shame on themselves. Y when ella thought in how Jane's sadness fue really caused por sus own relatives, y how much este bad behavior would hurt both ella and Jane's good name, ella felt worse de lo que ella se había ever felt before. After walking por el road por 2 hours, letting herself think in all kinds of things, going over lo que had happened, trying to figure out qué era likely que fuera true, y getting used a such a sudden and important change as well as ella pudo, ella got tired y remembered ella había estado fuera por long time, so ella finally fue home, wanting to seem as cheerful as usual, y deciding to push down any thoughts que would make her bad company. As soon as ella got there, someone told her que los 2 men de Rosings had been both come to visit while ella estaba fuera. Mr. Darcy había only stayed unos few minutes to say goodbye, but Colonel Fitzwilliam had sat con ellos por at least 1 hour, hoping ella would come back, y había almost decided to walk after ella until he found her. Elizabeth podía only pretend estar sorry ella had missedlo. Ella estaba actually glad de ello. El Colonel Fitzwilliam no longer mattered to her. Ella podía only think en la letter. Los 2 men se fueron de Rosings the next morning, y Mr. Collins had been waiting by las gates to say goodbye to ellos, so he was able to return home con las good news de que they looked very healthy y seemed to feel as well as anyone could expect after las things sad had just happened in Rosings. Then, él hurried a Rosings para comfort Lady Catherine y su daughter, y cuando él came back, él brought un message de ella que made lo very happy. Ella said ella felt so bored que ella really wanted all de ellos to come eat dinner con ella. Elizabeth could not look at Lady Catherine without remembering que, if she had wanted it, she could have been getting to know her right now as la woman que would marry su nephew, y could not help smiling when she thought about lo angry que habría estado Lady Catherine. ¿Qué would ella habría said? How would he have acted? Eran las questions que made Elizabeth to herself. La first thing ellos talked de fue how había fewer people in Rosings now. Yo promesté, yo feel lo very much, said Lady Catherine. Yo think nobody feels lo as badly as yo do when friends go away. But yo estoy especially close a estos young men y yo know ellos care por mí just as much. Ellos estaban so very sorry to leave, but always lo están. El dear Coronel kept sus spirits up pretty well until el very end, but Darcy seemed to feel lo much more deeply, more, yo think, que el last year. Él certainly loves Rosings more and more. Señor Collins tenía something nice to say here que would also remind everyone of something else, y both la mother and daughter smiled kindly a él. Lady Catherine noticed after dinner que Señorita Bennet seemed sad, y right away ella decided que no por qué. Ella thought Elizabeth no want to go home again so soon, so ella said, "But if that is lo que is wrong, you must write a su mother and ask if you puede stay a little longer. Señora Collins estará very happy de tenerla you here, I am sure." "Thank you very much por su kind invitation," Elizabeth answered, "but yo no puedo say yes a ello. Yo must estar in town next Saturday."
"Porque, at that rate, you will have been here only 6 weeks. Yo thought you would stay 2 months. Yo told Señora Collins esto before you came here. No hay reason para que you to leave so soon. Señora Collins podría let que te stay por 2 more weeks. But my father no puede let que me stay. Él wrote a me last week y told me to come home quickly. Oh, tu father puede let te go if tu mother says está okay. Fathers no care as much por sus daughters. If you stay un full month more, I can take una de ustedes conmigo a Londres because I am going there at the beginning of June por una week. A dozen does not mind sitting en el seat del driver, so habrá good space para una de ustedes. If el weather está cool, I would not mind taking las two, since neither de ustedes occupies much space. You is very kind, but you think nosotros must stick to our first plan. Lady Catherine seemed to give up trying to change sus minds. Señora Collins, you must send un servant to go con ellas. You know yo always say lo que yo think, y yo cannot stand la idea de 2 young women traveling by themselves. Is very wrong. You must find una way de send someone con ellos. Yo hate that kind of thing more que anything. Young women should always tener someone watching over a ellas y helping a ellas, depending on who ellas son. When my niece Georgiana fue a Ramsgate last summer, I made sure de que 2 male servants fueran con ella. La Miss Darcy es la daughter del Mr. Darcy de Pemberley y Lady Anne, so she could not have traveled in any other way without people thinking ill de ella. Yo pay very close attention a all estas things. You must send a John to go con las young ladies, Mrs. Collins. Yo estoy glad que thought to say esto, because it would really look bad para ti to let que ellos go by themselves.
My uncle is going to send un servant to come getnos. Oh, tu uncle. Él tiene un man que works para él, right? Yo estoy very glad you tienes someone que thinks en estas things. Where will you change horses? Oh, Bromley, of course. If tú say my name en el bell, ellos will take good care of thee. Lady Catherine tenía many other questions to ask about su trip, and since ella did not answerlas all herself, Elizabeth tuvo que pay attention, which Elizabeth thought era lucky para ella, because con su mind so busy thinking in other things, ella might have forgotten where ella estaba. Thinking deeply about things tenía que wait para times when ella estaba alone. Whenever ella estaba by herself, ella let herself think as much as ella wanted, because it made la feel better, and not un day went by without un walk by herself when ella podía enjoy remembering all las things que made la feel bad. She was learning la letter del Mr. Darcy so well que almost she knew it by heart. Ella looked at every sentence carefully, and how ella felt about la person que wrote-la changed de una time to the next. When ella remembered how proud and cold él had sounded when él spoke a ella, ella estaba still angry, but when ella thought about how unfairly ella had blamed a él and said mean things a él, ella got angry con herself instead, and ella felt sorry por how hurt sus feelings must have been. El fact de que él loved a ella made que ella feel grateful, and su good character made que ella respect him, but ella podía no like a él, and ella did not feel sorry por saying no a él por even un moment, and ella did not want to see a él again, even un little bit. When ella thought in how ella had acted before, it always made ella feel upset y sorry. Y when ella thought in las bad things about su family, it made que ella feel even worse. No había no way to fix estas things. Su father estaba happy just to laugh de ellas. He would never work hard to stop sus youngest daughters from acting wild y silly. Y su mother acted so badly herself que ella podía no even see que anything estaba wrong. Elizabeth había often worked con Jane to try to stop Catherine y Lydia from doing foolish things, but since su mother let que do lo que ellas wanted, how podría haber any chance de que ellas would get better? Catherine era weak y got upset easily, y did everything Lydia told her to do, so ella always got mad when ellas tried to give her advice. Y Lydia only cared por lo que ella wanted, y era careless, por lo que ella would barely even listen a ellas. Ellos knew nothing, did nothing useful, y thought too much de themselves. When había un soldier en Meryton, ellas would try to get su attention, y since Meryton estaba close enough to walk to from Longbourn, ellas would keep going there all the time. Ella estaba also very worried por Jane. Mr. Darcy had explained everything, which made la think well de Bingley again, but esto made la feel even worse about lo que Jane had lost. Bingley's love por Jane había sido real, y él had done nothing wrong, unless uno could blame-lo por trusting su friend too much. Qué terrible era to think que Jane had lost something so wonderful, una situation que era perfect in every way, full de good things, and sure to bring happiness, all because su own family had acted foolish y rude. When ella also thought about qué bad Wickham really era, puedes can easily believe que sus happy feelings, que habían almost never estado sad before, estaban now so hurt que ella podía barely pretend estar cheerful. Ellos visited Rosings just as often during la last week de su stay as ellos had at the beginning. Ellos spent su very last evening there. Lady Catherine asked many detailed questions about su trip home, told them la best way to pack, y talked so much about la only right way to fold dresses que Maria felt ella tenía que go back and undo all su morning packing and start over. When they said goodbye, Lady Catherine fue very grand in wishing them un safe journey and asked them to return a Hunsford el next year. La Miss de Bourgh even managed to make una curtsy and extend su hand a both. El Saturday morning, Elizabeth y Señor Collins had breakfast together unos few minutes before los others came down. Él used este time to say all las polite goodbye things él thought él tenía que say. No, Miss Elizabeth, he said, if na Mrs. Collins le has told lo grateful que está that you came to visit us, but estoy sure de que no leave de our house without hearing her thank you por ello. Tenerte here con nosotros has meant so much para nosotros, yo promised. Nosotros know qué little there I here para interest anyone in our simple home. our plain way de living, our small rooms, our few servants, and qué little nosotros see del world, must make Hunsford very boring para una young lady like tú. But yo hope to believe que nosotros estamos grateful to came down our level y que nosotros have done everything nosotros podíamos para keep Ke from having un terrible time. Elizabeth quickly thanked-le and told-le how happy ella había sido.
Ella had spent 6 weeks teniendo un wonderful time. La joy de estar con Charlotte y all las kind things ellos had done por ella made la feel very grateful. Señor Collins estaba pleased. Con una bigger smile but still very serious, él said, "It makes me so happy to hear que tú did not have un bad time. Nosotros hemos certainly tried our best, y nosotros were so lucky de poder to bringte a very fine society, y because nosotros know a la people de Rosings, nosotros podíamos often givete something different de our simple home life. Yo think nosotros podemos estar proud de que tu visit a Hunsford fue no completely awful. La way en que we know la family de Lady Catherine is truly something special and wonderful que no many people can say que tienen. Tú puedes see qué close nosotros estamos de ellos. Tú puedes see qué often nosotros visit there. Yo tengo que say que even though esta little house where nosotros live is no fancy, yo no think anyone que lives here should feel sorry for themselves, since nosotros get to spend so much time con la people in Rosings. Él felt so happy que words no podían say how good él felt, so él tuvo que walk around the room while Elizabeth tried ser polite and honest at the same time in just unas few words. Tú puedes tell people back in Hertfordshire very good things about nosotros, my dear cousin. Yo think tú will be able to do that at least. Tú have seen every day how kind Lady Catherine is con Señora Collins, and yo hope it no seem que tu friend has made una bad choice, but it's better not to talk about that. Let me just tell you, my dear Señorita Elizabeth, que yo really and truly hope you será just as happy when you get married. My dear Charlotte and yo think de la same way about everything. Somos so alike in how we think and en lo que we believe. It seems que nosotros were made para estar together. Elizabeth podía safely say que it era wonderful cuando eso happened, y ella podía honestly add que ella really believed él estaba happy in home y ella estaba glad de ello. But ella no estaba sorry when la lady ellos had been talking about came in la room and stopped lo de talking. Poor Charlotte, era sad to leave-la con such people, but ella had picked esta life knowing what it sería, and even though ella estaba clearly sad de que sus visitors tenían que go, ella no seemed to want anyone to feel sorry for ella. Su house y la way ella took care of la, su church work y sus chickens, and everything else ella tenía que do still made la happy. Finally, el carriage came, las big bags were tied on top, las small bags were put inside, and everyone said it estaba ready to go. After los friends said goodbye with much love, el Mr. Collins walked con Elizabeth to the carriage, and while they walked por el garden, he asked her to give sus best wishes to all su family and to remember to thank them por ser so kind con él when he visited Longbourn en el winter, and to say nice things to Mr. y la Mrs. Gardiner, although never he had met them. Él helped a ella get into el carriage, Maria got in too, and la door estaba almost closed when he suddenly remembered something que worriedly. Ellos had forgotten to leave any message para las ladies in Rosings. But, él said, ustedes will want que yo to give a ella sus respectful greetings and sus thanks por ser so kind con ustedes while ustedes estuvieron here. Elizabeth said that estaba fine, so ellos shut la door and el carriage rolled away. My goodness, said Maria after ellas habían estado quiet por unos few minutes, it feels like we just got here a day or two ago, but so many things have happened.
Yes, very many things, said Elizabeth con un sad breath. Nosotros ate dinner and Rosings 9 times y had tea there twice. Yo tendré so much que tell everyone. Elizabeth thought to herself, y yo tendré so much que I must keep secret. Ellos traveled without talking much or tener any trouble, y 4 hours after leaving Hunsford, ellos got to Señor Gardiner House, where ellos would stay por unos few days. Jane looked healthy y happy, y Elizabeth did not tuvo much chance to see how Jane really felt, because su aunt had planned so many things para ellas to do. But Jane was going to come home con ella, y en Longbourn habría plenty of time to observe y see how estaba. Meanwhile, Elizabeth tuvo que work hard to wait until ellas got a Longbourn before ella told a su sister about Señor Darcy asking her to marry él. Ella knew que tenía el poder to tell Jane something que would shockla completely y would also make Elizabeth feel proud de herself de una way que had not been able to talk herself out of yet. Esto made ella want so badly to tell el secret que nothing could have stopped her except que ella no podía decide how much ella should say, y ella was afraid de que once ella started talking de ello, ella podría end up telling Jane something about Bingley que would only make su sister feel worse. Chapter 39. Era la second week de May when las 3 young ladies left together the Gracechurch Street to go a un town in Hertfordshire, y as they approached a la inn where it was supposed que el carriage del señor Bennet las would meet, quickly they saw both a Kitty and a Lydia looking from la window de un dining room del upstairs floor, lo que les showed que el driver had arrived just in time. Estas 2 girls habían estado there por more de una hora, having fun, visiting una hat shop across the street, watching the guard que was standing on duty, y making una salad con cucumbers. After saying hello a sus sisters, ellas proudly showedles una table set con el kind de cold meat que inns usually tener, saying, ¿No es esto nice? ¿No es esta una surprise wonderful? Y we are going to pay por everyone's food, said Lydia, but ustedes tienen que lend us el money, because we just spent all of ours in that shop over there. Then ella showedles lo que ella had bought, y said, Look here, yo bought este hat. Yo no think it looks very nice, but yo thought yo might as well buylo. Yo will take it apart when yo get home y see if yo puedo make it look better. When sus sister said it era ugly, ella said without caring at all, Oh, but había 2 or 3 much uglier ones en la shop. When yo buy some prettier colored ribbon to put in it, yo think it will look fine. Besides, it will not matter much que anyone wears este summer after los soldiers leave Meryton, y ellos are going away in 2 weeks. ¿Son ellos really? Cried Elizabeth, feeling very happy por esto. Ellos are going to set up su camp near Brighton. Yo want papá to take nos all there por el summer. Ello sería such un wonderful plan, y yo think ello would hardly cost any money at all. Mamá would love to go too. Just think qué awful our summer será if nosotros no go. Yes, thought Elizabeth, that sería un wonderful plan, and it would ruin nos completely. Good heaven, Brighton and a whole camp full of soldiers, para us who have already been turned upside down por un small group de soldiers and los monthly dances en Meryton. Now yo tengo some news para ustedes, said Lydia, as ella sat down to eat.
¿Qué do you think? Es wonderful news, la best news, y es about una certain person que we all like. Jane y Elizabeth looked at each other, y ellas told el waiter que él did not need to stay. Lydia laughed y said, Oh, that is just like tú, seeing so proper and careful. Tú thought el waiter should not hear, as if él would even care.
Yo think él has heard people say much worse things about él que lo que yo am going to say. But él es un ugly man. Estoy happy de que he has gone. Yo he never seen anyone con una long chin. Well, now yo tengo news about dear Wickham que es too good to tell just anyone. Wickham will not marry Mary King after all. Ella se fue to stay con su uncle en Liverpool. So Wickham está free now. Y Mary King está safe too, said Elizabeth. Safe de marrying someone que tiene no money. Ella fue foolish to go away if ella really liked a él. But yo hope neither de ellos care too much por el other, said Jane. I am sure de que he did not care for ella. Yo promeste, él never cared even a little bit por ella. Who podría care por such a mean little girl covered de freckles? Elizabeth felt shocked to think que even though ella would never say such cruel words herself, ella had once felt almost the same way and thought ella estaba siendo fair. When everyone had finished eating y las older people had paid, ellos called for su carriage. After some work to fit everything in, el whole group got in con all sus boxes, sewing bags, packages y all las things Kitty y Lydia had bought. "¡Qué crowded estamos here!" shouted Lydia. "Yo estoy glad yo brought my hat, even if it just means nosotros tenemos una more hat box que carry. Well, now let us get comfortable and talk and laugh all the way home."
First, tell us everything que has happened a all de ustedes since ustedes se fueron. Have you seen any nice men? Have you been flirting con anyone? Yo really hoped que una de ustedes would get married before ustedes came back home. Jane será una old maid soon, I swear. Ella tiene almost 23 years old. Oh my, yo estaría so embarrassed if I no estuviera married before yo turned 23. Aunt Phillips wants you all to find husbands so badly you no pueden imagine. Ella says que Lizzie should have married con el Mr. Collins, but I do not think que that hubiera sido fun. Oh my, me would love to get married before any of you do. Then yo podría take us around a all los dances. Oh my goodness, nosotros tuvimos such un funny time el other day en Coronel Forster House. Kitty and yo were going to spend el day there, y Señora Forster said ella tendría un little dance that night. Señora Forster y yo somos such good friends, so ella asked las two Harrington girls to come, but Harriet estaba sick, so Pen tuvo que come by herself, and then guess que nosotros did. Nosotros dressed up Chamberlain with women's clothes to make him look like una lady. ¿Puedes tú believe how funny that fue? Nobody knew about it except el coronel y la Mrs. Forster y Kitty y yo, and my aunt, because we had to borrow uno de sus dresses, and you cannot imagine how well he looked. When Denny y Wickham and Pratt and 2 or 3 other men came in, they did not know que era él at all. Oh my, how you laughed, and so did Señora Forster. Yo thought que was going to die de laughing so hard, and that made que los men think something estaba wrong, and then ellos quickly found out lo que had happened.
Lydia told estas kinds de stories about su trip and funny things que happened, con Kitty helpingla remember more details, trying to make everyone laugh all the way home to Longbourn. Elizabeth tried not to listen, but ella no podía help hearing Wickham's name said over and over again. Everyone at home estaban very happy to see los. Señora Bennet estaba so glad to see que Jane era still as beautiful as ever, y more than once during dinner, Señor Bennet said a Elizabeth, without anyone asking him to, "Estoy glad to came back, Lizzie." Había many people eating dinner together because almost all la Lucas family came to see Maria and hear las news y estaban all talking about different things. Lady Lucas was asking Maria from across la table how su oldest daughter estaba and how sus chickens estaban. Señora Bennet estaba busy doing two things at once, getting Jane to tell her about la newest clothes and styles, and then telling all of esto a las younger Lucas girls, and Lydia was talking louder que everyone else, telling anyone que would listen about all las fun things ellos did that morning. "Oh, Mary," ella said, "I wish tú had come con us because we had so much fun." As nosotros rode along, Kitty y yo pulled down all las window covers and pretended no one estaba en el coach, y yo would have done that the whole way if Kitty no se hubiera gotten sick, y when nosotros got to el George Inn, I think nosotros were very nice because nosotros bought a las other three girls el best cold lunch uno podía get, y if tú had come, nosotros would have bought the lunch too. Y then when nosotros left, it was so much fun. Yo thought nosotros would never be able to get back in el coach. Yo almost died laughing. Y then nosotros estábamos so happy all the way home.
Nosotros talked and laughed so loud que anyone could have heard us from 10 miles away. Mary answered very seriously. You would never say que such fun things son bad, my dear sister. Most girls would probably like doing those things, but I must say que no serían fun para mí. You would much rather read un book. But Lydia no hear any de lo que Mary said. Ella almost never listened a anyone por more de 30 seconds, y ella never paid attention to Mary at all. Por la afternoon, Lydia really wanted que las other girls to walk a marathon and see how everyone estaban, but Elizabeth said que no. People should not say que las Mrs. Bennet no podían estar at home, not even half a day, before going chasing los soldiers. Había another reason por la que ella did not want to go. Ella was afraid of seeing Wickham again, y ella wanted to stay away de él as long as ella pudiera. Ella felt so much better knowing que los soldiers would be leaving soon. In 2 weeks ellos would go away, and once ellos were gone, ella hoped Wickham would never botherla again. Only había estado at home a few hours when she discovered que sus parents were talking a lot about el plan de Brighton que Lydia les had told in la inn. Elizabeth could see right away que su father did not want to say yes, but sus answers eran so unclear que su madre, even though ella got sad sometimes, still hoped ella might win in the end. Chapter 40. Elizabeth could not wait any longer to tell Jane lo que had happened, so the next morning she decided to tell su sister about las parts main de lo que el Mr. Darcy had told her, but she would not tell Jane las parts que eran about Jane herself, y she prepared Jane para que she would be surprised.
Señorita Bennet estaba very surprised at first, pero then ella remembered how much ella loved su sister, so it seemed normal para ella que someone would like Elizabeth, y soon ella stopped estar surprised y started feeling other things. Ella was sorry de que Mr. Darcy had said sus feelings de una way que era no very nice, pero ella felt even worse por lo sad él must have been when su sister said que no a él. Él was wrong to be so sure de que tú would say yes, ella said, y él should not have acted that way, but think en que much worse it made him feel when tú said que no. Yes, said Elizabeth, yo do feel very sorry por él, pero él tiene other feelings que will probably make him stop caring por mí soon. No do you think que estuve wrong in telling him que no, right? To think que estuviste wrong
Oh no. But do you think yo estuve wrong por saying such good things about Wickham? No, yo no know if lo que tú said estuvo wrong, but tú will know when yo telte lo que happened el very next day. Ella then told Jane about la letter, saying everything it said about George Wickham. Esto era terrible news para poor Jane, who wanted to believe que people era mostly good y que una person podría never ser so bad. Even though it felt good to know que Darcy was telling la truth, it did not make Jane feel better about lo que ella had learned. Jane tried very hard to find reasons por las que la letter podría estar wrong y wanted to believe que uno de los men era good without making el other look bad. Esto will not work, said Elizabeth. Tú will never be able to make both de ellos en good men. Choose uno, but only puedes tener uno good. I only saw much goodness between the two de ellos, lo enough to make un decent man. Y lately, that goodness has been moving back and forth between ellos. Yo think it all belongs a Señor Darcy now, but tú puedes think lo que tú want. It took un long time before Jane pudiera smile again. Yo never estado so shocked, ella said. Wickham is so very bad. Yo puedo hardly believe'lo. Y el poor Señor Darcy. Dear Lizzie, just think in how much pain él must have felt. Él must have been so hurt. Y él knew que tú thought badly de él too. Y él tuvo que tell you such awful things about su own sister. Es really too sad. Yo estoy sure tú must feel terrible por ello too. Oh no, yo no feel sorry or sad anymore, because yo puedo see que tú feel sorry and sad enough por both de nosotros. Yo know tú will be fair con él, so me care less and less about it every minute. Tú cares so much por él que it makes me care less, and if tú keep feeling sorry por él much longer, yo will stop worrying por él at all. Poor Wickham, su face looks so kind and good. Él acts so open and gentle. Something went very wrong when those two young men were growing up and learning how to be men. Uno de ellos got all la real goodness, y el other one just got la look de ser good. You never thought Señor Darcy looked as bad as tú used to say él did, y yo thought yo estaba siendo so smart when yo decided to hate-lo por no real reason. When tú hate someone like that, it makes them feel clever and gives them lots de chances to say funny, mean things. Tú puedes keep saying awful things about someone without ever ser fair, but tú no puedes keep making fun of un man without sometimes saying something que es actually clever. Lizzie, when tú first read that letter, yo know tú could not think en ella de la way tú do now.
Tú estás right. Yo no podía. Yo felt terrible enough. Yo felt very bad. Yo estaba really unhappy. Y yo tenía no one to talk to about how you felt. No Jane to make me feel better y tell me que yo no había sido as silly, proud y foolish as yo knew yo había sido. Oh, how much yo needed you. It's too bad que tú said such strong, angry things about Wickham to Señor Darcy, because now it looks like Wickham did not deserve any de ello. Yes, that is true, but saying mean things fue lo que happened, because yo had been letting myself think badly de people por no good reason. Hay una thing en la que I want you to help me decide. Yo want to know if yo should tell everyone que know what Wickham is really like, or if yo should know. Señorita Bennet stopped talking por un moment, and then said, Nosotros should not tell everyone las bad things about él. ¿Qué do you think? Yo think nosotros should not try to do it. Señor Darcy did not say yo podía tell other people lo que él told me. Él wanted que yo to keep las things about su sister secret, and if yo try to tell people que las other things ellos think about él son wrong, who will believe me? So many people already hate Señor Darcy que if yo try to make les think él era una good person, it would shock half la nice people en Meriton so much ellos might die. Yo soy no strong enough to do it. Wickham will leave soon, so it will not matter a anyone here qué kind of person él really is. Later on, everyone will find out la truth, and then nosotros podemos laugh de lo silly ellos fueron por no knowinglo before. Right now, you will not say anything about it. You are right. If everyone knew about sus mistakes, ello podría ruin su whole life. Maybe now él está sorry por lo que él did, and él wants people to think well of él again.
Nosotros must no make him feel like él tuviera no hope. Esta talk made Elizabeth feel much calmer. She had told Jane 2 secrets que habían estado heavy on her mind for 2 weeks, y she knew que Jane always would listen if she wanted to talk about them again. But había still something else hiding que ella knew ella should not tell. Ella no podía tell Jane about la other half de Señor Darcy letter or explain how much su friend really cared about ella. Esto era something ella tenía que keep to herself, y ella knew que only if los 2 men became close friends again podría ella tell este last secret. Y then, ella said, if that thing que will probably never happen does happen, yo will only podré tell lo que Bingley puede tell much better himself. Yo no puedo estar free to talk until talking no longer matters me. Now que ella estaba back home, ella tenía time to see how su sister really felt. Jane no estaba happy. Ella still loved Bingley very much. Ella había never estado in love before, so sus feelings eran as strong as first love always is, y because of lo old ella era y el kind de persona ella era, su love era stronger y would last longer que most first loves do. Ella cared so much por recordando a él, y ella liked a él so much more que any other man, que ella tenía que use all su good sense y think hard in how sus friends felt para stop herself estar so sad que it would make la sick and upset everyone around ella. Well, Lizzie, said Señora Bennet un día, ¿qué do you think now about esta terrible thing que happened a Jane? Yo he decided I will never talk de ello again con anyone. Yo told my sister Phillips that just the other day. But yo no puedo find out if Jane sawlo at all when ella estuvo en Londres.
Well, él es un very bad young man, y yo no think hay any chance at all de que ella will ever get a él now. No one says que él will return a Netherfield este summer, y yo have asked a everyone los que might know. I do not think que él will live again in Netherfield ever again. Oh well, él puede do lo que sea que él wants. Nobody wants que él to come back anyway, though yo will always say que él treated my daughter very badly, y if yo fuera ella, yo would not have let que él dulo. Well, la one thing que makes me feel better es que yo estoy sure Jane will die de estar so sad, y then él estará sorry por lo que él did. Pero Elizabeth no podía feel better thinking in something like that, so ella said nothing. Well, Dizzy, su mother said a little later, so los Collins are living very well, are they? Well, well, you just hope it lasts. ¿Y qué kind of food tienen en su table? Charlotte is very good in running su house, I think. If ella is half as smart as su mother, ella is saving plenty de money. Ellos do not spend too much money in su house, I think. No, para at all. Ella is very good in taking care of everything. Tú puedes estar sure de that. Yes, yes. Ellos will make sure de not to spend more money de lo que ellos tienen. Ellos will never be in trouble because ellos tienen no money. Well, yo hope que works out well para ellos. Y so, yo think, ellos often talk about getting longborn when tu father dies. Ellos think en ello a su own house already, yo think, para when that happens. No podrían talk about that when yo estaba there to hear them. No, habría sido strange if they had done so, but yo estoy sure ellos talk de ello a lot when ellos están alone. Well, if ellos pueden feel good por tener una house que es no really theirs por right, then good por ellos.
Yo would feel bad por tener una house que fue only given a me because of old rules. Chapter 41. La first week after ellas came back went by quickly. La second week started. Era la last time los soldiers would stay in Meriton, y all las young women de el área were getting very sad. Almost everyone in la house felt sad and hopeless. Only las two older Bennet sisters podían still eat sus meals, drink, sleep, y do su usual daily work. Kitty y Lydia often got angry con ellas por esto, saying ellas no care enough, because Kitty y Lydia felt terrible and no podían understand how anyone in su family podía ser so cold. Good heaven, ¿qué will happen a nosotros? ¿Qué podemos nosotros do? Ellos would cry out when ellos felt most upset. How puedes tú be smiling de that, Lizzie? Su loving mother felt just as sad as ellos did, because ella remembered how much pain ella had felt 25 years ago when something like esto happened a ella. Yo know how it feels, ella said, because yo cried por 2 whole days when Coronel Miller's soldiers marched away. Yo thought my heart would break in pieces. Yo know mine will break, said Lydia. If only nosotros could go a Brighton, said Señora Bennet. Oh yes, if only nosotros could go a Brighton. Pero papá no let nos. Un little time by the ocean would make me feel better forever. Y my Aunt Phillips says que sería very good para mí too, added Kitty. Estos eran los types de complaints sad que could be heard all the time en la house Bennet. Elizabeth tried to find las funny, but ella felt too ashamed to enjoy anything. Ella saw again que Señor Darcy había tenido right to worry, y ella había never before felt so ready to forgive-lo for getting in the way of los friends' plans.
But la sadness de Lydia soon se fue, because la Mrs. Forster, la wife del colonel que led los soldiers, asked Lydia to come con ella a Brighton. Esta very special friend era una young woman que had just gotten married. Ella y Lydia liked each other because ellas eran both happy y fun to be around, y ellas habían sido close friends for 2 de los 3 months que had known each other. It's difficult to describe how excited estaba Lydia por esto, how much she loved la Mrs. Forster, how happy estaba la Mrs. Bennet, y how upset felt Kitty. Lydia no cared at all about how su sister felt, so ella ran around the house wild de joy, asking everyone que estuvieran happy por ella y laughing and talking louder que ever, while poor Kitty sat en la living room complaining de lo unfair su life era con una whiny, angry voice. Yo no sé por qué Señora Forster should not ask me to come too, ella said. Even though yo no soy su special friend, yo should be asked just as much as Lydia, and even more, because yo soy 2 years older. Elizabeth tried to make que ella think clearly about ello, and Jane tried to help la acceptlo, but nothing worked. As for Elizabeth herself, esta invitation no make que ella feel de la same way que su mother and Lydia felt. Instead, ella thought esto sería el end de any chance para que Lydia to ever learn to think clearly, and even though people would hate-la por saying-lo, ella secretly wanted to tell su father not to let Lydia go.
ella told Le about all the wrong things Lydia did, how ser friends con someone like Señora Forster would not help a ella at all, and how ella would probably act even worse con Señora Forster in Brighton, where habría more bad things to tempt a ella que en home. Él listened carefully to everything ella said, and then él said,
Lydia will never be happy until she makes a fool of herself in front of everyone somewhere, y nosotros can never expect que ella to do it de una way que costs our family less money or causes nos less trouble que esto. If tú knew, said Elizabeth, how much harm it would do a todos de nosotros when people see how Lydia acts without thinking it does foolish things, and how much harm it has already done, I am sure tú would think differently about esto. Already done harm, said Señor Bennet again. ¿Qué? ¿A ella scared away some of the men que wanted to marry you? Poor little Lizzie. But do not feel sad por ello. Los men young que son too fastidious para be associated con a bit of silliness are not worth feeling sorry for. Come, let me see la list de los sad fellows que se han stayed away because of Lydia's foolishness. Tú estás wrong about that. No one may have hurt me that way. Yo am not talking about problems que son strange or unusual, but about problems que happen to everyone. Qué importante nosotros somos and how much people think well of nosotros will be hurt por la way Lydia acts so wild y rude, thinking ella puede do anything ella wants without caring about rules. Yo estoy sorry, but yo tengo que say esto clearly. If you, my dear father, will not work para stop la Melly de acting so crazy and teach a ella que las things ella does now should not be lo que ella does por su whole life, soon it será too late para change her.
El kind de person ella es will be set forever, y when ella tenga 16, ella será el worst kind de girl que flirts con every man ella sees, y makes herself y our whole family look foolish. Y ella será el meanest kind de flirt too, con nothing good about ella except que ella is young y looks all right, y because ella knows nothing y thinks in nothing, ella no podrá to stop people from looking down on her when ella tries so hard to make everyone notice ella. Kitty está en el same danger. Ella will go wherever Lydia goes. They think too highly of themselves, know they know nothing, son lazy, y nobody les tells them lo que pueden y no pueden do. Oh, my dear father, do you think it's possible que people will not say bad things about ellas y look down on ellas wherever ellas go, y que sus sisters will not often be pulled into the shame too? El Mr. Bennet saw que ella was very worried about esto, y took su hand gently y answered her. No worry yourself, my love. Wherever tú y Jane are known, people must think well of ustedes y see qué good son, y you will not look the worse por tener tú, or I should say 3 sisters very silly. No tendremos time peace en Longbourn if Lydia does not go to Brighton. Let que ella go then. El coronel Forster es un smart man y él will keepla from getting into any real trouble, y ella es lucky de ser too poor para que anyone to want to hurtla por money. En Brighton, ella will matter even less as someone que flirts con men de lo que ella ha sido here. Los soldiers will find women que son better y more worth paying attention to. Let us hope que estar there may teach her que ella is not as important as ella thinks. No matter what, ella cannot get much worse de lo que ella es now unless nosotros decide que tenemos que lockla up por el rest de su life.
Elizabeth tuvo que aceptar esta answer, pero ella still thought de la same way, y ella walked away feeling let down y sad. Pero era no like ella to make herself feel worse by thinking en sus troubles over and over. Ella knew ella had done lo que era right, y era no su way to worry por bad things que no podían be helped, or to make las worse por estar upset. If Lydia y su mother had known lo que ella had talked about con su father, ellas habrían estado so angry que podrían hardly have found enough words to say how mad ellas estaban. In Lydia's mind, un trip a Brighton meant every wonderful thing que podría possibly happen to her. Ella podía picture en su head las streets de that happy place by the sea, filled the soldiers. Ella saw herself getting attention de dozens de ellos that ella had never met before. Ella saw all las wonderful things about el army camp, las tents set up in perfect straight lines, full of young and happy people, and bright con red uniforms. Y to make el picture complete, ella saw herself sitting under una tent, sweetly talking and laughing con at least 6 soldiers at the same time. If ella had known que su sister was trying to take her away de such wonderful hopes and dreams, how would she have felt? Only su mother podría haber understood, because ella habría felt almost de la same way. La only thing que made su mother feel better about su husband never planning to go a Brighton himself era que Lydia was going, but ellos tenían no idea qué había really happened, y ellos kept being excited and happy right up until el day Lydia left home. Elizabeth was about to see Sr. Wickham por la last time. Since ella había estado around él often after coming back home, ella estaba no upset anymore. Los feelings ella used to tener por él estaban completely gone. Ella había even learned to see que la gentle way él acted, which había first made la happy, era fake, y always la same de una way que made la sick and tired de ello. The way él was acting toward ella now also made la angry, because él estaba clearly trying to pay attention a ella again de la way él había when ellos first met, y after everything que had happened, esto podía only make la mad. Ella stopped caring por él at all when ella realized él had picked a ella to play estos silly games con, igual ella firmly stopped lo from doinglo. Ella could not help but feel insulted de que él thought su pride estaría happy y su heart won over anytime él decided to pay attention a ella again, no matter how long él had stayed away o por qué. En el last day que los soldiers stayed in Meryton, él dined in Longbourn con some de los other officers, y Elizabeth felt so unfriendly toward él que when he asked her how he had spent su time in Hunsford, she told him que el coronel Fitzwilliam y el Mr. Darcy habían estado en Rosings por 3 weeks, y she asked him if he knew Coronel Fitzwilliam. Él looked surprised, unhappy, and worried, but after thinking por un moment and smiling again, él said que él used to see lo often, y after saying que él era un very nice gentleman, él asked a ella qué ella thought de él. Ella spoke very well de él. Acting like él did not really care, él soon asked, "How long did you say él stayed in Rosings?" "Almost 3 weeks. ¿Y you solo a lot?" "Yes. Almost every day." Él acts very differently de su cousin. Yes, very different, but yo think Señor Darcy gets better when you know lo more. Really? Said Wickham, y ella could see something strange en la way él looked a ella.
Y puedo yo ask, pero él stopped himself y said en una happier voice, "Do you mean él is more polite now? ¿A él started a ser nice cuando él talks con people? Because yo no dare to hoop," él said en una quieter y more serious voice, "que él has gotten better en las important ways." "Oh no," said Elizabeth. "En las ways important, I believe que él is the same que always fue." While ella talked, Wickham looked like él no know if él should be happy por lo que ella said or worry por lo que ella really meant. Había something en la look de su face que made lo listen con worry while ella said more. "Cuando yo said que él got better cuando tú know lo more, yo did not mean que su mind or sus manners got better. Yo meant que cuando tú know lo better, tú understand por qué él acts the way él does.
Now Wickham looked worried y su face got red y él looked upset. Por unos few minutes él said nothing. Then él shook off su worry y turned to ella again y said con la softest voice él podía make, "You know how I feel about el Mr. Darcy, so you will understand qué happy estoy de que él sea smart enough para at least pretend to do lo que es right." Said proud like that podría help other people, even if it no help a él, because it will stop lo from doing las terrible things él did a mí. Estoy just afraid de que la careful way él acts, que yo think tú are talking about, only happens when él visits a su aunt, because él está very scared de lo que ella thinks about él. Being afraid of ella always has made him act differently when están together, I know it, y much of that comes from wanting a ella to like la idea de que él should marry la Miss de Berg, which I am sure él wants very much. Elizabeth no pudo stop herself from smiling a little at esto, but ella only nodded su head just un tiny bit.
Ella saw que él wanted to talk de sus old complaints again y ella did not want to listen to him. El rest del evening went by con él acting cheerful as usual, but él no tried to pay special attention a Elizabeth again. When ellos said goodbye, ellos fueron polite con each other, but both probably hoped ellos would never meet again. When la party ended, Lydia went back a Meryton con Señora Forster. From there, ellas would leave early la next morning. When ella left su family, hubo was more noise que sadness. Kitty era la only one que cried, but ella cried because ella estaba upset y jealous. Señora Bennet talked a lot about wanting que su daughter fuera happy y told a ella many times que no miss any chance to have fun. Everyone knew Lydia would follow este advice. Lydia estaba so loud y excited saying goodbye que no one podía hear los sisters' quiet farewells. Chapter 42. If Elizabeth hubiera only looked at su own family, ella no habría thought marriage looked very happy or comfortable. Su father había sido charmed por una young y pretty woman who seemed cheerful, the way young y pretty women usually lo son. But él married una woman whose mind era weak y small, y very early in su marriage, él stopped really loving a ella. Él lost all respect por ella, all good feelings about ella, y all trust in ella. All sus dreams de un happy home fueron ruined, but Señor Bennet era no el kind de person que would look for comfort en los wrong places cuando sus own bad choices habían disappointed lo. Él loved el countryside y él loved books. Estas things gave le su main happiness. La only other thing su wife gave le era entertainment because su lack de knowledge y sus foolish ways amused lo.
Esto es no el kind de happiness un man would usually want to get de su wife, but when I know other ways to have fun, una wise person will take lo que puede get. Elizabeth había always known que su father did not act right as un husband. It había always hurt le to see lo, but ella expected lo smart él era, y ella estaba grateful por lo kindly él treated la. So ella tried to forget lo que ella podía no ignore, y to push away thoughts about how él kept breaking las rules de how un husband should act. By making su wife look foolish in front of sus own children, él was doing something very wrong, but ella había never felt as strongly as ella did now about las bad things que must happen a children when el parent's marriage is so wrong. Ella había never understood so clearly el harm que comes when someone uses sus talents de such a bad way. If él hubiera used sus talents right, él podría haber at least kept a sus daughters respected, even if él podía no make a su wife any smarter. Cuando Elizabeth estaba happy de que Wickham se había left, ella found very little else de qué estar glad about when los soldiers se fueron. Sus parties y visits eran no as interesting as before. En home, ella tenía una mother y sister que kept complaining de lo boring everything era, which made su whole house feel gloomy. Kitty podría get su good sense back con el time, since las things que habían confused a ella habían gone, but su other sister era likely to become even more foolish and bold, because ella was going a un place con two kinds de danger, una vacation town y un military camp. So overall, ella learned lo que people sometimes learn, que something ella había wanted very much and waited for did no make la as happy as ella thought que sería when it finally happened.
So ella tenía que pick some other time cuando ella podría finally ser happy y tener something new to look forward to, para que ella pudiera feel better about right now y get ready para la next time things did not work out. Su trip a los lagos era now lo que made her happiest to think about. Era la best way to feel better about all las bad hours que came de su madre y Kitty estando so unhappy all the time. Y if Jane could have come too, everything habría sido perfect. But it is good, ella thought, que yo tengo something to want. If everything estuviera already planned out perfectly, yo estaría sure to feel let down. But this way, since yo estaré sad de que my sister está no con mí, yo puedo hope que everything else about el trip será as wonderful as yo think it será. When every part de un plan sounds perfect, it never works out right, y la only way de keep from estar completely disappointed is tener una small thing que bothers de from el start. Cuando Lydia se fue, she said que she would write to su madre y a Kitty very often y would tell them todo, but sus letters always took a long time to arrive y always eran very short. Las letters a su madre said almost nothing except que ellos had just come back de la library where certain soldiers habían ido con ellos y where ella had seen such pretty things que hicieron ma very excited, que ella tenía un new dress o una new umbrella which ella would have told more about but tuvo que stop writing very quickly because Señora Forster was callingla y ellos iban a el camp y sus letters a su sister tenían even less to learn from because sus letters a Kitty, though un little longer, tenían too many words underlined to show a anyone else.
After las first 2 or 3 weeks que ella se había ido, todos en Longbourn started to feel healthy y happy y cheerful again. Todo looked brighter. Las families que habían estado en la town during el winter returned home, y la close of summer y las parties of summer began. La Mrs. Bennet returned to su way usual of complaining but calm, y para mid-June, Kitty felt so much better que podía ir a Meryton without crying, something so good que hizo que Elizabeth hope que para la next Navidad Kitty pudiera ser reasonable enough not to talk de un soldier more than once a day unless some people wicked en la oficina de guerra sent another group de soldiers to stay in Meryton. El time ellos had planned to start su trip north was coming very soon, and there were only 2 weeks left cuando una letter came de Señora Gardiner que les hizo start later y no ir as far. El Mr. Gardiner no podía irse por el work until 2 weeks later en julio, y tenía que start back in London en un month, y como eso era very little time para ir so far y see as much como they had planned, or at least see it in the way slow y comfortable que they had wanted, they had to give up Los Lagos y hacer un trip more short, y now only iban as far al north como Derbyshire. En ese county había enough to see to fill up most de sus 3 weeks, y Señora Gardiner really wanted ir there. El town where ella used to live for some years y where ellos iban now going to spend unos few days era probably just as interesting para ella como todos los famous beautiful places como Matlock, Chatsworth, Dovedale or El Peak. Elizabeth felt very disappointed. Ella había really wanted to see los lagos and still thought there podría haber habido enough time.
But tuvo que estar happy con lo que she got, y era como ella ser cheerful, y soon todo felt fine again. Cuando ella heard la word Derbyshire, it made her think in many things. Ella no podía see esa word without thinking en Pemberley y el man que ownla. But surely, ella said, yo puedo ir a su part del country without getting in trouble, y take a few old rocks without él seeing me. Now ellos tenían que wait twice the long. 4 weeks tenían que go by before su uncle y aunt would come. But esas weeks did pass, y el señor y la señora Gardiner arrived a Longbourn at last, bringing sus 4 children con ellos. Los children eran 2 girls que tenían 6 y 8 years old, y 2 younger boys, y ellos would stay con su cousin Jane, who todos loved best, y who era calm y sweet y perfect para taking care of de ellos de todas way, teaching them, playing con ellos, y loving them. Los Gardiners stayed only una night in Longbourn y se fueron la morning following con Elizabeth to go see places new y to have fun. Una thing era sure, ellos serían good traveling friends because todos eran all healthy y cheerful enough para handle problems, happy enough para hacer todo more fun, y kind y smart enough para keep each other happy even if things went wrong. Esta story no is intended to tell you todo about Derbyshire or about todos los places famous por los que they passed to get there. Oxford, Blenheim, Warwick, Kenilworth, Birmingham, y others que la people already know. Only una small part de Derbyshire matters para esta story. Fueron al small town de Lambton, where la señora Gardiner used to live, y where she had just learned de que some people que she knew still lived there, after they had seen todas las sights most wonderful del área, y Elizabeth learned por su aunt de que Pemberley estaba only 5 miles away de Lambton. It estaba no en el road ellos were taking, but it estaba only 1 mile or 2 off su path. La night before, when ellos were talking about where ir, la señora Gardiner said ella wanted to see el place again. El señor Gardiner said que he was willing a ir, y they asked Elizabeth que she thought. My dear, would you not like to see un place to have heard so much about? Said su aunt. Un place que is connected con so many people que you know. Wickham spent todos sus young years there, to know. Elizabeth felt upset y worried. She felt que she had no right a ir a Pemberley, y tuvo que pretend que she did not want to see it. Ella tenía que say que ella estaba tired de big fancy houses. After seeing so many, ella really no care about beautiful carpets or silk curtains anymore. La señora Gardiner told her que estaba siendo silly. Si fuera only una house pretty con things elegant inside, said ella, it would not matter to me, but la land around ella is wonderful. Tienen son de los woods most beautiful de toda la área. Elizabeth said nothing more, but su mind no podía agree. Suddenly she thought que she might see Señor Darcy while they were looking at el place. Eso sería terrible. Su face turned red just at the thought of it, and she thought que it would be better to tell the truth to su aunt que to take such a risk. But había reasons para no hacer esto, y finally she decided que telling su aunt sería the last thing que she would try si she could not find out in secret si la family was away. So when she went to bed esa night, she asked la maid si Pemberley era un place very pretty, cuál era el name del owner, y con great concern si la family was there for the summer.
La maid said que no a la last question, lo que hizo Elizabeth very happy. Y now que ella no estaba worried anymore, ella felt very curious to see la house herself. Y when ellos talked de ello again la next morning, y ellos asked a ella again, ella pudo easily answer que ella no really mind el plan, acting como si ella no care much either way. So ellos iban a ir a Pemberley. As ellos rode en el carriage, Elizabeth watched por la first sight de Pemberley Woods y felt nervous. Y when ellos finally turned in por la gate, su heart was beating very fast. El park era very big y tenía many different kinds de land. Ellos came in por una de las lowest parts y drove por a while through un beautiful forest que went on por un long way. Elizabeth's mind estaba too busy to talk, but ella saw and loved every special place in view. Ellos slowly fueron uphill por half una mile and then found themselves en la top de una big hill where los woods ended, and right away ellos podían see Pemberley House sitting en el other side del valley where el road curved down sharply. Era una big, beautiful stone house, standing nicely in high ground, con una line de tall wooded hills behind ella, and in front había un stream que había sido hecho bigger but still looked natural. Los sides del stream eran no stiff and formal or decorated the fake ways. Elizabeth estaba delighted. Ella había never seen un place where nature hubiera hecho more, or where natural beauty hubiera sido so little spoiled por bad choices.
Todos thought que el place era wonderful, y at that moment ella felt que ser la mistress de Pemberley podría ser really something special. Ellos went down la hill, crossed el bridge, y drove up al front door, y while ella looked at la house up close, todo su fear de meeting al man que lived there came back. She was afraid de que la maid might have been mistaken about que él estuviera away. When ellos asked to see la house, someone let los al front hall, y while Elizabeth waited a la woman que ran la house, ella tuvo time to wonder qué strange era que ella estuviera really here. La woman que ran la house came out. Ella era una older woman que looked nice and proper, much less fancy y more polite que Elizabeth had expected. La they followed al dining room. Era una big room con todo en el right place, y it was set up de una beautiful way. Elizabeth looked around ella quickly, then fue a una window para see la view outside. La hill covered the trees que ellos had come down, looked even steeper from far away, and it era beautiful to look at. Todo about la land era perfect, y ella looked at la toda scene, el river, los trees scattered along sus sides, y la way el valley curved as far as ella podía see, y it hizo la happy. As ellos walked into other rooms, estas things outside looked different from each window, but from every window había beautiful things to see. Las rooms tenían high ceilings y eran beautiful, y los furniture eran right para someone que tenía as much money como el owner did. Pero Elizabeth podía see que él tenía good taste. It era not too bright and showy or fancy just to show off, y it era more truly beautiful que los furniture in Rosings. Y yo podría haber sido la owner de este place, she thought.
Yo might have known estas rooms como my own home by now. Instead of looking at them como someone que visits, podría haber sido happy en ellas como mine, y I could have welcomed my uncle y aunt here como my guests. But no, ella remembered. Eso podría never have happened. Yo would have lost my uncle y aunt because Joe would not have been allowed to invite los here. Fue good que ella remembered esto. It saved la de feeling sorry por lo que podría haber sido. Ella wanted to ask la woman que ran la house si su master estaba really afuera, pero ella estaba too scared to ask. Finally, su uncle hizo la question y ella turned away feeling worried cuando señora Reynolds dijo que sí, él estaba fuera, pero added, "But we expect lo back tomorrow con un big group de friends." Elizabeth felt so glad de que nothing hubiera hecho su trip take longer for even un day. Su aunt told Leigh to come look at un picture. Ella walked over y saw una small painting de señor Wickham hanging con other small pictures above la fireplace. Su aunt asked her con una smile si she liked it. La woman que took care of la house came over y told Liz era un picture de un young man whose father had worked para el old master, y el old master had paid to raise al boy como su own son. Él se ha ido a ser un soldier now, ella said, but yo think él has become very wild y badly behaved. Mrs. Gardiner looked at su niece and smiled, but Elizabeth no pudo smile back. Y ese uno, said señora Reynolds, pointing a otro small picture, is my master, y it looks just como él. Someone paintedlo al the same time que el other one hace unos 8 years ago. Yo have heard que su master is very good looking, said señora Gardiner, looking al picture. Él sí tiene una handsome face.
But Lizzie, tú puedes telnos si el picture really looks like él or no. Señora Reynolds seemed to think even better de Elizabeth cuando ella learned que Elizabeth knew su master. Does esa young lady know señor Darcy? Elizabeth's face turned red y ella fed, un little. ¿Y no que tú piensas que es un man very handsome, miss? Sí, very handsome. Yo estoy sure yo no know anyone more handsome, but upstairs en la big room you will see un even better y bigger picture de él que este one. Este room era el room favorite de my old master y estas small paintings están exactly como estaban cuando él estaba alive. Él loved them very much. Now Elizabeth understood por qué la painting del Mr. Wickham estaba there con las others. La Mrs. Reynolds then told them to look at una painting de la Miss Darcy que someone had painted cuando ella tenía only 8 years old. ¿Y es la Miss Darcy as handsome como su brother? Said el Mr. Gardiner. Oh, sí, la prettiest young lady you ever saw, y ella puede hacer so many things. Ella plays music y sings todo day long. En la next room hay una new music box que just came para ella, un gift de my master. Ella comes here tomorrow con él. Señor Gardiner era easy to talk to y very nice, so él hizo more questions que hicieron que ella want to keep talking. Señora Reynolds loved talking about su master y su sister, y uno could tell ella estaba very proud de ellos. ¿Está su master en Pemberley much during el year? No as much como me would like, sir, but yo think él spends about half su time here, y señorita Darcy always comes down por los summer months. Except, thought Elizabeth, cuando va a Ramsgate. Si su master got married, you podría see more de él. Sí, sir, but yo no know when eso will happen. Yo no know who is good enough para él.
El Mr. y la Mrs. Gardiner smiled. Elizabeth could not help saying, "It says very good things about él, que tú think so well de él." "I only say lo que es true, y lo que todos los que know him will say," she replied. Elizabeth thought esto estaba yendo too far, y ella listened con growing surprise as la housekeeper added, "Él has never said one angry word a mí in my toda life, y yo have known a él since él tenía 4 years old." Este era el praise strangest de todos, y era the opposite de todo lo que ella thought de él. Ella había always sido sure que él era no un kind man. Now ella was paying very close attention. Ella wanted to hear more, y ella estaba glad when su uncle said, "Hay very few people de las que you can say things so good. You are lucky de tener un master like that." "Sí, sir, I know que lo soy. Si fuera a any place del world, no podría find anyone better. But yo he always seen que children que son kind stay kind when ellos grow up, y él era always el sweetest y most giving boy in el world. Elizabeth looked at her con los wide eyes. ¿Puede ser really el Mr. Darcy? She thought. Su father era un man wonderful, said la Mrs. Gardiner. Sí, madame, really lo era, y su son será just like él, just as kind con la people poor. Elizabeth listened y wondered y tuvo doubts, y ella wanted to hear more. La Mrs. Reynolds no pudo hacer him take an interest in anything else. She spoke about lo que había en las paintings, y how large eran las rooms, y how much cost los furniture, but Elizabeth did not care. Señor Gardiner thought it era funny lo much el housekeeper loved su master, because ella worked para su family. So él hizo que ella talking about ello again, y ella kept saying wonderful things about él as ellos todos walked up la big staircase.
Él es el best landlord y el best master, ella said, que ever lived. Él es no como los wild young men today que only think in themselves. Every person que rents de él or works para él will say good things about él. Some people say él es proud, pero yo he never seen eso. Yo think it is only because él does not talk and laugh loudly como other young men. Qué una nice way esto hace lo look, thought Elizabeth. Esta good story about él, su aunt whispered as ellas walked, does not match como él acted toward our poor friend. Maybe nosotros estábamos wrong about lo que happened. Eso es no very likely. La person que told nos era someone nosotros podíamos trust. Cuando ellos got to la big room upstairs, ellos were taken a una very pretty sitting room que había sido hecha even nicer y brighter que las rooms downstairs, y ellos were told que it estaba just fixed up this way para hacer señorita Darcy happy, because ella liked esta room cuando ella estuvo last en Pemberley. Él es really un good brother, said Elizabeth, as ella walked over to una de las windows. Señora Reynolds said que señorita Darcy estaría so happy cuando ella came en la room. Y that es como él always is, said ella. Todo lo que can make happy su sister, él lo hará immediately. No hay nothing que él no haría por ella. Y la picture gallery y 2 or 3 de los best bedrooms eran todo lo que remained to be seen. En la picture room había many good paintings, but Elizabeth did not know much about art, y since ella había already seen some como estas downstairs, ella estaba happy to look instead at some drawings que señorita Darcy había hecho con colored pencils, because ellos showed things que eran more interesting and easier to understand. En la picture room había many paintings de family members, but ellas would not mean much para someone que did not know a la family. Elizabeth walked around looking for el only face ella would know. At last, la she found, y saw una painting que looked exactly al Mr. Darcy, con el kind of smile en su face que ella remembered having seen sometimes when él looked at her. Ella stood in front of la painting for several minutes, thinking hard en ella, y ella came back a look at la again before ellos left la room. Señora Reynolds told a ellos que la painting había sido hecha while su father estaba still alive. Right now, Elizabeth felt something kinder toward el real señor Darcy que ella había ever felt even when ellos knew each other best. Las good things señora Reynolds had said about him eran no small things. ¿Qué kind words mean more que kind words de una smart person que works for someone? Como un brother, como someone que owns land, como someone que is in charge of other people, ella thought about how many people's happiness estaba in sus hands,
how much joy or sadness él podía give a others, how much good or bad él podía hacer. Every idea que la woman que ran la house had shared eran good things about him, y as ella stood in front of la painting where él was shown y felt como si sus eyes were looking a ella, ella thought en cómo él cared for ella con un deeper feeling de estar thankful de lo que ella había ever felt before. She remembered how warm sus feelings habían sido y ella forgavelo por la wrong way él had said things. When ellos had seen todas las partes de la house que visitors were allowed to look at, ellos fueron back downstairs. Ellos said goodbye de la woman que took care of la house, y ella handed them over al man que took care of los gardens, who was waiting por ellos en la front door. As ellos walked por el grass toward del river, Elizabeth turned around para look a la house again, y su uncle y aunt stopped too, y while su uncle was trying to guess qué old el building era, el man que ownedlo suddenly came walking toward ellos from el road que iba behind la house to el place where los horses were kept. Ellos estaban only 20 steps away el uno del each other, y él appeared so suddenly que no había no way de avoid seeing him. Sus eyes met right away, and both de sus faces turned bright red. Él jumped back con surprise, y por un momento seemed que él no podía move, but soon él got control of himself again and walked toward el group and spoke a Elizabeth, maybe not feeling completely calm, but at least siendo polite. Ella had turned away without thinking, but when él came closer, ella stopped and listened to sus polite words, feeling so embarrassed que ella no podía get over it. See, seeing him in person, or how much he resembled la painting that they had just been looking at, no hubiera sido enough to tell los other two que este era el señor Darcy, then la look surprised en la face del gardener when he saw su master would have told them immediately. They stayed behind a little while. Él spoke with su niece, who estaba so surprised and confused that hardly dared to look at su face and did not know what to say when él politely asked about su family. Ella was amazed de lo diferente él was acting since la last time ellos had seen each other. Y every word él said hacía la feel more embarrassed, y ella kept thinking en lo wrong it era que ella to be found there. So los few minutes ellos spent together fueron some of the worst minutes de su life. Él did not seem much more comfortable either, y cuando él spoke, su voice did not sound as calm como usual, y él hizo las same questions over and over about when ella had left home and how long ella was staying, y él hizo las so many times and so quickly que it era clear su mind estaba toda mixed up. Finally, él seemed to run out of things to say, y after standing there por unos few moments without saying anything, él suddenly remembered himself and said goodbye. Los others then came over a ella and said how handsome él era, but Elizabeth did not hear a word ella said and followed a ellas quietly, thinking only en sus own feelings. Ella felt crushed por shame and anger con herself. Coming there fue la worst, most foolish thing ella podría haber hecho. Qué strange it must seem a él. Qué una terrible thing podría un man que thinks so much de himself think about esto. It podría look que ella had put herself en su way al purpose again. Oh, ¿por qué did come ella? Or ¿por qué did come él a day before de que anyone thought que estaría there? Si they had arrived only 10 minutes earlier, él no would have seen them at all, because era clear que él had just arrived and had just gotten off de su horse or de su carriage. She felt que su face was turning red again and again por how unfortunate que era que they had met. Y la way él acted, so different de before, ¿Qué podría it mean? Que él would even talk con ella era amazing, but to speak so kindly and ask por su family. Never en su toda life había ella seen lo act of such una normal, friendly way, y never había él spoken so gently como él did cuando ellos met de this. Qué different era esto de lo last time que he spoke to her en Rosings Park, when he gave her esa letter. Ella no know qué to think or cómo to explainlo. Ellos habían now walked into un beautiful path next to el water, y every step showed less prettier hills or nicer views de los woods ellos were walking toward. But Elizabeth no really see any de ello for un while, and even though ella answered a su uncle and aunt when ellos talked on ella, y looked where ellos pointed, ella estaba no really paying attention a anything around ella. Todos sus thoughts were trapped en ese place en la house Pemberley, wherever estuviera, where el señor Darcy estaba at that moment. She wanted so much to know en qué he was thinking at that moment, que he thought of ella y si still he cared for ella after todo lo que had happened. Maybe él había sido nice only because he felt comfortable, but there había habido something en su voice que did not sound comfortable at all. Ella no podía tell si seeingla la había hecho que él feel more hurt or more happy, but ella estaba sure de que seeingla had upsetlo somehow. Finally, su uncle and aunt began to talk about cómo ella was not paying attention, y esto woke her up and made her feel que she needed to act more como herself. Ellos fueron into el woods y said goodbye del river for a while, as ellos climbed up some de las higher hills y from places where los trees opened up para que uno could see far away, había many beautiful views del valley, las hills en lo other side y las long lines de woods que covered many de ellos y sometimes part del stream. El señor Gardiner said él wanted to walk around el todo park, but él was worried it podría ser too far to walk. Con una big smile, ellos were told que it eran 10 miles all the way around. Eso decidedlo, y ellos followed el usual path, que brought-los back after some time, going downhill through woods que hung over ellos to el edge del water en uno de sus narrowest places. Ellos crossed el water por un simple bridge que looked like it belonged a todo else around él, y este era un place que era less fancy que anywhere ellos habían estado so far, y el valley, que got narrow here como un small canyon, tenía room only para el stream y un thin walking path through los rough small trees que grew along él. Elizabeth wanted very much to follow el twisting path y see where it iba, but when ellos habían crossed el bridge y saw qué far ellos estaban de la house, Señora Gardiner, who era no someone que liked to walk long distances, podía no ir any farther y only wanted to get back al carriage as fast como possible. So Elizabeth tuvo que give up a exploring y ellos started walking back toward la house por el other side del river, taking el shortest way, but ellos moved slowly because Señor Gardiner, even though él did no often tenía la chance, loved fishing very much y estaba so busy watching for fish que sometimes appeared en el water y talking con un man about ellos que él barely moved forward at all. While ellos walked slowly along, ellos were surprised again, y Elizabeth estaba just como amazed como ella había estado la first time, when ella saw Señor Darcy walking toward ellos, no very far away. El path here era more open que en el other side, so ellos podían sílo before ellos met. Elizabeth estaba still surprised, pero ella estaba more ready to talk con él que before. Y ella decided to act calm and speak calmly si él really meant to meet ellos. Por unos few moments, ella thought él would probably turn y iría por un different path. Ella kept thinking esto while una bend en el path hid lo de ellos, but when ellos passed la bend, él estaba right there in front of ellos. Con una quick look, ella saw que él estaba still siendo polite como before, y para ser polite back, ella started to say nice things about how beautiful el place era when ellos met. But ella había only said delightful and charming when some bad memories came back a ella, y ella worried de que si ella praised Pemberley, él podría think ella meant something sneaky con ello. Su face turned red and ella stopped talking. Señora Gardiner was standing a little behind ellos, y when Elizabeth stopped talking, él asked a ella si ella would please introduce him a sus friends. Esto era una very polite thing de hacer que ella estaba no ready para ello, y ella podía hardly keep from smiling because now él wanted to meet some of the very same people que su pride le había hecho look down on when él asked a ella to marry him. Qué surprised él estará, ella thought, when él finds out who ellos son. Right now, él thinks ellos son fancy, important people. But ella introduced a ellos right away, y as ella told a él cómo ellos were related con ella, ella looked a él secretly to see cómo él took las news, y ella expected que él to run away as fast como él pudiera de such shameful friends. It was clear que la connection surprised him, but he handled it bravely, and instead of irse, he turned around con ellos and started to talk con el Mr. Gardiner. Elizabeth could not help but estar happy, could not help but feel como si ella had won. Hízola feel better que él should know ella tenía some family members de los que no need to be ashamed of. Ella listened very carefully to todo lo que was said between ellos and felt proud de every word, every sentence su uncle said that showed how smart él era, how good su taste era, or qué well él behaved. La talk soon turned to fishing, and ella heard Señor Darcy invite-lo, very politely, to fish there as often as él wanted while él stayed in la area, and at the same time, él offered to give him fishing gear and pointed out las parts del stream where los fish usually bit best. La Mrs. Gardiner, who was walking arm in arm con Elizabeth, gave her una look que showed lo amazed que estaba. Elizabeth said nothing, pero eso hizo la very happy, because el nice treatment must be todo por ella. But ella estaba very surprised, and ella kept saying to herself, ¿por qué es él so different? ¿Qué podría hacer que esto happen? Él no puede estar acting so kind por mí or for my sake. Las angry things que I said to him in Hunsford no podrían make him change so much. There is no way él pudiera still love me. After walking por some time con las two ladies in front y los two men behind, ellos changed places cuando ellos came back up from la edge del river where ellos had gone down para look at una interesting water plant. S.R.A. Gardiner estaba tired de walking toda la morning, so Elizabeth's arm era not strong enough para helpla, and ella wanted el husband's arm instead. Señor Darcy came to walk next to Elizabeth y ellos walked together. After ellos estuvieron quiet por un little while, ella spoke first.
Ella wanted que él to know que ella had been told él no estaría here when ella came, so ella said que ella had not expected to see lo here.
Su housekeeper told us que you no estaría here until tomorrow, ella said. Y before we left Bakewell, we heard que no one was expecting you back en el country right away. Él said que todo eso era true y explained que tenía business que hacer con el man who manages su land, so he had come unas hours before las other people con las que he was traveling. They will meet conmigo early tomorrow, he said, y some de ellos know you. El Mr. Bingley y sus sisters estarán con ellos. Elizabeth only nodded su head a little bit. Right away, ella thought back to the last time Señor Bingley's name had come up when ellos were talking, y por la look en su face, ella could tell he was thinking en la same thing. Hay una more person coming con ellos, él said after waiting un moment, who really wants to meet thee. ¿Puedo yo ask thee something, or is esto too much to ask? ¿Podría yo bring my sister to meet thee while you are staying in Lambton? Ella estaba so surprised por esta question que ella did not know qué to say or cómo to answer. Immediately, she knew que si la Miss Darcy wanted to meet her, it must be because su brother had asked her que lo hiciera, y esto made her feel good because it meant que él no estaba angry enough to think que ella era una person terrible. Now, ellos walked without talking, both of them thinking hard about things. Elizabeth did not feel comfortable because eso no era possible, pero ella felt happy y pleased. The fact that él wanted que su sister should meet her era una de las things kindest que someone podría hacer. Ellos walked más faster que los otros, y cuando ellos arribaron al carriage, el señor y la señora Gardiner still estaban far behind. Él asked a ella que come en la house, pero ella said ella no estaba tired, so ellos stood together en el grass. Este era un time cuando ellos could have said many things, but saying nothing felt very strange. Ella wanted to talk, but it seemed que every topic estaba forbidden. Finally, ella remembered que ella had been traveling, y ellos talked about Matlock y Dovedale por un long time. But time moved slowly, y su aunt took forever to catch up, y ella estaba almost out of patience and things to say before su private talk was over. When el señor y la señora Gardiner arrived, a todos was asked to enter the house to eat and drink, but they said que no, and todos said goodbye very politely. Señor Darcy helped las ladies get into el carriage, y cuando este drove away, Elizabeth solo walking slowly back a la house. Now su uncle y su aunt began to share lo que they thought, and both said que él era much better de lo que they had expected. Tiene very good manners, is polite, and does not act como si he thought que es better que todos, said su uncle. Hay something un little grand en él, eso es true, said su aunt, but ello is just in the way él carries himself, y ello no look bad. Yo puedo now agree con la housekeeper que even though some people might call lo proud, yo saw nothing como eso. Yo estuve never more surprised que por cómo él acted toward nosotros. Él fue more que just polite. Él really paid attention a nosotros, y él no tenía que hacer eso. Él barely knows Elizabeth at all. Of course, Lizzie, said su aunt, él no es as handsome como Wickham, or rather, su face no es como la de Wickham, although su face está perfectly fine.
But, ¿por qué did you tell us que era so unpleasant? Elizabeth trató de explicar el mejor que ella pudo. Ella dijo que a ella le había gustado más cuando se conocieron en Kent que before, y que ella había never seen him as nice como él estaba esta morning. But maybe he changes how polite él es dependiendo su mood, said su uncle.
Important men often hacen eso, so yo will not count on lo que él said about fishing, since él podría change su mind another day and tell me to stay off su land. Elizabeth felt que ellos had gotten su character completely wrong, but ella said nothing. Por lo que we have seen de él, continued la Mrs. Gardiner, really I would not have thought que pudiera ser so bad to anyone in the way que ha sido con el poor Wickham. Él does not look like a nasty person. In fact, hay something nice en su mouth when él talks, y hay something important y serious en su face que no would make you think ill de su heart. But la nice lady que showed us around su house sure did say wonderful things about él. Yo podía hardly stop myself from laughing out loud sometimes. But él es good con las people que work para él, I think, y para un servant eso makes up for todo else. Elizabeth felt ella tenía que say something to defend como él had acted toward Wickham, so ella toldles, as carefully que ella pudo, que por lo que ella had heard de su family en Kent, lo que él hizo podría mean something very different, y que él era not nearly as bad como ellos thought, y Wickham era not nearly as good como people in Hertfordshire believed. To prove esto, ella toldles todos los details about los money matters between los two men, without saying exactly who had told her, but saying que came de someone ellos podían trust.
Israel Gardiner estaba surprised y worried, but since ellos estaban ahora getting close del place where ella used to ser happy, todos sus thoughts turned to remembering los old days, y ella estaba too busy pointing out a su husband todos los interesting places por there to think in anything else. Even though ella estaba tired de walking toda la morning, as soon as ellos finished eating, ella went out again to look for people ella used to know, y ella spent la evening happily talking con old friends ella had not seen por many years. So many interesting things had happened ese day que Elizabeth podía no pay much attention a any de estos new friends, y ella podía hacer nothing but think y think con amazement about how polite Señor Darcy había sido, and most de todo about cómo él wanted que ella to meet su sister. Chapter 44. Elizabeth had decided que el Mr. Darcy would bring su sister to visit her el day after she arrived at Pemberley, so she planned to stay near la inn toda la morning so as not to miss them. But ella was wrong, because ellos came la very morning after Elizabeth y su family got a Lambton. Elizabeth y su aunt y uncle had been walking por el town con some de sus new friends y habían just come back a la inn para get dressed para la dinner con la same family when ellos heard un carriage and looked out la window para see a un man y woman en un small carriage driving up la street. Elizabeth right away knew la servant's clothes, so ella guessed lo que esto meant, y ella surprised a su aunt y uncle very much al telling them about la important visit ella was expecting. Su uncle y aunt estaban completely amazed, y la way ella acted embarrassed as ella spoke, along con lo que was happening in many things que had happened el day before, gave them una new idea about lo que was going on. Nothing había ever made les think en ello before, but now ellos felt que no había no other way de explain por qué such una important person would pay so much attention a Elizabeth unless él tuviera special feelings por su niece. While estos new thoughts were going through sus minds, Elizabeth's worried feelings kept getting stronger every minute. Ella was surprised de lo upset se felt, but among other things que worriedla, ella was afraid de que el brother might have said too many good things about ella, y since ella wanted so much to make una good impression, ella naturally thought que nothing que ella hiciera would work.
ella moved away de la window because ella was afraid someone might síla, y as ella walked back and forth in la room trying to calm down, ella saw su uncle y aunt looking at her con such curious surprise que it hizo que todo worse. La Miss Darcy y su brother entered, y este meeting terrifying occurred. Elizabeth was amazed to see que esta new person ella was meeting felt just como nervous and uncomfortable como ella did. Since she had been staying in Lambton, she had heard que la Miss Darcy era very proud, but after watching her por only unos minutes, Elizabeth was able to realize de que she just era very shy. Elizabeth found it hard to get even una word de ella que fuera more que just sí o no. Señorita Darcy era tall y bigger que Elizabeth, y even though ella tenía only un little older than 16, ella looked like una grown woman and moved de una graceful way. Ella era no as pretty como su brother, but su face showed que ella era smart y kind, y la way ella acted era gentle y no stuck up at all. Elizabeth had expected to find someone que watched todo carefully y felt comfortable around people, just like Señor Darcy always había sido. So ella felt much better when ella saw que Señora Darcy era so different. No habían estado together for long when Darcy told her que Bingley also was coming to visit her, y ella tuvo just el time enough to say how happy eso la hacía y prepare herself para él when they heard los footsteps quick de Bingley en las stairs, y then él walked into la room. Toda de Elizabeth anger toward él había gone por un long time, but even if ella hubiera still estado mad con él, it habría sido hard to stay angry cuando él estaba so genuinely happy y friendly por seeingla again. Él asked about su family de una kind way, though él kept lo general, y él looked y talked con la same cheerful, easy manner él había always had. Señor y Señora Gardiner found lo almost as interesting como Elizabeth did. Ellos had wanted to meetlo por a long time. Todo el group de people in front of ellos hizo que ellos pay close attention. Las things ellos were starting to suspect about Señor Darcy y su niece los hicieron watch both of them carefully, though ellos tried no ser too obvious about it, y soon ellos became completely sure de que at least one of them knew lo que it felt like estar in love. No estaban very sure about lo que la lady was feeling, but estaba quite clear que el gentleman was full of love and admiration por ella. Elizabeth tenía mucho que hacer on her part. Ella wanted to figure out cómo each de sus visitors was feeling. Ella wanted to count down sus own feelings. Y ella wanted hacerse pleasant para todos. Y en esa last thing, where ella estaba most afraid ella would fail, ella tenía most likely to succeed, because las people ella was trying to please already liked ella. Bingley estaba ready para ser happy. Georgiana wanted ser happy, y Darcy had made up his mind ser happy. When ella saw Bingley, ella right away thought en su sister Jane. Ella wanted so badly to know si él was thinking en Jane too. Sometimes ella thought él talked less que before, and once or twice ella told herself que when él looked a ella, él was trying to see si ella looked like Jane. But even if ella estaba just making esto up en su head, ella podía tell cómo él acted around Señorita Darcy, who some people thought podría take Jane's place. Neither de ellos looked al other de una way que showed ellos cared for each other. Nothing happened between ellos que haría su sister think sus hopes podrían come true. She felt better about esto, and before se fueran, 2 or 3 things small happened que made her think que él still remembered Jane con feelings kind, and wanted to say more about ella, but was too afraid de hacerlo. When los others were talking together, Él será ella en una voz que sounded truly sad. It has been un very long time since I tuve la joy de seeing you. And before ella pudiera answer, él added, It has been more than 8 months. We have not seen each other since November 26, when nosotros estábamos todos dancing together in Netherfield. Elizabeth estaba happy de que él remembered so well, and later él found una chance para ask her, when no one else was listening, si todas sus sisters estaban still in home. La cuestión era no very importante, y neither lo era lo que él had said before, but la way él looked y acted when él said lo hizo que it means something. Ella no looked a Señor Darcy very often, but when ella did get una quick look, ella saw que él seemed happy y friendly, y todo lo que él said sounded so different de la proud y mean way él used to talk, que ella knew la better way de acting ella had seen yesterday era real y had lasted more than un day. When ella saw lo trying a ser friends y get people to like him, people who hace unos few months ago él se habría ashamed to talk to, when ella saw lo siendo nice no just con ella, but con los very family members él had looked down on before, y when ella remembered su last big fight in Hunsford Parsonage, el change era so big y hit a ella so hard que ella podía barely keep la surprise off su face. Never, even when él estaba con sus close friends in Netherfield or su fancy family in Rosings, había ella seen lo try so hard a ser people happy or act so normal y friendly como él lo hizo now, when ser nice con estas people no helplo at all, y when las fine ladies in Netherfield in Rosings would make fun of él por even talking con ellas. Sus visitors stayed por more than half an hour, and when they stood up para irse, el Mr. Darcy asked su sister que help him invite al Mr. y la Mrs. Gardiner y la Miss Bennet to dinner in Pemberley before they left the area. Miss Darcy era shy because ella was not used to inviting people, but ella hizo lo que su brother asked. Señora Gardiner looked at Elizabeth because ella wanted to know cómo Elizabeth felt about la invitation, but Elizabeth had turned su head away. Señora Gardiner thought que Elizabeth estaba just feeling shy por un momento, no que ella did not like la idea. Y since su husband loved meeting people y clearly wanted ir, ella said sí por todos ellos y ellos picked el day after tomorrow. Bingley estaba very happy de que él would see Elizabeth again because él still tenía a lot to say a ella y many questions que hacer about todos sus friends back home. Elizabeth thought que Señor Darcy wanted to hear la talk about su sister y esto hízola happy. When sus visitors se fueron, ella felt good about la last half hour, even though ella had not enjoyed lo much while it was happening. Ella wanted estar alone y was afraid su uncle y aunt pudieran hacerle questions or givele hints about lo que ellos noticed. Ella stayed con ellos just long enough to hearlos say good things about Bingley, then hurried away to get dressed. But no she needed to worry que el señor y la señora Gardiner fueran too curious, y no wanted hacerla tell them things que no she wanted to share. Era clear que ella knew Señor Darcy mucho mejor de lo que ellos had thought. also era clear que él estaba very in love with ella. Ellos saw many interesting things, but nothing que hizo les feel ellos should hacer questions. Now it mattered to them que they thought well del señor Darcy. Por lo que they knew of him, they could not find anything wrong en él. Ellas could not help but notice how polite él era. Si ellas had decided qué kind of person él era based only en sus own feelings y lo que su servant said without listening to anyone else, la people in Hertfordshire que nulo would not have thought ellas were talking about el same señor Darcy. Now, ellas tenían razón para believe la housekeeper. Ellas soon realized que una servant que had knownlo since él tenía 4 years old y que seemed ser una good y honest person herself should no be ignored. Nothing de lo que ellas heard de sus friends in Lambton made them think less de lo que ella had said. La only thing people podía say against él era que él era proud. Él probablemente era proud, and even if él era no, la people in un small town where su family did no visit would certainly say él lo era. Todos agreed, though, que él era generous con su money y hizo many good things para poor people. As for Wickham, los travelers soon discovered que la people there did not think much de él. Although no one understood completely lo que had happened between él y el son de su employer, todos knew que cuando se fue de Derbyshire, he had left many bills unpaid behind him, que el señor Darcy later paid. As for Elizabeth, sus thoughts estaban en Pemberley even more tonight que last night. La evening seemed to go on forever, but it fue no long enough para ella to figure out cómo se felt about el man que lived in esa house. Ella lay awake por 2 whole hours trying to understand sus feelings. Ella certainly did no hate-lo. No, su hatred se había ido long ago, and por almost as long, ella había estado ashamed de que ella hubiera ever disliked him so much. El respect que ella felt because ella now knew él era una good person había el first sido hard para ella to admit. But for some time now, it had stopped feeling bad para ella. Yesterday, hearing such good things about him and learning de su kind nature había hecho que ese respect grow into something more como friendship. But more than respect y admiration, había something more inside ella que made her feel kindly toward him. Era el ser grateful. Ella estaba grateful no solo because él había once loved-la, but because él still loved-la enough para forgive how rude y mean ella había sido cuando ella said no a él, y todas las unfair things ella had said about él cuando ella rejected-lo. She had thought que él would stay away de ella como si fuera su worst enemy. But when they met by accident, él seemed very anxious to remain friends con ella. Without being inappropriate or acting strange when estaban alone, the two of them, he was trying de hacer que sus friends think well de él, y he wanted que ella should meet su sister. Such un change in un man que tenía so much pride era not only surprising, but made her grateful. Este change tenía que come de love, strong love. La way eso hacía la feel era good, though ella podía not say exactly qué ese feeling era. Ella looked up to a él, thought well of él, felt thankful con él, y really cared about lo que happened to him. Ella just wanted to know how much ella wanted su happiness to depend on ella, and how much it sería good para both de ellos si ella used el poder ella thought ella still tenía to make him ask a ella to marry él again. La night before, la aunt y su niece had decided que Señora Darcy había sido so kind to come see-las en el very day ella got to Pemberley, ella había only gotten there in time for a late breakfast, que ellas should be just as polite back, even if ellas no pudieran ser del todo as nice. So ellas thought it sería very good to go visit-la en Pemberley la next morning. So ellas iban a ir. Elizabeth estaba happy por esto, but when ella asked herself por qué, ella no podía think of much to say. Señor Gardiner leftlos soon after ellos etieron breakfast. El day before, ellos habían hecho new plans para ir fishing y él had promised to meet some de los men en Pemberley para el noon. Chapter 45. Elizabeth now knew que a la Miss Bingley did not like her because la Miss Bingley was jealous, so Elizabeth could not help thinking how much la Miss Bingley would not want to see her en Pemberley, and wondered how polite sería la Miss Bingley con ella now. When ellos got to la house, someone led los through el front hall a una big room que faced north, which hacía it nice y cool para summer. Las windows reached el floor, y through ellas could be seen las hills high covered in trees behind la house y los beautiful oaks y chestnuts que were scattered por la grass in the middle. In esta room, la Miss Darcy los was waiting for them, sitting con la Mrs. Hurst y la Miss Bingley y la lady with whom she lived en Londres. Georgiana fue polite con ellos, but ella seemed very uncomfortable. Even though esto came from ser shy and afraid of hacer something wrong, it sería easy para people que felt less important to think ella era proud y unfriendly. But Señora Gardiner y su niece understood la better and felt sorry for ella. La Mrs. Hurst y la Miss Bingley only said hello con una slight bow, y after todos sat down, hubo un period de silence awkward que lasted unos minutos. La Ansley, una of the people with con manners fue la to end the silence by talking to a una señora que ya había visto en Ramsgate. Esto made la Miss Bingley to think que ella knew cómo to behave better que las other two. Ella y la Mrs. Gardiner spoke together, con Elizabeth helping at times. Señorita Darcy looked like ella wanted to be brave enough to join in, and sometimes ella did say una short sentence when ella thought no one would really hearla. Elizabeth soon saw que la Miss Bingley was watching-la very closely, y que she could not say una word, especially a la Miss Darcy, without la Miss Bingley paying attention. Knowing esto no have stopped la de trying to talk con Señorita Darcy, but ellas were sitting too far apart. Ella no estaba sorry de que ella no tuviera que say much, because sus own thoughts were keeping-la busy. She kept thinking que some of los men would enter la room at any moment. Both she wanted como was afraid that el man que owned la house pudiera ser uno de ellos, y she could not decide which feeling era stronger. After sitting de this por 15 minutes without hearing Señorita Bingley say anything, Elizabeth estaba surprised cuando Señorita Bingley asked-le en una cold voice cómo su family estaba. Ella replied just as coldly y con just as few words, y la other person said nothing more. The next thing that happened during su visit fue que los servants entered con cold meat, cake y every kind of las finest fruits que could be found en esa time of year. But esto did not happen until la Mrs. Ansley had given la Miss Darcy many looks and smiles full of meaning to remind her que ella ought to be the one to take care of sus guests. Now todos tenían something que hacer. Even though ellos podían no todos talk at once, ellos podían todos eat. Las beautiful piles de grapes, nectarines y peaches soon brought a ellos todos around la table. While they ate, Elizabeth tuvo una good opportunity to discover si she was more afraid that el Mr. Darcy should come or si she wanted que él should come. She could tell por cómo she felt when él entered the room. Although only un moment before she thought que she wanted to see him, now she began to wish que él had not come.
Él había estado pasando tiempo con señor Gardiner, que estaba pescando por el río con 2 o 3 otros hombres de la casa. Él había únicamente dejado a ellos cuando él aprendió que las ladies de la familia planeaban visitar a Georgiana, esa morana. Así como él apareció, Elizabeth decidió ella would act perfectly calm y comfortable. Esto era something ella realmente necesitaba hacer, pero it podría no ser easy to keep up, because ella could see que todos en la room estaban now watchinglos closely. Almost every eye estaba on él to see cómo él acted when él first came in. No one was watching con more curiosity que señorita Bingley, even though ella smiled whenever ella spoke a Elizabeth or señor Darcy. Ella estaba jealous, but not yet desperate, y ella estaba still trying to get señor Darcy's attention. When su brother came in, señorita Darcy tried much harder to talk. Elizabeth could see que señor Darcy wanted su sister y Elizabeth que se hicieran friends, y él hizo todo él podía to help las talk to each other. Señorita Bingley saw todo esto too. En su anger, ella was not careful about lo que ella said, y ella took la first chance para speak con fake politeness y una mean smile. "Tell me, señorita Eliza, and los soldiers de Derbyshire left Meryton? Su family must misslos terribly." Con señor Darcy there, ella did not dare say Wickham name out loud, but Elizabeth knew right away que él era el one señorita Bingley was thinking about. Todos sus memories connected con él hicieronla feel upset por un moment, but ella worked hard para fight back against este mean attack y soon answered la question in una voz que sounded fairly calm. While ella spoke, ella could not help glancing a señor Darcy. Su face had turned red y él was looking a ella very seriously. Su sister looked confused and embarrassed y no podía lift sus eyes.
Si señorita Bingley had known how much pain ella was causing a su dear friend, ella surely would not have said lo que ella hizo. But ella only wanted to upset Elizabeth al bringing up a un man ella thought Elizabeth liked. Ella hoped hacer Elizabeth show feelings que might hurtla en señor Darcy's opinion. Ella also wanted to remind señor Darcy of todas las foolish and embarrassing things que some de Elizabeth family habían hecho con esos soldiers. Señorita Bingley had never heard even una word about señorita Darcy's plan to run away. No one had been told about eso, except Elizabeth, y only because it had to be kept in secret. El señor Darcy especially wanted to hide it de todos los friends and family de Bingley, because he hoped que someday Bingley could marry Elizabeth. Él había certainly made such a plan, even though él no mean que esto to change sus efforts to keep Bingley away from señorita Bennet, ello probably hizo que él care even more por lo que era good para su friend. But Elizabeth's calm behavior soon hizo que Señor Darcy feel better. Señorita Bingley estaba angry y disappointed, y ella no dare say anything more about Wickham. Georgiana also got better in time, though ella estaba still too upset to speak anymore. Su brother tenía afraid to look a ella, y él almost forgot que ella tenía any reason to care por este matter. La very thing que was supuesto que haría que él stop thinking in Elizabeth seemed hacer que él think en ella even more happily. Su visit no last much longer after la question and answer yo just told de about. While Señor Darcy was walking a ellas a su carriage, Señorita Bingley was letting out sus angry feelings al saying mean things about cómo Elizabeth looked, cómo ella acted y cómo ella dressed. But Georgiana would not ir con ella.
Su brother had said things good about Elizabeth, y eso era enough para hacer que Georgiana like her. She trusted lo que thought su brother, y él had spoken of Elizabeth in such a pleasant way que Georgiana only could think que era charming and kind. Cuando Darcy came back a la room, Señorita Bingley could not help tellingle again some de las things ella had been saying a su sister. Qué sick and tired Eliza Bennet looks esta morning, Señor Darcy, ella said. Yo he never in my toda life seen anyone change so much como ella lo ha hecho since winter. Ella has gotten so dark and rough looking. Luisa y yo were saying que we would not have known who era si we had seen her again. Señor Darcy did not like hearing la thought de esta way, but él stayed calm and only said que él saw no change en Elizabeth except que su skin estaba un little darker por el sun, which era normal para someone que había estado traveling en el summer. As for me, ella said back, yo must say que yo never pude see anything pretty en ella. Su face is too thin, su skin no glow, and nothing about the way su face is made is nice to look at. Su nose no tiene a shape special. No hay nothing interesting en ella. Sus teeth son fine, but nothing special. And as for sus eyes, que some people have said son so beautiful, yo never pude see anything special en ellos. Ellos tienen una mean, angry look que yo no like at all. Y la way ella acts, ella thinks too much de herself, but tiene no style, which yo no puedo stand. Miss Bingley was sure de que Darcy liked Elizabeth, so esta no era la best way de hacer him like ella instead. But las people angry do not always think clearly. When she saw que él finally was getting annoyed, she felt como si she had won. But él would not say anything back. Since ella wanted hacer que él talk, ella kept going. Yo remember when nosotros first met a ella back home, how surprised nosotros todos estuvimos to find out que people thought ella era beautiful. Yo remember a ti saying una night, after ellos had eaten dinner in our house, ella is beautiful. Podría also say que su mother is intelligent. But later, ella seemed to grow on you, y yo think tú thought ella era pretty for a while. Sí, said Darcy, who no podía keep quiet any longer. But eso fue only when yo first met a ella. It has been many months since yo started thinking of ella como una de las most beautiful women yo know. Then él walked away, y señorita Bingley was left con el happy feeling de que ella había hecho que él say something que hurt no one but herself. Señora Gardiner and Elizabeth talked about todo lo que had happened during su visit as ellas iban home, except for la one thing que had interested a ellas both the most. Ellos talked about su sister, sus friends, su house, su fruit, y todo else about él except el man himself.
But Elizabeth really wanted to know qué señora Gardiner thought de él, y señora Gardiner habría estado very happy si su niece had brought up el subject. Chapter 46. Elizabeth había estado very disappointed when ella no find una letter de Jane when ellos first got to Lambton. Ella felt disappointed again each morning ellos stayed there. But in el third day, su sadness was over, because ella got 2 letters de su sister at el same time. Una de ellas tenía una mark showing que had been sent a el wrong place first. Elizabeth estaba no surprised por esto, because Jane had written la address very badly. Ellos had just been getting ready para ir for a walk when las letters came. Su uncle and aunt leftla alone para que ella could readlas quietly, y ellos se fueron by themselves. Ella tenía que readla una que was sent al wrong place first. Esta had been written 5 days ago. El beginning told about todas sus little parties and things ellos habían estado haciendo, con news del country. But la second half was written un day later, y la person writingla estaba clearly upset y worried. Esta part tenía much more important news. Esto es lo que it said. Since Joe wrote lo que tú read above, dearest Lizzie, something very unexpected and serious has happened, but yo no want to scare'te. Yo promise nosotros estamos todos fine. Lo que I have to tell you is about la poor Lydia. Un messenger came at midnight last night, just after todos nos habíamos ido to bed. He came del Coronel Forster to tell us que ella had run away a Escocia con uno de sus officers. To tell you the truth, era Wickham. Puedes can imagine qué surprised nosotros estábamos. But Kitty no seemed completely shocked por esto. Estoy very, very sorry. Esta es such una foolish choice para both of them, but I want to hope for the best, y que people have been wrong about qué kind of person es él. Yo puedo easily believe él no think things through y makes bad choices, but esta thing él hizo no means su heart is bad. At least él no está marrying ella por money, because él must know my father no puede give her anything. Our poor mother está very sad and upset. My father is handling lo better. Yo estoy so glad nosotros never toldles lo que people said against él. Nosotros must forgetlo ourselves. Ellos se fueron Saturday night around midnight nosotros think, but no one knew ellos se habían ido until yesterday morning a las 8. Someone was sent right away para bring las news. My dear Lizzie, ellos must have come within 10 miles de where nosotros live. El Coronel Forster thinks que estará here soon. Lydia left una nota short para su wife telling her lo que iban a hacer. Yo must stop writing now because yo no puedo stay away de my poor mother for long. Yo am afraid tú will not be able to read esto, but yo no even know que yo have written. Without giving herself time to think y without knowing really lo que she felt, Elizabeth finished reading esta letter and quickly grabbed the other one. She opened it as fast as she could and read lo que había inside. Esta letter had been written 1 day after she finished the first one. By now, my dearest sister, tú have gotten my quick letter. Yo hope esta one tenga more sense, but even though yo tengo more time now, my head está so mixed up que yo no puedo promise my words will make sense. Dear Lizzie, I do not know qué to write, but tengo bad news para ti, and no puedo wait to tell them to you. Sería foolish que el señor Wickham and our poor Lydia should marry, but now we hope que sí they have married, because tenemos good reasons to fear que no fueron a Escocia. Coronel Forster came yesterday. Él had left Brighton el day before, just unas few hours after el messenger was sent. La nota short de Lydia a la SRF made them think que iban a Gretna Green, but Denny said something que made him believe que W never planned ir there or to marry Lydia at all. When el coronel F heard esto, he became worried immediately and left B to follow where fueron. Él followed Los easily to Clapham, but no farther. Cuando ellos got a ese place, ellos got into un different carriage y sent away el uno que brought Los from Epsom. Todo lo que we know after this es que people saw them heading toward Londres. Yo no know qué to think. After questioning todos los que pudo en ese side de Londres, el coronel F came a Hertfordshire y asked again en todos los turnpikes y inns en Barnet y Hatfield, but found nothing. No one had seen past people like that. Él estaba very kind y worried when él came a Longbourn, y él told nos sus fears de una way que showed how good su heart era. I feel very sorry por él y la Mrs. F, but no one can say que hicieron something bad. Nosotros estamos en terrible trouble, my dear Lizzie. My father y mother think the worst things about él, but yo no puedo believe él is that bad. Podría haber many reasons por las que sería better para ellos to marry quietly en la city instead of hacer lo que they planned first. And even if él pudiera hacer un plan so terrible against una young woman como Lydia, which does not seem likely, ¿cómo could he think que ella has forgotten todo lo que she was taught? No puede ser true. But yo estoy sad to learn que Coronel F does not think ellos will get married. Él shook su head when yo said yo hoped ellos would, and él said él estaba afraid W era no un man anyone pudiera trust. My poor mother está really sick and stays en su room. Sería would be better si ella pudiera make herself get up and move around, but nosotros no podemos expect eso. And my father, yo he never seen lo so upset in my toda life. Poor Kitty está angry con herself for keeping su love in secret, but since it was something told a ella in private, no one puede estar surprised.
Yo estoy truly happy, dearest Lizzie, que tú did not have to see estas terrible things happen, but now que el first shock are over, puedo yo tell you que I really want que tú to come home. But no soy so selfish que I am going to pressure you to come si it would cause you trouble. Goodbye. I am taking my pen again para hacer lo que I just told you que no haría, but things stand so bad que I cannot help begging you all to come here as fast as puedan. Yo know my dear uncle and aunt so well que yo am not afraid to ask esto a ellos, even though yo tengo something more to ask a my uncle. My father va a Londres con el Coronel Forster immediately to try to find her. I do not know qué he plans hacer, but está so upset que he cannot think in the best y safest way de hacer something. Y el Coronel Forster tiene que estar back in Brighton tomorrow night. In such terrible trouble, my uncle's help y advice would mean todo in the world. Él will understand right away cómo yo must feel, and I know yo can count on su kindness. Oh, where está my uncle? Cried Elizabeth, jumping up de su chair as ella finished la letter. Ella wanted to follow Lo right away without wasting even un moment of such important time, but as ella reached la door, un servant opened la, and Monsieur Darcy came in. Su face white y la way en que she was hurrying Lo made her jump back con surprise. Before pudiera recover de su shock lo enough para speak, ella was thinking only en los troubles de Lydia, and quickly said, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I must find Mr. Gardiner right now por something que cannot wait. No tengo even un moment que waste.
Good God, ¿qué is wrong? Él crió out, caring more por ella que ser polite. Then, él remembered sus manners y said, Yo no keep you here even un minute, but let me, or let al servant, ir find señor y señora Gardiner. Está too ill, no puede ir alone. Elizabeth did not know qué hacer, pero sus knees were shaking, y ella know que trying after ellos no help at all. So ella called al servant back and toldle to bring a su master and mistress home right away, though ella was breathing so hard que él podía barely understand lo que ella was saying. Cuando él left del room, ella sat down because no podía stand any longer, and she looked so terribly ill que Darcy no podía leave her alone, so he said con una voz kind and caring, Let me call su maid. Is hay anything you podría take para hacer que se feel better right now? Una glass de wine? Should yo getle una? You está very sick. No, thank you, ella said, trying to make herself feel better. Nothing is wrong con me. Estoy fine. Estoy just very upset because you just got some terrible news de home. Ella started crying cuando ella talked de ello, and for unos few minutes ella no podía say another word. Darcy felt awful no knowing qué was happening, y todo lo que él podía hacer era say something quietly about cómo he was sorry por ella, and to watch her con silence kind. Finally, ella spoke again. Yo just got una letter de Jane con such terrible news. No puedo hide esto de anyone. My youngest sister has left a todos sus friends and family. She has run away. Ella has put herself under el control de Señor Wickham. Se han ido together de Brighton. You know lo well enough para guess qué will happen next. Ella no tiene money, no tiene friends, nothing que lo haría want to marry ella. Está lost forever.
Darcy podía no move or speak because él estaba so surprised. Cuando yo pienso que yo podría haber stopped esto from happening, ella said con una voz que shook even more. Yo knew que kind of person era él really. Si yo hubiera just told my family some de lo que yo learned about him, si todos had known cómo era él really, esto never would have happened. But now it's too late para anything. Estoy so sorry, Darcy said. So sorry and so shocked. But ¿estás tú sure esto really happened? Oh, sí. Ellos left Brighton together el Sunday night and people saw los almost todo el way to Londres, but no past eso. Ellos definitely did no fueron a Escocia. ¿Qué ha anyone done para try to get la back? My father fue a Londres and Jane wrote una letter asking my uncle to help nos right away, and yo hope nosotros podemos leave in half una hour. But nothing puede hacerse. Yo know very well que nothing puede hacerse. ¿Cómo puede anyone change la mind de un man como ese? ¿Cómo puede anyone even findlos? No tengo hope at all. Todo about esto es terrible. Darcy nodded su head without saying anything, because él agreed. Cuando yo finally saw cómo él era really like, oh, si only yo had known qué yo should hacer, que yo era brave enough para hacer, but yo did not know, yo estaba scared de hacer too much, que un terrible, terrible mistake. Darcy said nothing back. Él did not seem to hearla, and he walked back and forth por la room, thinking hard. Su face looked worried and dark. Elizabeth saw esto right away and knew lo que eso meant. Su chance con él was getting smaller and smaller. Todo tenía que fall apart when su family showed how weak ellos eran, when something this shameful happened. No podía be surprised por lo que él was thinking.
y no podía blame him por ello. But knowing que él was struggling against sus own feelings, no la hacía feel better, nor did it hurt her less. Instead, eso hizo que ella see exactly lo que ella wanted. Ella había never sido so honest about el fact de que ella podría haber loved a él como ella era right now, when it era too late para any love at all. But even though sus own feelings kept trying to take over sus thoughts, ellos podían no ser la only thing ella cared for. Lidia, la shame y pain ella estaba bringing a todos ellos, soon pushed away every worry about herself. Elizabeth covered su face con su handkerchief y forgot about todo else. After sitting quietly for several minutes, ella only remembered where ella estaba when su friend spoke a ella. Su voice era kind, but it was also careful and distant. I am afraid que you have wanted que me to leave for a long time already. No tengo good reason para stay here, except que really I care, although no hay nothing que pueda hacer para help. Yo wish a Dios que hubiera something yo pudiera say or hacer que pudiera hacerte feel better about todo este pain. But yo no haré te feel worse al saying things que no help, things que might sound como si yo estuviera just trying to get que tú to thank me. Me afraid esta terrible thing que has happened will stop mi sister tener la joy de seeing you in Pemberley today. Oh, sí, please tell señorita Darcy nosotros estamos sorry. Tell a ella que nosotros tenemos important business que calls us home right away. Keep la sad truth hidden as long as you pueda. Yo know it no estará hidden por long.
Él prometió a ella que él would keep su secret, said again how sorry él felt por sus troubles, hoped things would turn out better de lo que they looked right now, y asked a ella to give sus good wishes a su family. Then, con una last serious look, él se fue. As él was leaving la room, Elizabeth knew que it was unlikely que they would see each other again como friends in el way que habían sido when they met in Derbyshire. She thought of todas las times que they had met, full of arguments y changes, y felt sad de que sus feelings had changed too late. Now she wanted to continue knowing him, but before habría estado happy to never see him again. Si being grateful as someone y thinking well de ellos son good reasons para loving them, then el change of heart de Elizabeth makes sense y is not wrong. But si love que grows de ser thankful y thinking well de someone is silly or strange, compared con el kind of love people say happens la first time uno sees someone, even before uno have said 2 words el uno al each other, then no hay nothing good to say about Elizabeth, except que ella had tried esa second way before con Wickham, y since it went so badly, maybe ella tenía el right de try esta other, less exciting way de caring por someone. Whatever la truth fuera, ella estaba sorry to sílo irse, y thinking en este early case de la shame Lydia actions would bring, hizo la feel even worse about esa terrible situation. Ever since she had read la second letter than Jane, never had she expected que Wickham actually intended to marry Lydia. Ella thought only Jane podía fool herself into believing such a thing. Estar surprised era la smallest thing ella felt con ella heard estas news. While she was thinking en lo que said la first letter, había estado shocked y amazed de que Wickham would marry con una girl con la que no podía possibly marry for money, y no podía understand cómo Lydia podía haberlo hecho become interested en ella. But now todo tenía perfect sense.
Para este kind de relationship, Lydia podría ser pretty enough. Y though Elizabeth no think Lydia had planned to run away without meaning to get married, ella podía easily believe que Lydia no era good enough or smart enough to keep herself safe. When los soldiers estaban in Hertfordshire, Elizabeth había never noticed que Lydia liked Wickham more que los others, pero ella estaba sure de que Lydia just needed someone to pay attention to her, y ella would fall de anyone. Sometimes un soldier era su favorite, sometimes another, depending en qué much attention ellos gave a ella. Sus feelings estaban always changing, but ella estaba always interested in someone. El harm que comes de no watching a una girl como esta carefully enough y letting que ella haga lo que ella wants, oh, how much pain Elizabeth felt por esto now. She desperately wanted estar at home, to hear lo que was happening, to see for herself, to be there to help Jane con todo el work que now would fall solely en ella, in a family que was falling apart. Su father se había ido, su mother could not do anything, and needed someone to look after her all the time. Although Elizabeth was almost certain de que nothing could be done to help Lydia, she felt que it was very important for her uncle to intervene, y until he entered the room, waiting was terrible.
Señor y señora Gardiner had rushed back because ellos estaban worried. El servant had made it sound como si su niece estuviera suddenly very sick. But Elizabeth quickly told them ella estaba fine, then eagerly explained por qué ella had called a ellos, reading both letters out loud y focusing en el end de la last letter con una shaking voice. Though Lydia había never sido su favorite, Señor y señora Gardiner could not help but feel deeply upset. Esto did not just affect Lydia, it affected todos en la family. After los first cries de shock and horror, Señor Gardiner quickly promised to help de todas las ways él pudiera. Elizabeth knew esto would happen, but ella still thankedle con tears because ella estaba so grateful. Los three de ellos wanted la same thing, so ellos quickly hicieron plans para su trip. Se irían as soon as pudieran. But ¿qué haremos con Pemberley? Cried la señora Gardiner. John told nos Señor Darcy estaba here when you sent for a nosotros. ¿Es eso true? Sí, y I told her que we could not keep our plan to visit. Todo eso es settled. ¿Qué está todo taken care of? Asked la other woman as ella ran into su room to get ready. Y they know each other well enough para que ella might tell him lo que really happened? Oh, yo wish I knew cómo things really son. But wishing would not help. At best, it podría only keep su mind busy during el rush and mess de la next hour. Si Elizabeth tuviera time to sit and do nothing, ella habría estado sure de que ella estaba too sad para hacer any work at all. But ella tenía jobs que hacer just like su aunt. Ella tenía que write notes a todos sus friends en Lambton con made-up reasons de por qué ellos were leaving so suddenly.
But en una hora, todo was done. Señor Gardiner had paid su bill en la inn, so no había nothing left por hacer but irse. After todas las terrible things que happened this morning, Elizabeth found herself sitting in el carriage much sooner de lo que ella thought possible, riding por el road back a Longbourn. You have been thinking en esto again, Elizabeth, said su uncle as ellos drove away del town. When you really think hard en ello, you am starting to agree more con lo que tu oldest sister thinks about este todo thing. It seems very unlikely para mí que any young man haría such un plan against una girl que tiene people to protectla y friends to helpla y que was actually staying con su coronel family. So you really want to hope for the best. ¿Podría él really think que sus friends would not try to helpla? ¿Podría él think los soldiers would still acceptlo after él hizo something so terrible al coronel Forster? Lo que él could get de esto is not worth el danger en el que estaría. ¿Do you really think eso? Cried Elizabeth, looking happier por un moment. Yo promeste, said Suara Gardiner. Yo am starting to think la same thing que tu uncle. Sería too bad and shameful para él hacer such a thing. No puedo think que Wickham sea so bad. Really puedes give up on él completely, Lizzie, and believe que podría hacer something so terrible? Perhaps él would not forget lo que es good para himself, but you think él podría forget de todo else que matters. Si really is true, but you're not there to hope forlo, ¿por qué no would they keep going a Escocia si ese era su plan? First of all, said Señor Gardiner, nosotros do not know for sure que ellos did no fueron a Escocia. Oh, but when ellos got out of su nice carriage y en un dirty city coach, eso tells nos something. Y no one saw any sign de ellos en el road a Barnet. Well then, si están en Londres, podrían estar there to hide, pero no por any reason really bad. Neither de ellos tiene mucha money, y ellos podrían get married cheaper en Londres que en Escocia, even if it takes longer. But ¿por qué keep it todo secret? ¿Por qué be afraid de que someone finds out? ¿Por qué su wedding tiene que estar hidden? Oh, no, esto does not make sense. Su best friend, como told us Jane, was sure de que él never intended to marry ella. Wickham will never marry una woman que tiene no money. Él no tiene enough money para hacer eso. ¿Y qué tiene Lydia que la hace special besides ser young and healthy and cheerful que would make him give up a su opportunity of marrying con someone wealthy? I do not know si él would worry about getting into trouble con los other soldiers for running away con ella in a way que brings shame, but yo am afraid su other reason no work. Lydia no tiene brothers que would protect her, y él might think, by the way en que acts my father, how lazy que es y how little que he pays attention a lo que happens in our family, que my father no haría almost nothing about it, como any father al que does not care much. But you think que Lydia cares so much about él y so little about everything else que would agree to live con él without being married? It does seem terrible, and it is very shocking que we would even have to wonder si my own sister knows right del wrong en something como esto. But you really do not know qué to say. Maybe yo estoy siendo too hard con ella, pero ella is very young y no one ha ever taughtle to think in serious things, y for los last 6 months, really por un whole year, ella ha hecho nothing but have fun and think en cómo ella looks.
Ella ha sido allowed to spend su time haciendo nothing important and to believe whatever ideas ella heard. Since los soldiers arrived in Meryton, all she thinks about es in el love y el flirting y los officers. Ha estado haciendo todo lo que puede, thinking and talking about estas things all the time, para hacer sus feelings even more strong de lo que already son. Y todos knows que Wickham is handsome and charming in all the ways que hacen que women fall in love with él. But you see que Jane does not think que Wickham sea bad enough para hacer something como esto. When does Jane ever think badly de anyone? And who hay there, no matter what terrible things ellos hayan done before, que ella would believe podría hacer such una thing until someone proved it to her?
But Jane knows, just as como I do, lo que Wickham really is. Nosotros both know que él ha sido wild and bad in every way, que él never keeps su word y tiene no honor, y que él lies and tricks people even while él está siendo nice con ellos. ¿Y do you really know todo esto? Cried Señora Gardiner, who estaba very curious about cómo Elizabeth had learned estas things. Yo sí know it, replied Elizabeth, y su face turned red. I told you the other day about las things terrible que le hizo al Mr. Darcy, y tú yourself heard when estuviste last in Longbourn cómo he spoke about el man que había sido so patient and kind con él. Y hay other things yo no puedo tellte about, things que no worth talking de, but las lies él tells about toda la Pemberley family never stop. Por lo que él said about Señorita Darcy, yo thought que would meet a una proud, cold, mean girl, but él knew que eso no era true. Él must have known que ella era as sweet and simple como nosotros foundla ser. But does Lydia know nothing about esto?
She doesn't know lo que tú and Jane understand so well? Oh, sí, eso es lo worst part de todo. Until fui a Kent y saw both Mr. Darcy como a su cousin el coronel Fitzwilliam, I myself did not know the truth. Y cuando yo came back home, los soldiers iban to leave Meryton en una week or two. Since eso era true, neither Jane, who yo told todo to, nor yo thought nosotros needed to tell a todos lo que nosotros knew. ¿Qué good would it help a anyone si todos los neighbors stopped thinking well de él? Y even when nosotros decided que Lydia should ir con señora Forster, yo never thought yo should tell a ella la truth about qué kind of person él really era. Yo never thought ella podría ser hurt por sus lies. You puede easily believe que something como esto happening era la last thing yo expected. Cuando ellos todos moved a Brighton, ¿tú tenías no reason para think ellos liked each other? Not at all. I cannot remember any sign de que they cared for each other. Y si hubiera habido something like that, you know que our family would have noticed it immediately. When él first joined los soldiers, ella estaba ready to think él era wonderful, but so estábamos todos de nosotros. Every girl in Meryton y around him estaba crazy por él for los first 2 months. But él never paid special attention a ella, so after a while sus wild feelings por él went away y ella started liking other soldiers que eran nicer con ella. Ustedes pueden easily believe que even though talking about it over and over again no podía add anything new a sus fears, hopes y guesses about este important matter, nothing else podía keep sus minds off ello por long during todo el trip. Elizabeth no podía stop thinking en eso. El worst kind de pain, feeling bad por lo que había hecho, prevented her from feeling better or forgetting about it. Ellos traveled as fast como ellos pudieron, y after sleeping una night along the way, ellos got a Longbourn para la dinner time el next day. Elizabeth felt better knowing que Jane had not been waiting y worrying for a long time. Los little children Gardiner saw coming el carriage y stood en los steps of the front of the house, y when it stopped en la door, estaban so happy y surprised que sus faces lit up y began to jump y dance everywhere. Elizabeth jumped out del carriage y gave each de ellos un quick kiss, then hurried into el front hall where Jane came running por las stairs from la mother's room to meet ella. Elizabeth hugged Jane con love, y while tears filled both sus eyes, ella quickly asked si anyone had heard anything about las people que ran away. Still no, said Jane, but now que our dear uncle está here, yo hope todo will turn out all right. ¿Está our father en la city? Sí, él se fue el Tuesday, just como yo tolte en my letter. ¿Y has tú heard de él much?
Nosotros hemos only heard de él once. Él wrote me una short letter el Wednesday to say él got there safely y to tell me where yo podría write-le, which yo had asked-le hacer. Él just added que él would not write again until él tuviera something important to tellnos. ¿Y our mother, cómo está? ¿Cómo están todos? Our mother está okay, I think, but ella está very upset y shaken. Ella está upstairs y estará very happy to see a todos ustedes. Ella no ha come out de su bedroom yet. Mary y Kitty, thank God, están very well. But ¿qué hay de ti? Cried Elizabeth. They look so pale. You must have been through so much. Pero su sister told a ella que ella estaba perfectamente fine y su talk, que had been going on while el señor y señora Gardiner estaban busy con sus children, was stopped when todos else came over. Jane ran to su uncle y aunt and said hello and thank you a both de ellas, sometimes smiling and sometimes crying. When todos estaban en la living room, the others hicieron las same questions que Elizabeth already había hecho y quickly learned que Jane no tenía news to share. Pero el hopeful feeling de que good things would happen, que came de su kind heart, had not left a ella yet. Ella still thought que todo would turn out all right, y que every morning would bring una letter de either Lydia or su father telling them lo que was happening and maybe even saying que la wedding had taken place. La señora Bennet, whom todos went to see in su room after talking together for a few minutes, acted exactly como you would expect. She cried and said how much she regretted it, she called Wickham terrible names por lo que había hecho, and complained about how much she was suffering and how badly they were treating her. She blamed todos except the person whose bad decisions had caused mainly the mistakes de su daughter. Si yo hubiera podido, ella said, to get la way about ir a Brighton con toda my family, esto would not have happened. But poor dear Lydia no tenía no one to watch over ella. ¿Por qué los Forster let her go out of their sight? Yo estoy sure ellos did not take care de ella de la way ellos should have, because ella is no el kind of girl que hace such una thing si someone had been watching a ella properly. Yo always thought ellos eran no las right people para estar in charge of ella, but no one listened a me, como always. Poor dear child.
Y now el señor Bennet se ha ido, y I know que he will fight con Wickham when he finds him, y then they will kill him, y qué will happen to todas nosotras? Los Collins will throw us out of our house before él sea even buried. Y si tú eres no good con nosotros, brother, yo no know qué nosotros haremos. Todos said que such ideas terrible were wrong, y el señor Gardiner, after telling her que he loved ella y a toda su family, said que he planned estar en Londres the next day y would help el señor Bennet a hacer everything possible to find Lydia. Do not let yourself worry por things que podrían not happen, he added. Although es smart estar ready para the worst, no hay reason para think que definitely it will happen. No ha even been una week since ellos se fueron de Brighton. En unos few more days, nosotros podríamos hear some news about ellos, y until nosotros know que ellos no están married y no tienen no plans to get married, let us not give up hope. As soon as I arrive al town, I will go to see my brother y I will have him come home conmigo a Grace Church Street, y then we can talk together about lo que we must do. Oh, my dear brother, said Señora Bennet, eso es exactly lo que yo want most of all. Y when you get to town, please findlos wherever ellos estén, y si ellos no están married yet, haz que ellos get married. Y no let them wait por wedding clothes. Tell Lydia que puede tener as much money como she wants to buy it after they are married. Y most important de todo, keep el señor Bennet from fighting.
Tell him lo terrible I feel, que estoy so scared que puedo barely think, and I am shaking all over. My side hurts, my head hurts, and my heart beats so fast que I no puedo sleep por la night or rest during el day. Y tell my dear Lydia que no decide anything about su clothes until ella sees me, because ella no know which son las best shops. Oh, brother, tú eres so kind. Yo know tú will make todo work out. But Señor Gardiner told a ella again que él would try his best to help, though él said ella should not hope for too much or worry too much either. Y after talking con ella de esta way until dinner estuvo ready, ellos left a ella to tell todos sus feelings a la housekeeper, who estaba there porque sus daughters estaban fuera. Su brother y sister knew que ella no really need to hide away de la family, but ellos no tried to stopla because ellos knew ella no podía keep quiet in front of los servants while ellos served dinner, y ellos thought it era better si only una person in la house, la one ellos trusted most, knew about todas sus worries y fears. En el dining room, Mary y Kitty soon joined ellos. Habían estado too busy in sus own rooms to come down before. Una came de sus books y la other came de getting dressed. Both de sus faces looked fairly calm, y tú could not see much change in either de ellas, except que losing su favorite sister, or el anger ella had brought a herself because of este mess, había hecho Kitty sound more cranky que usual. Mary estaba calm enough para whisper a Elizabeth, con una very serious look en su face, soon after ella sat down a la table. Esto es una very bad thing que has happened, y people will probably talk de ello a lot, but nosotros must fight against todas las mean things people will say, y nosotros must comfort each other como good sisters should. Cuando ella saw que Elizabeth no want to answer, ella added, even though esto must ser terrible para Lydia, nosotros podemos learn something useful de ello. Que cuando una woman hace something wrong, ella puede never fixlo. Que una bad choice ruins la forever. Que su good name breaks as easily como glass. Y que ella must ser very careful con men que no son good. Elizabeth looked up con shock, but ella felt too sad and worried to say anything back. Mary kept trying hacerse feel better al finding lessons about right and wrong en la bad thing que had happened a ellos. Por la afternoon, las two older Bennet sisters pudieron estar alone together for half an hour. Elizabeth right away used esta chance para hacer questions que Jane estaba just as eager to answer. After ellas both said how terrible esta toda thing era, which Elizabeth thought era almost sure to happen, y señorita Bennet no podía say fuera completely impossible, Elizabeth kept talking by saying, "But tell me todo about ello que yo no he already heard. Tell me more details. ¿Qué did say el coronel Forster? Did ellos tenían any idea de que something como esto podría happen before ellos ran away together? Ellos must have seen them together todo el time." El coronel Forster did say que he had thought often que podría haber some feelings especially on the part of Lydia, but nothing que worried him. Yo feel so bad por él. Fue as kind and helpful como anyone podría ser. Él was coming to see-nos to tell-nos lo sorry él felt before él even knew ellos no habían ido a Escocia. When people first started thinking que podría ser true, él came a nosotros even faster. ¿Y estaba Denny sure de que Wickham would not marry con ella? Did él know ellos were planning to run away? Had spoken el coronel Forster con Denny himself? Sí, Pero cuando Coronel Forster le hizo questions, Denny said él did not know anything about su plan. Él would not say lo que él really thought about ello. Él did not say again que él thought ellos would not get married, y because of eso, yo hope maybe people did not understand lo right la first time. Y until el Coronel Forster came himself, none de ustedes tuvo any doubt de que really they were married, I believe? ¿Cómo podría such una idea even come in our heads? Yo felt un little worried y un little afraid de que my sister no sería happy married con él, because yo knew que él had not always done las right things. My father y mother knew nothing about eso. Ellos only felt que it sería una foolish match. Then Kitty told us, feeling very proud de que ella knew more que el rest of us, que en Lydia's last letter, ella had warned a ella que something como esto podría happen. Ella had known, it seems, que ellos estaban in love with each other por many weeks. But no before ellos fueran a Brighton? No, yo think que no. ¿Y did think el Coronel Forster que Wickham era un man bad? Does know él cómo es Wickham really? Yo must tell you que él did not say good things about Wickham como él used to. Él thought Wickham era foolish con money y spent too much. Y since esta terrible thing happened, people say él left Meryton owing lots de money, but yo hope eso sea no true. Oh, Jane, si we had not kept no secret, si we had told lo que we knew about él, esto would not have happened. Maybe it habría sido better, su sister said back. But to tell a todos las bad things una persona hizo before without knowing como ellos feel now seemed wrong. Hicimos lo que we thought que era right. ¿Podría el Coronel Forster tell us exactly lo que Lydia wrote in su note a su wife?
Él lo trajo con él para que we might see it. Jane then took it de su book small y gave it to Elizabeth. Esto es lo que it said. My dear Harriet, ustedes will laugh cuando you know where yo me he ido, y yo cannot help laughing myself cuando yo think en lo surprised ustedes estarán tomorrow morning when you see yo no estoy there. Voy a Gretna Green, y si you cannot guess who voy, I will think que it is silly because I only one man in the world que I love y él es perfect. Yo would never sería happy without él, so yo think no hay nothing wrong in running away. No tienes que tell them en Longboard que me he ido, si you do not want to, because los hará even more surprised when I write to them y sign my name Lydia Wickham. ¿Qué trick so fun será este? Yo puedo barely write because estoy laughing so much. Please tell Pratt I am sorry que no puedo keep my promise to dance con él tonight. Tell him que hope él no esté angry when él knows todo, y tell him que I will dance con él en el next dance y que estaré very happy de hacerlo it. Yo will ask que my clothes to be sent when yo get to Longbourn, but yo want que tú to tell Sally to fix el big tear in my fancy white dress before ellos pack it up. Goodbye. Give my love al Coronel Forster. Yo hope ustedes will drink something nice para wish us well in our trip. Your loving friend, Lydia Bennet. Oh, silly, silly Lydia, cried Elizabeth when ella finished readinglo. Qué kind de letter es esta to write en un time como este. But at least eso shows que ella really meant de ir en este trip. Regardless of en qué he might convince her to hacer later, ella was not planning hacer something really bad. My poor father, qué terrible él must have felt. Yo never saw anyone look so upset.
Él no pudo say a single word for 10 whole minutes. My mother got sick right away y todos en la house was running around not knowing qué hacer. Oh, Jane, cried Elizabeth. ¿Había anyone working in la house que no know la toda story para el end del day? Yo no know. Yo hope hubiera someone que no find out, but it's very hard ser careful when something so bad is happening. My mother was crying y very upset, y even though yo tried to helpla as much as yo pude, I am afraid yo no hice as much as yo should have. But thinking en las terrible things que podrían happen lo hizo hard para mí to think clearly. Taking care of ella ha sido too hard para ti. You do not look good. I wish hubiera estado there with you. Has tenido to worry about todo and take care of todo completely alone. Jane and Kitty han sido very kind, y I know que they would have helped con todo el work difficult, but I did not think que fuera right que neither de ellas lo hiciera. Kitty is small y not very strong, y Mary spends so much time studying que ella should not tener su sleep broken up. My aunt Phillips came to our house el Tuesday, after my father se fue, y ella fue good enough para stay conmigo until Thursday. Ella helped us a lot y hizo nos feel better, y Lady Lucas ha sido very kind too. Ella walked here el Wednesday morning para tellnos que ella was sorry por our trouble, y ella said ella or any de sus daughters would help nos si nosotros neededlo. Ella should have stayed home, said Elizabeth. Maybe ella meant ser nice, but when something this bad happens, it's better to see lo little de los neighbors como possible. Ellos no pueden really help, y tenerlos say ellos están sorry just hace lo worse. Let them feel happy de que son better que nosotros, but que lo hagan from a distance.
Then ella asked qué su father planta hacer while él estaba en la town to try to find su daughter. Yo think, said Jane, él meant ir a Epsom, que es el place where ellos last change horses, to talk con los men que drove los horses y see si él podía learn anything de ellos. Lo most important thing él wants hacer es find out el number del coach for hire que took them away de Clapham. El coach had brought someone de Londres, y since él thought people might notice a un man y woman moving de un coach a another, él planned hacer questions en Clapham. Si somehow he could find out a qué house had taken el driver a sus first passengers, he planned to ask questions there as well, y hoped to be able to find out where came from el car y what era su number. Yo no know qué other plans él tenía, but él estaba con such a hurry por irse y él estaba so upset que fue hard para mí to find out even esto much. Chapter 48. Todos expected que they would receive una letter del señor Bennet the following morning, but arrived el mail y no había nothing de él. Su family knew que él era always very bad para writing letters, but en un time como este, ellos had hoped él would try harder. Ellos tenían que think que él tenía no good news to tellles, but even bad news habrían sido better que hearing nothing at all. Señor Gardiner had been waiting only por las letters before él se fuera to help. Cuando se fue, they knew que at least they would hear lo que was happening, y su uncle promised when he said goodbye que haría que el señor Bennet return home to Longbourn as soon as pudiera, which hizo que su sister feel much better because she thought que era la only way to prevent que su husband from being killed en una fight.
La señora Gardiner y los children going to stay in Herefordshire unos days more because ella thought que she could help a sus nieces. Ella helped them to look after la señora Bennet and made them feel much better when tuvieron time to rest. Su other aunt also came to see-los often, and ella always said que wanted to cheer-los up, But ella never came without telling Liz some new story about cómo Wickham had spent too much money or done something wrong, so ella almost always left Los feeling worse que before. Toda la people en Meryton seemed to be trying to say terrible things about el man que just 3 months before had seemed almost como una perfect person. Ellos said que él owed money a every shop owner de la town y que él had tried to trick young women de every family para que hicieran cosas que should not hacer. Todos said que él era el most evil young man del world, y todos started to say que had never really trusted él, even when él seemed good. Elizabeth did not believe more de half de lo que people were saying, but ella believed enough para hacerla even more sure de que su sister estaba in terrible trouble, and even Jane, who believed even less de ello, started to lose hope, especially because si ellos hubieran really ido a Escocia para get married, ellos should have heard some news by now. El señor Gardiner se fue de Longbourn on Sunday, y on Tuesday su wife received a letter de él that said que when he arrived in Londres, he had found su brother immediately and had convinced him to come to Grace Church Street. El señor Bennet already había estado en Epsom y Clapham before el señor Gardiner arrived there, but had not learned anything useful, and now wanted to check todos los large hotels in town, because he thought que they might have stayed en uno de ellos when first they came to Londres, before they found a place to live. El señor Gardiner did not think esto would work, but since su brother really wanted to hacerlo, él iba a helplo. Él also said que el señor Bennet did not want to leave Londres right now, and he promised to write again very soon. Había also una extra note at the end que said esto: Yo have written al coronel Forster to ask him to find out si él puede, de some de los young man's close friends en el army, si Wickham tiene any family or friends que might know qué part de la city él is hiding in now. Si hubiera someone nosotros could ask que might know something como eso, it podría ser very important. Right now no tenemos anything que helps us to discover qué hacer. Coronel Forster will try his best to help us learn lo que nosotros need to know. But wait, maybe Lizzie podría tellnos more about su family que anyone else puede. Elizabeth knew por qué ellos thought ella would know about esto, but ella no podía giveles el kind de helpful answer ellos wanted. Ella había never heard de él teniendo any family except un father y mother, and both of them habían estado dead por many years. But maybe some de sus friends en el army podrían tellles more, and even though ella no think it would work very well, it era something para hope for. Every day en su house era now un day de worry. But la worst part de each day era when ellos waited for el mail a que come. Getting letters era la most important thing que ellos looked forward to every morning. Any good news or bad news come in letters, y every day ellos hoped to hear something important. But before ellos heard the señor Gardiner again, una letter came para su father de someone else, de señor Collins. Jane had been told to open todas las letters que came para él while él was away, so ella readla, and Elizabeth looked over su shoulder and readla too, because ella knew sus letters eran always strange. Esto es lo que it said. My dear señor, yo feel que yo should write a you because nosotros estamos related and because of my job para tell you how sorry estoy por la terrible thing que has happened a you, which nosotros heard about yesterday en una letter. Please know, my dear sir, que Señora Collins and yo truly feel bad for you and toda su good family during este awful time, que must hurt de la worst way because it comes de something que will never go away. Haré todo lo que pueda to help a hacer esta thing terrible easier para you, or to make you feel better about something que must be the thing most painful que un father could face. Habría sido better si su daughter had died. Y es even sadder because I reason to think, como my dear Charlotte tells me, que su daughter acted de esta way because you letla hacer lo que ella wanted too much. But at the same time, para hacer you and Señora Bennet feel un little better, I think ella must have been born bad, or ella no podría haber hecho such una terrible thing when ella is so young. Regardless, la people should feel much pity for you, and not only la señora Collins and yo think so, but Lady Catherine and su daughter as well, because I told them lo que happened.
They agree conmigo en que esta thing bad que una daughter hizo will hurt a todas las other daughters as well, because como says Lady Catherine, who would want to marry en una family como esta? Y thinking en esto, me feel even better about something que happened last Noviembre. Si things hubieran sido different, yo habría estado caught up en toda su sadness and shame. So let me tell you, my dear sir, para comfortse as much as you pueda, stop loving a su terrible daughter forever, and let que ella face lo que happens because of la awful thing ella hizo. Yo soy, dear sir, y so on. Señor Gardiner did not write another letter until Colonel Forster wrote back a él. When él did write, él tenía no good news para share. No one knew si Wickham tenía any family members con los que still talked to. Todos estaban sure él tenía no close family still alive. Él used to know many people, but since él joined el army, it seemed que él no era close friends de any de ellos. So no había no one que pudiera tell-les where él podría estar. Él tenía almost no money de su own, which gave-le una very strong reason para hide. Él estaba also afraid de que Lydia family would findlo. People say just found out de que él owed a lot of money for gambling. El coronel Forster thought que it would take more than £1,000 para pay por todo lo que Wickham owed in Brighton. Él owed a lot of money a people de la town, but el money que owed por gambling era even worse. El Mr. Gardiner did not try to hide estos facts de la family Longbourn. Jane heard them y was surprised. ¿Un gambler? Said ella. Yo never expected esto. Yo tenía no idea. Señor Gardiner wrote in su letter que ellos should expect to see su father come home el next day, which era sábado. Él felt tired and sad because nothing ellos tried had worked. So él agreed when su brother-in-law beggedle to come home con su family and letlo keep looking a ellos. Cuando la Mrs. Bennet heard about esto, no estaba as happy como sus children thought que estaría. Esto era strange because ella había estado so worried about su safety before. ¿Qué? Él is coming home without la poor Lydia? Said ella. Yo estoy sure él no leave Londres before él finds a ellos. Who will fight con Wickham and will make him marry con ella si él se va? La Mrs. Gardiner wanted to go home, so they decided que ella y sus children irían a Londres at the same time that el Mr. Bennet should return from there.
El coach took a ellos la first part de su trip and brought al man que ownedlo back a Longbourn. Mrs. Gardiner se fue still wondering about Elizabeth y su friend de Derbyshire, just as había estado wondering since she came de ese place. Elizabeth had never said su name in front of ellos before, and Señora Gardiner había estado hoping que maybe él would write una letter, but nothing como eso happened. Elizabeth had not gotten any letters since she came home que podrían haber come de Pemberley. La family estaba so unhappy right now que no one needed any other reason para explain por qué Elizabeth seemed sad, so no one podía really guess qué was wrong por eso. But Elizabeth knew sus own feelings well enough by now para know que si ella had never met Darcy, ella could have handled estar scared por Lydia's shame a little better. Ella thought eso would have saved her from staying awake at least una night out of every 2. When Señor Bennet came home, él looked just como calm and thoughtful como él always lo hacía.
Él said as little como él always said, did not talk about el business que had taken lo fuera, and it was un long time before sus daughters fueran brave enough para talk de ello. It was not until the afternoon, when él came to have tea con ellas, que Elizabeth dared to bring up the subject. Y when ella said que she was sorry por lo que él must have gone through, él said, "Do not speak de eso. Who should hurt but yo? Yo hice esto a myself, y yo should feel bad por ello." "Tú must not ser too hard con yourself," Elizabeth said back. "Tú tienes right to warn me de no hacer such una thing. La people is so quick para hacer eso." "No, Lizzie, let me feel por once in my life how much esto fue my fault. Yo no estoy scared de que el feeling será too much para mí. Se irá soon." "You think que están en Londres?" "Sí, where else podrían ellos hide so well?" "Y Lydia always wanted ir a Londres," added Kitty. "Ella está happy, then," said su father in un flat voice. "Y ella will probably stay there por un long time." Then, after estar quiet por un moment, él said, "Lizzie, yo no estoy angry con you por telling me lo que yo should hacer last Mayo. Tú tenías right, y eso shows tú eres wise." La Miss Bennet entered and stopped su conversación. She had come to get el tea de su mother. "Esto es todo un show," he said out loud. "Hace que los Trouble look elegant. Another day yo haré lo same thing. Yo will sit in my library wearing my nightcap and robe and cause as much trouble como yo pueda. Or maybe yo will wait until Kitty runs away too." "Yo no voy a run away, Papa," said Kitty, sounding upset. "Si ever voy a Brighton, I would behave better de lo que hizo Lydia." "¿Tú ir a Brighton? I would not trust thee para ir as far as Eastbourne, not even for £50. "No, Kitty, I have learned a ser careful now. You will see lo que eso means. No soldier will ever come a my house again, or even walk por our village. No habrá no dances at all, unless tú dance con una de tus sisters. You will never leave esta house until tú can prove que tú spend 10 minutes de every day haciendo something smart." Kitty thought él really meant todas estas things, so ella started to cry. "Well, well," él said, "no make the sad. Si tú eres una good girl por los next 10 years, yo will take te to see los soldiers march at the end of ese time." Chapter 49. 2 days after Señor Bennet came home, Jane y Elizabeth were walking together en el garden behind la house. Ella saw a la woman que took care of su house coming toward ellas.
Ellas thought ella was coming to callas con su mother, so ellas walked toward ella. But when ellas estuvieron close, ella said a Señorita Bennet, I am sorry to bother you, but yo was hoping you might have heard some good news de la town, so yo came to ask. ¿Qué do you mean, Hill? No we have heard anything de la town. Dear madam, cried Señora Hill, very surprised, ¿no you know hay un special messenger here para el master from Señor Gardiner? Ha estado here por 30 minutes y el master recibió una letter. Las girls ran away, too excited to get inside para tener time to talk. Ellas ran por el front hall into el breakfast room, then a la library, but su father estaba no in either place, y ellas were about to look for him upstairs con su mother, when se met el butler, who said, Si you are looking for my master, ma'am, él is walking toward a little group de trees. When ellos heard esto, ellos ran por el hall again y across el grass after su father, who was slowly walking toward un small woods en un side del field.
Jane, who estaba no as fast or used to running como Elizabeth, soon fell behind, while su sister, breathing hard, caught up with Elle and called out excitedly, Oh, papa, ¿qué news? ¿Qué news? Has tú heard de my uncle? Sí, I received una letter de él by special messenger. Well, ¿y qué news trae? ¿Buenas or bad? ¿Qué good news podrían haber? Él said, taking la letter de su pocket. But maybe tú would like to readla. Elizabeth quickly grabbed it de su hand. Jane came up to ellos now. Readla out loud, said su father, because yo hardly know myself lo que it says. Grace Church Street, Monday, 2 of August. My dear brother, at last yo puedo send you some news about my niece, y yo hope eso harate happy. Soon after tú left me el Saturday, yo was lucky enough to find out in qué part de Londres ellos estaban in. Yo will tell-te los detalles cuando nos see each other. Is enough to know que yo found los. Yo have seen los both. Then is exactly lo que always I hoped for, cried Jane. ¿Están married? Elizabeth kept reading. Yo have seen los both. Ellos están no married, y yo no puedo find que ellos ever planned to be. But si you está willing a hacer lo que yo have promised you haría, yo hope ellos estarán married soon. Todo lo que you need to do is to ensure that tu daughter receives su fair share de las 5,000 pounds that will be divided among tus children after tú y my sister die. Also, you need to promise to give her 100 pounds every year while you are alive. Yo agreed a estas things without waiting, as much as yo felt yo podía speak por you, because cuando yo think en todo, ellas seem fair. Yo am sending esta letter lo fast as possible para que no time sea wasted waiting por su answer. You will understand por lo que I have told you que el señor Wickham no está en a situation so bad como people think. El world ha estado wrong about eso. Yo estoy happy to say que even after él pays todo el money él owes, habrá un little left over to viva my niece, along with lo que ella already tiene. Si haces lo que I think que you will do, y you give me el poder to act por ti en todo esto, I will tell a Haggerston immediately to prepare los papers correct. No habrá need for you to come a la town again. Stay quiet and Longbourn, and trust en que I will work hard and I will take care of todo.
Send back to answer as soon as you can, and be careful to write clearly. We have decided que it is better que my niece should get married from esta house, and I hope que you think que es una good idea. Ella is coming to nosotros today. You will write again as soon as nosotros decide anything else. Yours, etc., Edward Gardiner. ¿Puede esto ser real? Cried Elizabeth when ella finished reading. ¿Es really possible que él is marrying ella? Wickham no es as bad como we thought que era, said su sister. My dear father, yo estoy so happy por ti. ¿Y has tú written back a la letter? Said Elizabeth. No, pero yo must hacerlo it soon. Ella begged very hard que no wait any longer before él wrote. Oh, my dear father, ella cried. Come back and write right now. Think and qué important every minute is when something como esto is happening. Let me write it por ti, said Jane, si you do not want hacerlo yourself. You really do not want hacerlo, él said, pero yo tengo que. And saying esto, él turned around and walked back a la house con ellos. ¿Y puedo yo ask? Said Elizabeth, pero yo think nosotros tenemos que hacer lo que él wants. ¿Hacer lo que él wants? Yo estoy only upset de que él is asking for so little. Y ellos tienen que get married, but él is ese type de man. Sí, ellos tienen que get married. No hay nothing more que podamos hacer. But I two things you really want to know. Una is how much money tu uncle spend para hacer esto happen. La other is cómo yo will ever pay him back. Money, my uncle, cried Jane. ¿Qué do you mean, sir? I mean que no man que is thinking clearly would marry Lydia por such una small amount de money como 100 pounds al year while yo esté alive, and 50 pounds after yo die. Eso is very true, said Elizabeth, though yo had not thought in eso before. Sus debts will be paid off, and there will still be money left over. Oh, it must be my uncle who hizo esto. Él is un kind, good man, but yo am afraid él has hurt himself al spending so much money. A little bit de money podría no hacer todo esto. No, said su father. Wickham sería stupid si él marries ella por anything less que 10,000 pounds. Yo would hate to think él is that bad, right when él está about to become parte de our family. 10,000 pounds, I hope que no. ¿Cómo podríamos nosotros ever pay back even half that much money? Señor Bennet did not answer, and both de ellos kept thinking quietly until ellos got home. Su father then fue a la library para write, and las girls walked into el breakfast room. Y ellos are really going to get married, cried Elizabeth, as soon as ellos estuvieron alone. Qué strange es esto, y nosotros are supposed to be happy por esto. Even though ellos tienen very little chance de ser happy together, and even though él es una terrible person, nosotros tenemos que estar glad por ello. Oh, Lydia!
Yo make myself feel better al thinking, said Jane, que él would never marry Lydia si él no really care about ella. Even though our kind uncle ha hecho something to help pay sus debts, yo cannot believe que 10,000 pounds or anything close to eso has been given. Él tiene children of his own y podría tener more children later. ¿Cómo podría él give away 5,000 pounds? Si nosotros podemos ever find out how much money Wickham owed people, said Elizabeth, y how much money él gets now que él married our sister, then nosotros will know exactly qué señor Gardiner paid por ellos, because Wickham no tiene any money de su own.
Nosotros podemos never pay back my uncle y aunt por ser so kind. They took her to su house y kept her safe y showed todos que they cared for ella. Y eso cost them so much que never could we thank them enough, even if we tried for years y years. Right now, ella está really there con ellos. Si tener a people so good helping her no make her feel terrible por lo que hizo, then she will never será good enough para ser happy. ¿Cómo will it será cuando ella first sees my aunt? Nosotros must try to forget todas las bad things que happened, said Jane. Yo hope y believe ellos will still be happy. El fact de que él agreed to marry ella proves, I think, que él is starting to think de la right way about things. Because ellos love each other, ellos will stay together. Y I think ellos will live so quietly y so well que people will forget about las foolish things ellos hicieron. Lo que hicieron, said Elizabeth, is something que tú y yo y everyone else never will forget. No hay no point in talking de ello. Las girls suddenly realized de que su mother probably did not know anything about lo que had happened.
So fueron a la library y they asked su father si he wanted que they should tell him. Él was writing y without looking up, he said calmly, "Do lo que you want." "We can take la letter de my tío and read it to her?" "Take lo que you want and leave." Elizabeth took la letter de su desk and they went up together. Mary y Kitty estaban both con la Mrs. Bennet, so telling it once sería enough para todas. After getting ready para hear good news, someone read la letter out loud. Señora Bennet podía barely stay calm. As soon as Jane read que Señor Gardiner hoped Lydia would get married soon, ella became very happy, y each sentence hizo que ella even more excited. Ella estaba now as upset de joy como ella había ever estado worried and angry before. Just knowing que su daughter would get married fue enough para ella. She was not worried por si Lydia sería happy, y she did not feel bad por las things bad que Lydia había hecho. "My dear, dear Lydia," ella cried out. "Esto es wonderful. Ella will get married. Yo will see la again. Ella will get married when ella tenga only 16. My good, kind brother, I knew que esto pasaría. Sabía que él would fix todo. Yo want to see la so much, y yo want to see dear Wickham too. But la clothes, la wedding clothes. Yo will write a mi sister Gardiner about ellos right away. Lizzie, my dear, run down con tu father and ask him how much money él will give a ella. Wait, yo iré myself. Ring la bell, Kitty, para call Hill. Yo will get dressed right now. My dear, dear Lydia, qué happy nosotros estaremos together when we see each other." Su oldest daughter tried to calm a su mother down, haciendo que ella think en how much ellos todos owed Señor Gardiner por lo que él había hecho.
Ella said, "Nosotros tenemos que remember que este good ending happened mostly because él fue so kind con nosotros. Nosotros think él promised to help Señor Wickham con money." "Well," su mother cried, "eso es exactly right. Who else should hacerlo but su own uncle? Si él no tuviera su own family to take care of, yo y my children would get todo su money when él dies. Y esta es la first time él has ever given us anything except a few gifts. Well, yo estoy so happy. Soon yo tendré una daughter que esté married, Mrs. Wickham. Qué a wonderful name ese es. Y ella tenía only 16 last June. My dear Jane, yo estoy so excited que yo no puedo write, so yo will tell te qué to say y tú puedes write it down para mí. Nosotros will talk con tu father about el money later, but nosotros should order las things ella needs right away. Then, ella started talking about todos los different kinds de cloth ellas would need. Ella would have told Jane que order lots y lots de things, but Jane worked hard para hacer que ella wait until su father tuviera time to talk about it. Jane said que waiting un day would not matter much, y su mother estaba too happy to argue as como ella usually lo hacía. Ella also thought in other things ella wanted hacer. Ella said, "Yo iré a Meryton as soon as yo get dressed y tell my sister Phillips esta wonderful, wonderful news. Y en my way back, I can visit Lady Lucas y a la Mrs. Long. Kitty, run downstairs y tell them que get el carriage ready. Going out por some fresh air me haría me feel much better. Yo no que lo haría. Girls, do ustedes need que yo to get anything para ustedes when yo vaya el town? Oh, here comes Hill. My dear Hill, did you hear las wonderful news? Miss Lydia va a get married, y ustedes will todos get un bowl de punch to celebrate en su wedding. Mrs. Hill right away started telling todos how happy ella estaba. Elizabeth heard todas las happy words people said a ella, but ella estaba tired de toda esta silly talk, so ella fue a su own room where ella podía think by herself. Poor Lydia estaba still en una bad situation, but at least it era no as terrible como it podría haber sido, and Elizabeth knew ella should estar grateful por eso. Ella did feel grateful, and even though ella podía no expect su sister estar truly happy or tener much money in el future, when ella thought back to lo que ellos habían todos been afraid of just 2 hours ago, ella podía see how much better things estaban now. Señor Bennet había often wished, before este time in su life, que instead of spending todo su money every year, él hubiera saved some de ello para take better care a sus children y su wife si ella lived longer que él did. Now él wished esto more que ever. Si hubiera hecho lo que he ought to have done, Lydia would not have needed que su uncle should pay por whatever respect or good name que now could be bought para ella. El good feeling de getting uno of the most worthless young men en toda de Gran Bretaña to marry ella podría then have belonged a la right person. Él estaba very worried de que something que helped no one very much was being paid for only por su brother-in-law, and he decided to find out how much su brother-in-law had helped and to pay him back as soon as él pudiera. When Señor Bennet first got married, saving money seemed como un waste of time because, of course, ellos iban a tener un son. Este son would help break la rule que said la house tenía que ir a someone else cuando él fuera old enough, y then su madre y younger children tendrían money to live on. 5 daughters were born one after another, but ellos still expected al son to come, y Señora Bennet había estado sure por many years after Lydia was born de que él lo haría. Finally, ellos gave up hope de que esto would happen, but para then, it era too late para start saving money. Señora Bennet era no good in saving money, y only de su husband's wish to stay free de debt had kept los de spending more de lo que ellos tenían. When Señora Bennet got married, £5,000 was set aside para ella y los children, but how much each child would get depended de lo que los parents decided. Esta era one thing que needed to be decided regarding Lydia, y el Mr. Bennet had no problem saying yes a lo que was being asked of him. He wrote una letter thanking su brother por ser so kind, y although he kept it short, he said que estaba happy con todo lo que se había hecho y was willing a hacer lo que had been promised por él. Él había never thought que si Wickham could be talked into marrying su daughter, it would costle so little money como it lo haría con este plan. él would only lose about 10 pounds al year de las 100 que would be paid a ellos, because when uno added up su food, spending money, y todos los gifts de money que came a ella through su mother, Lydia had been costing him almost so much anyway. Que él tendría que hacer so little work para hacer esto happen fue another nice surprise, because right now, él just wanted a little trouble as possible. When su first burst de anger que lo había hecho go looking por ella was over, él went back to ser lazy como él always era.
Él sent su letter quickly because even though él era slow to start doing things, once él began, él worked fast. Él asked to know more about lo que él owed su brother, but él estaba too angry con Lydia to send her any message. La good news spread quickly por la house and just as fast por el neighborhood. Los neighbors took las news calmly and with good sense. Of course, habría sido more interesting to talk de ello si Miss Lydia Bennet had become una woman of the street, or si they had locked her up in some farm far away. But había still plenty to talk about con su getting married, y todas las mean old ladies in Meryton who had pretended to wishle well before kept almost el same nasty spirit, because ellas estaban sure ella sería miserable con such un husband. Señora Bennet had not come downstairs for 2 weeks, but en este happy day, ella sat a la head de su table again, feeling so excited que era almost too much. Ella felt no shame at all to spoil su happiness. Marrying off una daughter que había sido her favorite since Jane turned 16 was about to happen, y todo en lo que she could think or talk about eran the elegant things that came with una wedding, beautiful fabric, new carriages y servants. Ella estaba busy looking for el neighborhood for el right place para que su daughter to live, and without knowing or thinking in how much money ellos tendrían, ella said que no a many houses because eran were too small or not important enough. Hay Park might work, she said, si los Goulding were to move, or la big house in Stoke si la living room were larger, but Ashworth está too far away. Yo could not stand tener a ella 10 miles away de mí, y las rooms in the top de Purvis Lodge son awful.
Su husband let que ella keep talking without stopping la while los servants estaban still there. But when los servants se habían ido, él se va ella. Señora Bennet, before you pick any de estas houses para our son y daughter, nosotros need to understand each other. Ellos will never be allowed en una house en esta area. Yo will not help either de ellos make bad choices al lettingles come a Longbourn. Ellos argued por un long time after él said esto, but Señor Bennet would not change su mind. Soon, ellos were fighting for something else. Señora Bennet estaba shocked and upset to learn que su husband would not give even una coin to buy clothes para su daughter. Él said que él would not showle any love at all por esta wedding. Señora Bennet podía hardly believe-lo. She could not believe que él pudiera estar so angry que he would not let que su daughter tuviera something que she needed. Without that, su marriage would not seem real. Ella estaba more worried por qué bad it would look para su daughter to get married without new clothes, que ella estaba ashamed de que su daughter had run away and lived with Wickham for 2 weeks before ellos got married. Elizabeth estaba very sorry de que ella had told Señor Darcy about sus worries por su sister when ella estaba upset. Since su sister would be married soon, el running away would end de la right way. Ellos podrían hope to hide qué badly it started de todos que no estuvieron there to see it. Ella no tenía afraid de que él would tell other people about it. Había few people ella trusted more para keep un secret, but no había no one else que hiciera feel worse al knowing about los sisters' mistakes. No estaba worried por cómo él could hurt her personally. It seemed que había un space enormous between them que never could be crossed.
Even if Livia had married in the best possible way, no one would think que el Mr. Darcy would join su familia a la de ellos. Now, él tendría even more reasons to say que no, because he would be connected al man que he hated so much. No podía be surprised de que él would want to stay away de such a connection. Su wish to win su love, which she had been sure de que él felt when estaban in Derbyshire, could not be expected to survive something so terrible como esto. Ella felt small and sad. Ella estaba sorry, though ella estaba no sure de qué estaba sorry for. Ella wanted que él to think well de ella, even though ella podía no longer hope que eso would help a ella. Ella wanted to hear news about él, even when there seemed haber almost no chance de learning anything. Ella was certain de que podría haber sido happy con él, now that probably never they would see each other again. Qué a win para él, ella often thought, si él pudiera know que ella would now say que sí a la same question ella had said que no a just 4 months ago. Él era as kind como any man pudiera ser, ella estaba certain de eso. But since él era only human, él would feel como si él had won. Ella began to understand que él era exactly el man right para ella, in every way. The way en que él thought and acted era different from her own, but habría sido just lo que ella wanted. Su marriage habría sido good para both of them. Sus fun and lively ways podrían haber hecho lo softer and kinder, and su smart thinking and knowledge del world would have helped a ella learn important things. But now, no such happy marriage podría show a todos else como un truly good marriage looks like. Un very different kind of marriage, uno que hacía el other impossible, was about to happen in su family.
Ella could not imagine en cómo Wickham y Lydia tendrían enough money to live on, but she could guess easily que un couple que married only because sus feelings eran stronger que doing the right thing never podría ser truly happy for long. El señor Gardiner soon wrote another letter a su brother. Él gave una response short a los thanks del señor Bennet, saying que he was anxious to help anyone de su family, y ended by asking que never they should speak de esto again. La reason main de su letter era to tell them que el señor Wickham had decided to leave la militia. Yo really wanted que él hiciera esto, él added, as soon as su marriage was decided, y I believe que you will agree conmigo en que es very smart para él to leave ese group of soldiers both por su own sake como por el sake de my niece. El señor Wickham plans to join el regular army y some de sus old friends están still able y willing to helplo get un job there. He has been promised un job como an officer en el group of soldiers del general tal que now are staying en el north. It's good que esto esté so far de esta parte del country. Él says que lo hará better y yo hope que among different people where ellos will both need to keep un good name, ellos will both serán more careful about lo que ellos hacen. I have written to Coronel Forster to tell him lo que estamos haciendo now y to ask him that he promise las people a las que el señor Wickham owes money en Brighton que they will be paid soon, which I have said que I will see that it happens. Y could you please hacer the same por las people a las que él owes money en Meryton, whose names I will write here based on lo que él told me. Él has told us about todo el money he owes. Yo hope él has not lied to us. Haggerstone knows qué hacer y todo will be finished in una week.
Then ellos will go back as su army group, unless ellos are asked to come along board first. Señora Gardiner, tells me que my niece really wants to see a ustedes todos before ella leaves esta part del country. Ella está well, y ella wants que yo to give a ti y a su mother su love. E. Gardiner. El señor Bennet y sus daughters could see as well as el señor Gardiner que sería good para Wickham to leave este place, but señora Bennet estaba no happy por ello. Lydia would be living far away in el north, just when señora Bennet had been looking forward to tenerla close by y showing-la off because ella had not given up su plan para que ellos to live nearby. Esto hizo-la very sad. Also, it seemed too bad que Lydia tendría que leave un army group where ella knew todos y tenía so many friends. Ella loves so much la señora Forster, said la señora Bennet. Será terrible to send her away. And I several young men there que ella likes very much as well. Los men del army en el grupo del general podrían no ser so pleasant. When su daughter asked to be allowed back a la family before ella se fuera para el norte, al first él said que no, but Jane and Elizabeth both wanted su sister to feel que sus parents cared about su marriage, so ellas asked a él over and over, de una kind y smart way, to let a ella y su husband come a Longbourn as soon as ellos were married. Finally, él changed su mind y decidió hacer lo que ellas wanted. Su mother estaba happy to know que podría show off su daughter married a los neighbors before Lydia tuviera que move far away al norte. So when el señor Bennet wrote to su brother again, he said que podían come. It was decided que as soon as finished la wedding, they would come a Longbourn.
Elizabeth was surprised de que Wickham agreed con este plan. Si ella pudiera choose, never she would want to see him again. Chapter 51. El day de la wedding de su sister arrived. Jane y Elizabeth probably worried more por eso que Lydia. El carriage was sent to pick them up en un place certain, and they were supposed to return en él by dinner time. Las older Bennet sisters were scared de su coming home, and Jane felt especially bad because ella knew how awful Lydia must feel, since Jane would feel terrible si ella hubiera hecho something so wrong. Ellos came. Toda la family was waiting en el breakfast room a ellos. Señora Bennet tenía una big smile en su face when el carriage came up to la door, but su husband looked very serious y sus daughters felt scared and worried. Pudieron hear la voz de Lydia en el hall main, then la door burst open and she ran into la room. Su mother stepped forward, hugged-la, and welcomed-la con great joy, then shook hands with Wickham de una friendly way, and told-les both how happy ella estaba por ellos. But when ellos turned to Señor Bennet, él estaba no nearly as friendly. Su face looked even more stern que before, and he barely said una word. La way la young couple acted so sure of themselves era enough to make-lo angry. Elizabeth felt sick por ello, and even Jane estaba shocked. Lydia remained la same old Lydia, wild, noisy, and ashamed of nothing. Ella fue de una sister a another, asking them to say ellas estaban happy por ella, and when todas all finally sat down, ella looked around la room and noticed some small changes. then laughed and said it had been a long time since ella estuvo there.
Wickham neither seemed worried at all, but always era so pleasant y charming que si hubiera sido una good person y si su marriage hubiera estado fine, todos would have loved sus smiles y su easy way of talking. Elizabeth había never thought él podría ser so bold, but ella sat down y decided que from now on, ella would no se surprised por anything una rude person podría hacer. Elizabeth turned red y Jane turned red too, but las two people que hicieron las feel embarrassed did no change color at all. Había plenty de talking. La new bride y su mother both talked so fast que podían barely keep up with each other, y Wickham, who was sitting near Elizabeth, started asking about people él knew en el area in a friendly way que Elizabeth podía no match when ella answered. Ellos todos seemed to remember only las happiest things in el world. Nothing del past hizo les feel bad, y Lydia brought up things que sus sisters would never want to talk about. Just think, it has been 3 months since yo me fui, but it feels como only 2 weeks. So many things have happened in ese time. Oh my goodness, when me fui, I had no idea de que I would get married before returning home, pero I thought que sería muy fun si lo hacía. Su father looked toward el ceiling, Jane felt annoyed, y Elizabeth gave Lydia una look stern. Pero Lydia never paid attention a las things que no she did not want to see, so she kept talking cheerfully. Oh, Mama, do la people around here know que yo got married today? I was worried de que no, they would not know it. Y we passed William Goulding en su little carriage, so I decided que él should find out. I rolled down el glass of the window next to él y I took off el glove y put mi hand en la window para que he could see me ring. Then I waved and smiled as big as I could. Elizabeth no podía stand lo más. Ella stood up y ran out of la room. Ella did not come back until ella heard los walking por el hall al dining room. Ella came back just in time to see Lydia walk up to su mother's right side, acting muy proud, and hearla decir a su oldest sister, "Oh, Jane, now puedo estar in your place y tú tienes que move down because soy una married woman." No one expected que time haría Lydia feel shy or embarrassed, since ella había never felt de esa way from el very beginning. Ella felt even más comfortable and happy as time went on. She could not wait to see la señora Phillips, a la family Lucas y a todos sus other neighbors, and hear each uno de ellos call her Señora Wickham. While she waited, fue after dinner to show su ring a la señora Hill y a las 2 maids de la house y tell them todo about getting married. Well, mamá, ella dijo when ellos estaban todos back en el breakfast room, ¿qué do you think de mi husband? ¿No es un man wonderful? I am sure de que todas mis sisters must wish ser yo. I only hope que puedan tener half the luck que yo. Todas should go a Brighton. Ese es el best place to find husbands. Qué shame, mamá, que nosotros no todos fuimos. Eso es true, y si I could choose, habríamos ido. Pero mi dear Lydia, yo no like que tú going so far away. ¿Tiene que ser this way? Oh my, sí, no hay nothing wrong con eso. I will love him más que anything. Tú y papá y mis sisters must come to visit us.
Estaremos en Newcastle all winter, y I am sure de que habrá balls, y I will make sure to find good dance partners para todas ellas. I would like eso más que anything, dijo su mother. And then when two leave, tú puedes let una o 2 de mis sisters stay conmigo, y yo estoy sure you will find husbands para ellas before winter is over.
Thank you for thinking in me, dijo Elizabeth, pero I do not like the way and get too planned to get husbands. Sus visitors would stay con ellos por only 10 days. El Mr. Wickham had obtained su job como a soldier before leaving de Londres and had to join a su grupo de soldiers in 2 weeks. Only Señora Bennet estaba sad de que ellos would stay such a short time, y ella made the most of it by visiting por el town con su daughter and teniendo muchas parties in home. A todos liked estas parties, because even la people que liked to think found it nice to get away de just estar con la family todo el time. El love de Wickham por Lydia era exactamente lo que Elizabeth thought que sería, not as strong como el love de Lydia por él. Scarcely she needed to watch them now to know que Lydia había sido la que really wanted to run away together, no él, and she would have wondered por qué él chose to run away con ella when he did not care much for ella, except that she was sure de que él tenía que escape because he had problems con money, y si eso were true, él era the kind of young man que no diría que no a tener a someone que would come con él. Lydia loved lo muy mucho. Él era su dear Wickham whenever she spoke de él, and no one else era as good como él. Él hacía todo better than anyone in the world, y ella was sure de que he would shoot más birds en el first day de season hunting que anyone else in toda the area. Una morning, soon after ellos came home, ella was sitting con sus 2 older sisters y dijo a Elizabeth, Lizzie, yo never told te about me wedding, I think. You were not there when yo told Mama y los others todo about ello. Not to want to hear como todo all happened? No really, dijo Elizabeth back. Yo think the less se diga about it, the better. Oh, tú eres so odd, pero tengo que tell you como happened todo. Nosotros got married, you know, in St. Clement's Church, because esa era la part of town where Wickham was living, y nosotros decided que nosotros should todos estar there para las 11 o'clock. Mi uncle and mi aunt and yo íbamos a ir together, y los others were going to meet nosotros en la church. Well, Monday morning came, y yo estaba so worried and excited. Yo estaba so scared, you know, que something would go wrong y nosotros tendríamos que wait, and then yo would have gone completely crazy. Y estaba mi aunt, the whole time yo was getting dressed, talking and talking, como si ella was giving un long speech en el church. Pero yo no hear más de una word out of every 10, because yo was thinking, como tú puedes guess, en mi dear Wickham. Yo really wanted to know si él would wear su blue coat to get married. Well, y so nosotros ate breakfast a las 10 como always. Yo thought eso would never end, because, by the way, tú need to know que mi uncle and aunt eran terribly mean and unpleasant todo el time yo was staying con ellos. Si tú puedes believelo, yo did not step outside even once, even though yo estuve there por 2 whole weeks. Not una party or plan or anything fun. It is true que no mucha people estaba en Londres then, pero even so, el little theater estaba open. Well, y so, just as el carriage came a la door, mi uncle was called away para hacer business con that awful man, Señor Stone. Y then, you know, when esos 2 get together, ellos talk forever. Well, yo estaba so scared yo no know qué hacer, because mi uncle was supposed to walk me por el aisle, y si nosotros estábamos late, nosotros no podíamos get married ese day. Pero, thank goodness, él came back again in 10 minutes, y then nosotros todos nos fuimos. Pero I remembered later que si él no podía ir, the wedding did not have to wait, because el Mr. Darcy podría haberlo hecho in his place. El Mr. Darcy, dijo Elizabeth, muy surprised. Oh, sí, él was supposed to come there con Wickham, you know. Pero oh my, yo forgot completely. Yo should not have said anything about ello. Yo promised les que would keep lo secret. ¿Qué dirá Wickham? It was supposed to be such un secret. Si it was supposed to be un secret, dijo Jane, no say another word about ello. Puedes be sure de que no haré más questions. Oh, sí, dijo Elizabeth, although really she wanted to know más, we will not ask you anything. Thank you, dijo Lydia, because if you were to ask, les diría todo, and then Wickham estaría so angry. Since Lydia estaba almost asking-les que hicieran questions, Elizabeth tuvo que stopse by running away. Pero ella no podía live without knowing de qué esto was about, or at least ella tenía que try to find out. El señor Darcy había estado en la wedding de su sister. Era exactly el type de place y exactly el type de people where he had no reason para estar and had no reason to want to go. Thoughts wild about lo que esto might mean raced por su head, pero none de ellos seemed right. Las ideas that made him look best y más good seemed las least likely de ser true.
Ella no podía stand no knowing, so ella quickly grabbed un piece de papel y wrote una short letter a su aunt, asking her que explain lo que Lydia había dicho, si ella was allowed to tell without breaking any secrets. You can understand easily, she wrote, how much I want to know por qué una persona que has nothing to do con any de nosotros y que hardly knows our family habría estado there with you en un time so important. Please write back immediately and help me understand esto, unless haya muy good reasons por las que it must be kept secret, como Lydia seems to think, and then I will try to be happy without knowing. Pero yo no estaré happy no knowing, ella dijo a herself as ella finished la letter. Y dear aunt, si tú no tell me lo de una proper way, yo tendré que use tricks para find out. Jane era too good and honest to talk con Elizabeth alone about lo que Lydia había dicho, y Elizabeth estaba glad de esto, until ella found out si sus questions would get any answers, ella would rather not tener anyone to share sus worries with. Chapter 52. Elizabeth estaba happy to get una answer a su letter as quickly como possible. As soon as ella tuvo la letter, ella hurried a little group de trees where no one would bother la, sat down en uno de los benches, and got ready para estar happy, because la letter era long, lo que meant it estaba no just diciendo no. Grace Church Street, September 6th. Mi dear niece, you just got to letter y yo will spend esta toda la morning writing back to you, because yo can see que una short letter no será enough to tell you todo que need decir. Tengo que decir que it surprised me que you should ask me about esto. No, I did not expect it de ti. No think estoy angry, because yo only want que tú know que yo no think tú would need hacer estas questions. Si tú no want to understand lo que yo mean, then forgive me por decir too much. Tu uncle está as surprised como yo, y only believing que tú were part de lo que happened would have allowed him hacer lo que hizo. Pero si tú really no know anything about esto, then yo need decirte tú más clearly. The same day que I arrived home from Longbourn, tu uncle tuvo un visitor que he did not expect at all. Señor Darcy came to see-lo, y ellos talked together por muchas horas. Estaba todo finished before yo got there, so yo no estaba as worried y curious como tú seem estar. He came to tell al Mr. Gardiner que he had discovered where estaban su sister y el Mr. Wickham, y que he had seen and spoken with both,
con Wickham many times y con Lydia once. Por lo que yo puedo decir, él left Derbyshire only one day after nosotros did, and came a la town planning to hunt for ellos. La reason él gave fue que él believed it era su own fault que people did not know how bad Wickham really era, which made it possible que una good young woman to fall in love de él and trust él. Dijo que todo era por his own foolish pride, y nos dijo que before this he had thought que it was beneath him to let que the world know about sus private affairs. Él thought su good name should speak por itself, so él dijo era su job to step forward and try to fix something bad que had happened because of él. Si él tuviera another reason para helping, estoy sure it sería una good one. Él había estado en town for some days before él pudiera to findlos, pero él tenía something to helplo look que nosotros no teníamos, y knowing esto fue another reason por la que él decided to follow nos.
Hay una lady, she looks like una Mrs. Young, que used to teach la Miss Darcy, pero was fired de su job because había hecho something bad, although él no dijo qué. Ella then got una big house in Edward Street and has been making money and letting people rent rooms there. Esta Mrs. Young era, él knew, una friend close de Wickham, y fue a ella to ask her about él as soon as he arrived a la city. Pero it took 2 or 3 days before él pudiera get la information él wanted de ella. Ella no give away de su friend's secrets, I think, without someone payingle money por hacerlo, because ella really did know where su friend could be found. Wickham had actually gone to ella when they arrived for the first time a Londres, y si ella hubiera podido to let them stay in su house, they would have lived there. Finally, though, our kind friend got la address él was looking for. Ellos were living in Grey Street. Él saw Wickham and then demanded to see Lydia too. The first thing that he wanted to do era to convince her de que leave este place shameful where she was living and return con su family as soon as él pudiera hacer que they accept her back, y offered to help her as much as pudiera. Pero él found que Lydia had made up her mind completely to stay right where ella estaba. Ella did not care about any de sus friends, ella did not want su help, y ella would not listen a anyone diciéndole her to leave Wickham. She was sure that ella and Wickham would get married someday, and she did not care much when that happened eso. Since that era como he felt, él thought que the only thing that remained por hacer era to make sure de que they should marry quickly, y when he spoke for the first time con Wickham, he found out easily de que Wickham never had planned to marry ella at all. Wickham le dijo que he had to leave su job como a soldier because he owed money que he had to pay immediately. Y dijo que todas las things bad que happened because Lydia ran away fueron default de ella por ser so foolish. Él iba a quit ser un soldier right away, y él tenía no idea qué haría next to make money. Tenía que ir a some place, pero he did not know where, and he knew que no tendría money to live on. El Mr. Darcy asked her por qué he did not marry to sister immediately. Although it was not thought que el Mr. Bennet fuera muy wealthy, habría podido to give him some money a Wickham, and getting married would have improved la life de Wickham. Pero when el Mr. Darcy hizo esta question, él found out que Wickham still hoped él podría make más money al marrying someone más in some other place. Pero since things estaban so bad para él right now, él probablemente no podría decir que no a getting help right away. They met many times because había mucho de lo que they had to talk about y decide.
Of course, Wickham wanted más money de lo que él podía get, pero finally él tuvo que agree as something que made sense. After ellos worked todo out between ellos, la next thing el Mr. Darcy tenía que hacer fue tell to Uncle about ello, so él fue a Grace Church Street la evening before yo came home, pero el Mr. Gardiner estaba no there para hacerlo, y when el Mr. Darcy hizo más questions, él found out que tu father estaba still visiting a tu uncle, pero se iría de town la next morning. Él did not think tu father fuera la right person to talk to about esto, so él decided sería better to wait y see tu uncle after tu father se fuera. No les dijo su name, y until el day following, todo lo que anyone knew era que some gentleman had come to speak about business. El Saturday, él came back. Tu father se había ido, tu uncle estaba at home, y como dije before, they spoke together for a long time. Ellos met again el Sundays, y then yo saw Low too. Todo was not decided until Monday. As soon as it was decided, someone rode fast a Longbourn para tell las news. Pero la person que came a visitnos would not give up easily. I think, Lizzie, que ser too stubborn es su real problem. La people ha dicho que él tiene muchas things bad about él in different times, pero esta es la que es really true. Él would not let anyone más hiciera anything to help, even though yo estoy sure tu uncle habría estado happy to take care of todo himself. They argued about eso for a long time, which fue más de lo que el man or la woman whom they were helping really deserved. Pero finally tu uncle had to give up y let que el other man lo hiciera todo. Instead que they allowed him to help su niece, tu uncle had to accept que la people might think que él lo hizo, which lo hizo muy unhappy. I really believe que tu letter this morning made him feel good, because it meant que podía decir la truth about who actually helped y think la person right. Pero, Lizzie, tú must not decirle anyone más about esto, except maybe Jane. Probably you know well enough lo que se ha hecho por los young people. Sus debts will be paid, which I believe que es mucho más de £1,000, y another £1,000 will be given to him in addition to lo que already tiene, y su commission como officer will be purchased para él. La reason por la que he wanted hacer todo esto by himself fue lo que te dije before. Fue su fault, because he kept las things to himself. He did not think carefully enough que people might not understand qué kind de person Wickham really was Wickham, y then they received him well y paid him attention. Maybe había some truth en esto, though yo wonder si keeping things to yourself, his or anyone else's, puede really be blamed por lo que happened. Pero even con toda esta conversation pleasant, my dear Lizzie, puedes estar completely sure de que tu uncle never would have given in si we had not known que él tenía another reason to care por what happened. When todo esto was decided, él went back a sus friends who were still staying in Pemberley. Pero ellos agreed que él should come a Londres again when la wedding happened y todo el money business would be finished then. Yo think que él now tolte todo. Esta es una historia que me dices will surprise you mucho. I hope que no te haga unhappy. Lydia came to stay con nosotros y a Wickham was allowed to come to the house all the time. Era exactly el same como había sido when I met him in Hertfordshire. Pero no te diría how unhappy estaba con the way en que ella acted while she stayed con nosotros, si I had not seen por la letter de Jane el Wednesday last que she acted in the same way when she arrived home, so lo que te digo now will not hurt you más de lo que already you hurt yourself. Yo talked con ella muchas times de la más serious way, diciéndole her lo wrong que ella había hecho estaba, and how much sadness ella had brought a su family. Si ella heard me, it fue just por luck, because yo estoy sure ella estaba not really listening. Sometimes I got very angry con ella, pero then I remembered a mi dear Elizabeth y Jane, y por ellas I tried de ser patient con ella.
El Mr. Darcy retornó exactly cuando dijo que lo haría, y como Lydia te dijo, he came a la wedding. Él ate dinner con nosotros el next day e iba to leave town again el miércoles o jueves. You will be angry mucho conmigo, mi dear Lizzie, si you use esta oportunidad para decir something que never fui brave enough para decir before. How much I like él. La way él acts toward nosotros ha sido just as nice como él era cuando nosotros estábamos en Derbyshire. Me like la way él thinks y lo que él believes. Él just needs ser un little más cheerful, y si él marries la right person, su wife puede teach him eso. I thought que era muy clever, almost never dijo tu name. Pero ser clever seems to be lo que todos hacen now. Please forgive me si yo he sido too bold, or at least no punish me por keeping me away de pee. Yo will never be completely happy until yo have walked por todo around el park. Un low carriage con un nice pair de ponies sería perfect, pero yo must stop riding now. Los children have been wanting me por la last half hour. Yours muy truly, M. Gardiner. Lo que decía esta letter hizo que Elizabeth feel so many things different at once que era difficult decir si she felt más happy or sad. Las uncleared worries ella había estado teniendo about lo que señor Darcy podría haber hecho to help su sister get married. Worries ella había estado afraid to believe because such kindness seemed too good para ser leal. Pero also afraid pudieran ser true, because then ella would owe a él so much. Turned out to be completely true and even más de lo que ella had imagined. Él había seguido a ellos a la town on purpose. Él había tomado en él mismo todo el trouble y shame que came with such una search. Él tuvo que begar una woman él must hate y look down on, y él tuvo que meet with, talk to, convince y finalmente pay money al man el más wanted to stay away from, y whose name alone era painful para él decir. Él había hecho todo esto por una girl que he did not like o de la que he did not think well. Su heart le decía que lo había hecho por ella, pero ella quickly stopped hoping for esto cuando ella thought in other things. Ella soon knew que even thinking too well de herself no era enough para hacer que ella believe que sus feelings por ella podrían ser stronger que su natural hate a estar conectado con Wickham, especially when she had already dicho no a él once. El brother-in-law de Wickham, anyone con any pride at all, would hate estar conectado a Wickham. Él había hecho mucho, eso era true. She felt bad por lo mucho que él había hecho, pero él had given her una reason de por qué he helped que era easy to believe. It made sense que él should feel que he had been wrong. Era kind y tenía money to help la people. Y although ella no diría que era la reason main por la que él helped, perhaps she could believe que él still cared for ella a little. Y eso helped her work hard por something que would make her feel better. It hurt mucho to know que ellos owed so much to someone que podría never be paid back. They owed him todo a él, getting back Lydia, saving su good name, todo. Oh, how sorry ella felt por every mean feeling ella hubiera ever had about él, every rude thing ella hubiera ever dicho a él. Ella felt bad con herself, pero ella estaba proud de él, proud de que cuando it came to helping someone y hacer lo que era right, él had been able to beat sus own feelings. Ella read las aunt's good words about él over and over again. No era enough praise, pero la hizo happy.
Ella even felt some happiness mixed con sadness cuando ella saw how sure both ella como su uncle habían estado de que Mr. Darcy y ella cared about each other y trusted each other. Someone coming toward ella la hizo get up de where ella was sitting y stop thinking. Before ella could go down un different path, Wickham caught up with ella. I hope no esté stopping su walk alone, mi dear sister, él dijo as he joined ella. Lo estás, dijo con una smile, pero eso does not mean que I do not want you here. I would feel muy bad si you did not want me here. Nosotros éramos always good friends, y now nosotros somos even better friends. Eso es true. ¿Están las other people coming outside? Yo do not know. La Mrs. Bennet y Lydia van en el carriage a Meryton. Y so, mi dear sister, yo heard por our uncle and aunt que tú really did see Pemberley. Ella dijo que sí. Almost I wish poder tener esa fun too, pero I think que sería too much para mí, o iría there on my way a Newcastle. Y you saw la old woman que takes care of the house, right? Poor Reynolds, ella always liked me much, but of course ella no dijo mi name a ti. Sí, lo hizo. ¿Y qué dijo? Que te habías ido a ser soldier y ella was worried de que you might not have turned out to be a good person. When tú estás so far away like that, you know, people se hace the wrong ideas about things. Sí, eso es right, dijo él, biting los lips. Elizabeth hoped ella le había hecho stop talking, pero soon él dijo something más.
It surprised me to see Darcy en la city el month last. Nosotros walked past each other several times. I wonder qué podría estar haciendo there. Maybe él is getting ready to marry Señorita de Bourgh, dijo Elizabeth. Something special must be happening para hacer que él vaya there en esta time del year. Sí, surely. Did tú see-lo when tú were in Lambton? I thought que los Gardiners me dijeron que tú you saw him. Sí, él let nos meet su sister. ¿Y do te like ella? Mucho. I have heard que ella has improved a lot in the last year or two. When yo saw la last, ella no seemed que ella would turn out well. Estoy muy happy de que tú liked it. Yo hope ella le vaya well. Yo think ella lo hará. Ella has gotten past the hardest time of growing up. They passed por el town of Kimpton? I do not remember que we did it. I ask because ese es el job at the church que I should have gotten. ¡Qué un wonderful place! ¡Qué house so beautiful para el minister! Habría sido perfect para mí. ¿Cómo would you have liked writing speeches para church? Muy well. I would have thought que era mi job hacerlo y el work no habría sido difficult for long. Yo should not complain, pero it really habría sido such una wonderful thing para mí. La peace y quiet de ese kind of life habría sido exactly lo que I wanted para ser happy. Pero no había de ser. Did you ever hear Darcy talk about esto when you were in Kent? Yo heard de someone yo trusted que el job was only given a ti si certain things happened y el man in charge podía take it away si él wanted to. ¿Lo has hecho? Sí, había something like that. Te lo dije from the beginning, you might remember.
Also I heard que hubo un time when you did not like la idea of preaching as much as it seems que you like it now. La people decía que actually you said que never you would become a minister y que las things had to be settled por eso. Tú did, y eso no estaba completely made up. Yo podría remember lo que yo dijele about eso when nosotros first talked about ello. Ellos estaban now almost al lado de la house because ella had walked fast to get away de él. Ella did not want to make lo angry because of su sister, so ella only dijo back a él con una kind smile. Vamos now, señor Wickham, somos brother and sister, you know. No not fight por things que happened before. From now on, yo hope nosotros will always agree with each other. Ella held out su hand y él kissed it como un gentleman, although he did not quite know cómo to look at her, y they entered la house. Chapter 53. Señor Wickham estaba so happy con esta talk que él never más worriedse o hizo su dear sister Elizabeth upset al bringing up este subject again. Ella estaba glad to see que ella había dicho enough to keeplo quiet. El day when él y Lydia tenían que irse soon came, y señora Bennet tuvo que let them go, which would probably last at least 1 year since su husband no agreed to let que todos move a Newcastle. "Oh, my dear Lydia," ella cried, "when will no see each other again? Oh, Lord, I don't know, maybe no por 2 or 3 years. Write to me muy often, mi dear, as often como yo pueda, pero you know married women never tienen mucho time para writing. Mis sisters pueden write to me, ellas no tendrán anything else que hacer." Señor Wickham said goodbye de una mucho kinder way que su wife did. Él smiled, looked handsome y dijo muchas nice things.
Él es as fine un man, dijo Sr. Bennet, as soon as ellos estuvieron out of the house, como yo he ever seen. Él grins y smiles y tries hacernos a todos like him. Estoy muy proud de él. Yo dare even Sr. William Lucas himself a find un better son-in-law. Losing su daughter hizo que la Mrs. Bennet estuviera muy sad for several days. Often I think, dijo ella, que no hay nothing so bad como saying goodbye to tus friends, de feel so alone without ellos. Esto es lo que happens, you see, madam, when you marry off a una daughter, dijo Elizabeth. It must hacerte feel better que tus other 4 daughters están no married. Eso no es true. Lydia no leave me because ella got married, but only because de su husband's army group está so far away. Si hubieran estado más nearby, ella no se habría ido so soon. Pero los sad feelings esto le hicieron tener did not last mucho, y su mind started to feel hopeful again because of some news de las que people were talking about. La woman que took care of la big house in Netherfield got orders to get ready para su master, who was coming in un day or 2 to hunt birds there por several weeks. La Mrs. Bennet estaba muy excited y worried. Ella looked at Jane y smiled y shook su head one after the other. "Well, well, so Señor Bingley is coming back, sister." Señora Phillips fue la first one to tellle las news. "Well, eso is good. No es que I care, though. Él means nothing para nosotros, you know, y estoy sure I never want to see'lo again. Pero él can come a Netherfield si he wants. And who knows qué podría happen. Pero eso has nothing to do with nosotros. You know, sister, nosotros decided a long time ago never decir una word about it. Y so, are you sure él is coming?"
You puede estar sure de ello, dijo la other woman, because Señora Nichols estaba en Meryton last night. Yo saw la walking by, y yo went out just para find out si eso era true. Ella díjome que eso really era true. Él comes back el Thursday, or maybe even el Wednesday. Me dijo que iba a la butcher shop to order some meat para el Wednesday, y tiene 3 pairs de ducks que are ready to be cooked. Señorita Bennet podía no hear que él was coming without su face changing color. No había dicho su name a Elizabeth for many months, pero now, as soon as they were alone, she said, "Yo saw te look a mí today, Lizzie, when our aunt díjonos lo que people está diciendo now. Yo know you looked upset, pero no think ello fue por any foolish reason. Yo estaba only mixed up por un moment, because yo felt que people would be watching me.
Yo promised que esta news does no hacerme happy or sad. I am glad de una thing, que él comes by himself, because we will no see as much de él. No es que I am afraid de lo que podría hacer, pero I do not want to hear lo que other people dirá. Elizabeth did not know qué to think about esto. Si she had not seen him in Derbyshire, she might have thought que él could come there for no other reason que la que todos knew. Pero ella still thought que él liked Jane, and could not decide si él was coming because su friend dijo que podía, o si era brave enough to come without asking. Pero it is not fair, ella sometimes thought, que este poor man cannot come a una house por la que he has paid money to live without todos talking de ello. Yo will let lo estar. Even though su sister dijo ella did not care si él came and really believed que era como ella felt, Elizabeth podía easily see que Jane's feelings were changed por las news.
Jane seemed más worried y upset de lo que Elizabeth had seen her often. La thing que sus parents had talked about so much hace un year ago estaba now being talked about again. As soon as Señor Bingley comes, mi dear, dijo señora Bennet, tú will go visitlo, of course. No, you made me visit him last year y you promised que si I went to see him, él would marry una de mis daughters, pero nothing happened, y yo will not be sent en un stupid trip again. Su wife le dijo que todos los men que lived nearby tendrían que visit Mr. Bingley when he returned to Netherfield. Esa es una rule que I hate, dijo él. Si él wants to spend time con nosotros, let him come to ask for it. Él knows where nosotros live. Yo will not waste my time chasing after mis neighbors every time ellos leave y come back again. Well, todo lo que I know es que será muy rude si no you do not visit him, pero eso will not stop me from asking him to eat dinner here. Yo have made up my mind. We must have la Mrs. Long y los Goulding come soon. Eso hará 13 people con nosotros, so habrá just enough room en la table para él. Este plan hizo que ella feel better about su husband seeing so unfriendly, even though it hurt to know que todos sus neighbors podrían see señor Bingley before ellos did. As el day en que él would come approached, yo am starting to wish él was not coming at all, dijo Jane a su sister. Ello sería fine, yo could see-lo y not care at all, pero yo puedo hardly stand to hear todos talking about it todo el time. Mi mother means well, pero ella does not know how much it hurts me when ella dice estas things. No one puede know. Yo estaré so happy when él is done staying in Netherfield. I wish poder decir something to make you feel better, dijo Elizabeth, pero no puedo hacer nothing to help.
Tú tienes que feel este pain, y yo no puedo even decirte to be patient como people usually do, because tú eres already más patient que anyone. El Mr. Bingley came. Señora Bennet used a los servants to find out de ello as early as possible para que ella could worry y fuss for as long as ella pudiera. She counted los days before pudieran send him una invitation to visit, knowing que no podría see him before then. Pero a la third morning after él arrived in Hertfordshire, lo she saw from la window de su bedroom enter the field y ride toward la house. Ella quickly called sus daughters para share su happiness. Jane remained firmly en su seat en la table, pero Elizabeth fue a la window to make happy su mother. She looked y saw que el Mr. Darcy estaba con él, then sat back down beside su sister. Hay un man con él, mother, dijo Kitty. Who podría ser? Some friend, my dear, yo think. Yo no know who. Oh, dijo Kitty. He looks exactly como ese man que used to come con él before. Mr. What's his name? Ese tall, proud man. Oh my! Mr. Darcy. Sí, es él, estoy sure. Well, Any friend de Mr. Bingley will always será welcome here, pero yo must decir que yo hate to look at él. Jane looked at Elizabeth. Estaba surprised y worried. Ella knew muy little about lo que had happened when ellos met in Derbyshire, so ella felt bad por Elizabeth, who would feel strange seeinglo again after getting su letter que explained todo. Both sisters felt uncomfortable, each una worried por la other y por themselves too. Su mother kept talking about qué much ella did not like Mr. Darcy y cómo ella would only sería nice con él because él era Mr. Bingley's friend, pero neither sister estaba really listening.
Pero Elizabeth tenía reasons para worry que Jane no know about yet. Elizabeth había never sido brave enough para show Jane Señora Gardiner's letter o para tell a ella cómo sus feelings about Señor Darcy had changed. Para Jane, él era only un man que had asked Elizabeth to marry con él y le habían dicho que no, and whose good points ella had not seen. Pero Elizabeth knew mucho más. She knew que él era la person que had helped toda su family in the most important way, and now she thought en él con feelings que no eran as warm como lo que Jane felt por Bingley, pero eran fair y right. Ella was amazed de que él had come a Netherfield, a Longbourn, and was looking for a ella again on purpose. Ella felt almost as surprised como ella had when ella first saw que different él acted in Derbyshire. El red color que se había ido de su face came back por un moment, even brighter que before. Sus eyes lit up con una happy smile as ella thought que maybe él still loved a ella y wanted estar con ella. Pero ella dijo herself que no estuviera too sure. Let me see cómo él acts first, ella dijo to herself. Then it será time enough to hope for anything. Ella sat working hard, trying to stay calm. Ella did not dare to look up until ella estuvo too curious para not to look at de su sister's face cuando el servant came a la door. Jane looked a little less pink que usual, pero calmer de lo que Elizabeth had thought ella estaría. When los men came in, Jane's face got a little redder, pero ella welcomed a ellos easily enough and acted properly without seeming angry or trying too hard ser nice. Elizabeth dijo as little as ella pudo a either man while still seeming polite. Then, ella sat down to work again, trying harder to focus en ello de lo que ella usually lo hacía.
Ella había only looked at Darcy once. Él looked serious como always lo hacía, y ella thought que he looked más como he used to look in Hertfordshire que when she saw him in Pemberley. Pero maybe él no podía act de la same way around su mother como él lo hacía around su uncle and aunt. Era un thought sad, pero podría ser true. Ella había also seen Bingley por just un moment, y en ese short time ella saw que él looked both happy and uncomfortable. La Mrs. Bennet fue polite con él, in a way que hizo que sus two daughters feel embarrassed, especially when they saw lo cold and stiff que estaba siendo con su friend. Elizabeth felt especially hurt and upset because she knew que su mother should be grateful con Darcy for saving su daughter favorite de una embarrassment terrible, pero instead su mother was treating him badly. Darcy asked her cómo estaban el Mr. y la Mrs. Gardiner, lo que la hizo feel confused and embarrassed, and then hardly dijo anything más. Él was not sitting next to ella, and perhaps por eso estaba so quiet, pero no había estado quiet like that cuando estaban en Derbyshire. There, él had talked con sus friends cuando él no podía talk con ella, pero now muchos minutes went by without que ella hearing su voice, y when ella could not help looking up at su face, ella often found lo looking at Jane instead of ella, or just staring al ground. Él seemed estar thinking más y trying less mucho para hacer que people like lo que when ellos last met.
Ella felt disappointed y angry con herself por feeling de esa way. Ella dijo a herself, should yo have expected anything different? Pero then, ¿por qué did he come? Ella did not want to talk con anyone except él, pero ella barely tenía el courage to speak with him. Ella asked about su sister, pero ella no podía think in anything más que decir.
La Mrs. Bennet dijo, «Ha sido a long time, Mr. Bingley, since se fue». Él dijo que sí immediately. Yo was starting to worry de que you would never come back again. La people sí decía que you were going to leave este place completely when September ended, pero I hope que eso isn't true. Muchas things have changed around here since tú te fuiste. Miss Lucas got married y tiene su own house now, y also una de mis daughters. Yo think tú must have heard about it because it estaba even in los newspapers. It appeared in el Times y el Courier, I know it, pero no they wrote it in the right way. Only dijeron, recently, George Wickham, Esq, con la Miss Lydia Bennet, without saying anything about su father or where he lived or anything else. Mi brother Gardiner wrote it, y I do not know por qué hizo such a mess. Did tú sílo? Bingley dijo que sí, he saw him, y dijo things nice about la wedding. Elizabeth estaba too scared to look up, so ella podía no decir cómo el señor Darcy looked. It's wonderful tener una daughter married well, su mother kept talking, pero at the same time, señor Bingley, es muy hard tenerla taken so far away de mí. Se han ido a Newcastle, que es un place far to the north, y they will stay there por I do not know how long. Su army group está there, because you think to heard que él left la Shire y joined el regular army. Thank heaven, él tiene some friends, though maybe no as many como él should tener. Elizabeth knew que su mother estaba diciendo things cruel about el Mr. Darcy, y she felt so ashamed que hardly could stay en su chair. Pero esto hizola so upset que ella finally spoke up, which nothing más había hecho que ella hiciera before, y ella asked Bingley si él planned to stay in el country for a while. A few weeks, él thought. When you have shot todas las birds en su own land, señor Bingley, dijo su mother, please, come here y shoot as many as you want in señor Bennet land. I am sure de que él estará muy happy to help you and will keep todos los best birds para ti. Elizabeth felt even worse because of toda esta extra attention que no one had asked for. Si las same good things que habían hecho las hopeful un year ago happened again now, ella estaba sure todo would end up being just as awful and annoying. Right then, ella felt que even years de ser happy podrían never make up to Jane or herself por estos terrible, embarrassing moments. Se dijo to herself, lo que más I want in the world es never estar near either of them again. Estar con ellos no puede give me any good feeling que would be worth todo este pain. You never want to see either one of them ever again. Pero el awful feeling que years de happiness podrían never fix got mucho better when ella saw how much de su sister's beauty hizo que su old boyfriend likela again. When él first came in, él had not talked con ella muy mucho, pero every 5 minutes él seemed to pay más attention a ella. Él thought ella era just as pretty como ella había sido last year, just as kind and just as real, though ella did not talk del todo as much. Jane wanted to make sure de que no one pudiera decir que era different at all, and really thought que she was speaking as much as ever, pero her mind estaba so busy thinking que not always she knew when estaba siendo quiet. When los men got up para irse, señora Bennet remembered su plan de ser polite, and ella asked a ellos to come eat dinner en Longbourn en unos few days. You owe me una visita, señor Bingley, ella dijo. because when you fue a la town last winter, you promised to have dinner con our family as soon as you came back. I have not forgotten, you see, y I promise you que estuve muy disappointed de que you did not return and kept to word. Bingley looked a little foolish cuando ella dijo esto, y dijo something about being sorry de que su work had stopped him from coming. Then se fueron. Señora Bennet había really wanted to ask them to stay and eat dinner there that day, pero even though ella always tenía muy good food, ella no think anything less than 2 big courses sería good enough para un man ella tenía such big plans para él, o enough to fill up someone que tenía £10,000 al year. Chapter 54. As soon as ellos se fueron, Elizabeth walked outside to feel better, or really to think without anyone bothering her about las things que would make que se feel even worse. La way Señor Darcy acted surprised la y made la angry. Si él only came here para estar quiet y serious and act como si él doesn't care, ella dijo, ¿por qué did he come at all? Ella no podía think in any reason que hiciera la feel good about it. Él still podría ser kind y cordial con mi uncle y aunt when estaba in town. Then, ¿por qué no conmigo? Si él tiene afraid de mí, ¿por qué come here? Si él doesn't care por me anymore, ¿por qué won't él talk? Que un mean, awful man. I will not think más en él. Ella was able to keep esta promise por una little while because su sister came over a ella, looking happy y pleased con sus visitors de una way que Elizabeth no estaba. Now, ella dijo, que esta first meeting is over, yo feel mucho better. Yo know how strong yo soy y yo will never feel nervous again when él comes around.
Yo estoy glad él is eating dinner here el Tuesday. Then todos will see que nosotros somos just ordinary people que barely know each other. Sí, ustedes barely know each other at all, dijo Elizabeth, laughing. Oh, Jane, be careful. Mi dear Lizzie, tú no puedes think yo soy so weak que estoy in danger now. I think tú estás en muy great danger de hacer que él fall in love de ti all over again. Ellos did not see a los men again until Tuesday, y during ese tiempo Señora Bennet estaba haciendo toda kinds de happy plans because Bingley había sido so nice y polite during su short visit. El Tuesday hubo una large dinner in Longbourn, y los 2 men que todos was expecting más arrived right on time, como good hunters should. When ellos went in el dining room, Elizabeth watched carefully to see si Bingley would sit in el same place él always sat before, next to su sister. Su smart mother was thinking lo same thing, so ella did not ask him to sit next to ella instead. When he entered la room, he looked como si he did not know qué hacer, pero Jane turned around and smiled at him, y eso helped him to make up his mind. Él sat down next to ella. Elizabeth felt muy happy por esto y looked over a su friend. El Mr. Darcy did not seem to mind at all, y Elizabeth might have thought que estaba happy por Bingley, except that she saw him look at Mr. Darcy con eyes que seemed half laughing and half worried. The way in que Bingley acted towards su sister during la dinner showed que really he liked her, y aunque estaba siendo más careful que before, Elizabeth could tell de que si no one got in su way, Jane y Bingley serían happy very soon. Even though ella did not want to count on it too mucho, ella still felt good watching como él acted. Eso hizo que se feel as happy como ella podía feel, because ella estaba no de un muy good mood. Señor Darcy was sitting almost as far away de ella como la table would let que él estuviera. Estaba en un side de su mother. Ella knew que neither de ellos would like sitting so close de each other, y eso no haría que either de ellos look good. Ella estaba no close enough para hear lo que ellos estaban diciendo, pero ella podía see que ellos hardly talked con each other at all, y cuando ellos did talk, ellos estaban muy stiff y cold.
Su mother estaba siendo so rude que hizo que Elizabeth feel even worse about how much they owed him, and at times she would have given anything por poder decirle que su kindness was not forgotten y que toda la family was grateful. Ella hoped que sometime during la evening ella pudiera get them to talk to each other, para que toda la visit would not go by without que ellos tuvieran una real conversation instead of just decir hello when Elle came in. Ella felt worried y uncomfortable, y el time que spent in la sitting room before los men came felt so long y boring que ella almost became rude. Ella was waiting a que ellos to come in because esa era la only way la evening podría ser any fun para ella. Ella dijo to herself, si él no come talk conmigo, then yo will give up con él forever. Los men entered y she thought que it seemed que él wanted to speak con ella, pero oh no, todas las ladies had crowded around la table donde señorita Bennet was making tea y Elizabeth was pouring coffee, y ellas were standing so close together que había no empty space near ella where él podía put una chair. Y cuando los men approached más, una de las girls moved even más to her y whispered, los men no van to come and split us up, yo have made up my mind about eso. Nosotros no want any de ellos, do we? Darcy had walked away a otra parte del room. Ella watched lo con sus eyes, felt jealous de todos él talked to, podía barely wait low enough para help anybody get coffee, y then got angry con herself por ser so silly. Un man al que le han dicho que no once, ¿cómo podría ser so foolish as to think que él could love me again? ¿Hay any man que no diría que it is wrong y it is weak to ask la same woman twice? No hay nothing that hurts más sus feelings. Ella felt a little better though when él brought back su coffee cup himself y ella took la chance de decir, ¿Tu sister still está in Pemberley? Sí, ella will stay there until Navidad. ¿Y toda by herself? ¿Se han ido todos sus friends? La Mrs. Ansley está con ella. Los others se fueron a Scarborough hace 3 weeks. She could not think of anything más que decir, pero si él wanted to talk con ella, él podría hacerlo better. He stayed beside ella por unos minutes without saying anything, y finally, when la young lady whispered to Elizabeth again, él walked away. When they took away las things del tea y set out las tables for cards, todas las ladies stood up y Elizabeth hoped que él would come to sit con ella soon, pero then she saw su mother grab him to play whist, y in just unos minutes él was sitting con los other players. Now ella tenía no hope de tener any fun. They had to stay in tables different toda la night, y todo lo que ella could hope for era que él would look toward su side de la room so much that it made him play as badly como ella was playing. Señora Bennet had planned to keep a los dos Netherfield men para dinner, pero su carriage was ordered before anyone else's, so ella tuvo no chance de hacer que se stay.
Bueno, girls, ella dijo as soon as ellas estuvieron alone. ¿Qué do ustedes think about today? Yo think todo went really well, yo promised. La dinner was cooked as well as any yo haya ever seen. La meat was cooked just right, y todos dijeron ellos habían never seen such un big fat piece of meat. La soup fue 50 times better que la que tuvimos at the house of los Lucas last week, e even el Mr. Darcy dijo que las birds were cooked very well, y yo think que él tiene at least 2 o 3 cooks elegants de Francia. Y, mi dear Jane, yo have never seen te look más beautiful. Sarah Long dijo eso too, because yo asked a ella si ella thought tú looked beautiful. ¿Y qué do usted think que dijo after that? Oh, Mrs. Bennet, la tendremos living in Netherfield at last. Really dijo eso. Yo do think Sarah Long is as good una person como anyone que ever lived, y sus nieces son muy well-behaved girls, y no pretty at all, which me like mucho much.
La Mrs. Bennet felt muy happy because she had seen enough de cómo Bingley acted around Jane to believe que Jane would marry con él in the end. Y when estaba in a good mood, she expected so many things good para su family que she felt quite sad when él did not return the next day to ask Jane que she should marry con él. Ha sido un day muy pleasant, dijo la Miss Bennet a Elizabeth. La people de la party seemed so well chosen, so right el uno para each other. Yo hope nosotros podamos todos meet again often. Elizabeth smiled. Lizzie, you must not hacer eso. You must not think bad things about me. Me hace feel terrible. Yo promised que yo he now learned to enjoy talking con él como un nice and smart young man without wanting anything más que eso. Yo estoy sure now, por la way él acts, que él never wanted to make me fall in love de él.
Él está just blessed con una sweeter way of talking y un stronger wish de hacer a todos like lo que any other man. Tú eres muy mean, dijo su sister. Tú will not let me smile y tú are making me want to smile every moment. How difficult is sometimes hacer que people believe you y how impossible is at other times. Pero ¿por qué do you want to make me think que I feel más de lo que digo I feel? Esa es una question que really I do not know cómo to answer. Nosotros todos love to teach other people, even though nosotros podemos only teach things que no worth knowing. Please forgive me, y si you keep acting como si you did not care, do not tell me to secrets. Chapter 55. Unos days after esta visit, el señor Bingley came to visit them again, y estaba alone. Su friend had left him esa morning para ir a Londres, pero he would return home in 10 days. He sat con ellos por más de una hora y estaba in a very good mood. La señora Bennet asked him to dine con ellos, pero él dijo very kindly que already he was supposed to be in another place. Next time you come to visit, dijo ella, I hope nosotros tengamos better luck. Él dijo que estaría muy happy to come at any time, y si ella allowed him, he would come to see them again soon. ¿Puedes tú come tomorrow? Sí, él tenía nothing más él tenía que hacer tomorrow, y él dijo que sí a su invitation right away. Él came so early que none de las ladies estaban dressed yet. La señora Bennet ran al room de sus daughters, still in su dressing gown y con el hair only half done, shouting, "My dear Jane, hurry up and come downstairs quickly. Él has come. El Mr. Bingley has come. Él really lo ha hecho. Hurry up, hurry up. Here, Sarah, come help la señorita Bennet right now and help her put on su dress. No worry por señorita Lizzie's hair."
We will go down as soon as podamos, dijo Jane. Pero I think that Kitty probably está readier que any of us, because she went up las stairs hace 30 minutes. Oh, forget about Kitty. What does have to do ella con esto? Vamos, be quick, be quick. Where está tu belt, mi dear? Pero when su mother se fue, Jane didn't let anyone convince her to go down las stairs without una de sus sisters. Ese same wanting de tenerlos alone showed up again esa evening. After they had tea, el señor Bennet fue to the library como always hacía, y Mary went up las stairs to play su music. Con two de las 5 people now gone, la señora Bennet sat looking at Elizabeth y Catherine y winking at them for a long time, pero it did not work con ellas. Elizabeth would not pay attention a ella, y when Kitty finally did notice, ella dijo muy sweetly, "¿Qué is wrong, mamma? ¿Por qué do you keep winking at me? ¿Qué am I supposed haga?" "Nothing, child, nothing. Yo was not winking at ti." Ella then sat quietly por 5 más minutes, pero ella no podía waste such una good chance, so ella suddenly stood up y dijo a Kitty, "Come here, me love. yo want to talk to you," y took her out of the room. Jane quickly looked at Elizabeth in a way que showed how annoyed estaba por este plan y begged her with her eyes not to let it happen. In unos few minutes, la señora Bennet opened la door a little and called out, "Lizzie, mi dear, yo want to talk con you." Elizabeth tuvo que ir. "Podríamos leave them alone, you know," dijo su mother, as soon as estuvo en el hallway. "Kitty y yo vamos upstairs to sit en mi dressing table." Elizabeth did not try to argue con su mother, pero she stayed in silence en el hallway until ella y Kitty se fueron, then she returned a la living room. Los planes de la Mrs. Bennet para este day did not work.
Bingley era todo lo que era wonderful, except que no dijo que he was in love de su daughter. Estaba so relaxed y cheerful que hizo su evening mucho más fun, y endured el behavior insistent y silly de la mother, y listened to todas sus words foolish without getting angry, lo que hizo que la daughter estuviera muy grateful. Él hardly needed to be asked to stay at supper, y before él se fuera, ellos habían hecho plans para que él to come back la next morning to hunt con su husband. After este day, Jane no dijo nothing more about not caring. Las sisters no se dijeron a single word to each other about Bingley, pero Elizabeth se fue to bed happily believing que todo would turn out well soon unless el Mr. Darcy should return when dijo que lo haría. Pero really, ella felt pretty sure de que todo esto must have happened because that man agreed a ello. Bingley came right at time y él y señor Bennet spent la morning together, just como ellos had planned. El Mr. Bennet was mucho más pleasant de lo que Bingley thought sería. No había nothing proud or silly about Bingley que haría que el Mr. Bennet want to mock him, or get annoyed so much que he would stop talking, y he spoke más y acted less strange de lo que Bingley ever had seen him. Bingley returned con él for dinner, y in the evening la Mrs. Bennet was working en new plans to keep away todos de él y su daughter. Elizabeth, who tenía una letter to write, fue a el breakfast room para hacer eso right after tea. Since los others iban todos going to play cards, ella no be needed to stop los mother's plans. Pero when ella came back al the drawing room after finishing su letter, ella saw something que surprised-la muy mucho. Ella was afraid que su mother había sido too clever para su own good. Cuando ella abrió la door, ella saw su sister y Bingley standing together by la fireplace, talking muy seriously. Even if esto no hubiera hecho la wonder que was happening, la way ellos both quickly turned around y moved away el uno de each otra cuando ellos sola, le habría dicho her todo. They looked muy uncomfortable, pero ella thought que she felt even worse. Neither de ellos dijo una word. Elizabeth was about to irse again, cuando Bingley, who had sat down just like la other person, suddenly stood up. Él whispered unas few words a su sister y then ran out de la room. Jane never kept secrets a Elizabeth when sharing them haría Elizabeth happy. Right away, Jane hugged-la y dijo con great joy que ella era la happiest person del world. "It's too much," dijo, "too much. Yo no deserve-lo. Oh, ¿por qué no es everyone as happy como yo?" Elizabeth le dijo a Jane how happy estaba por ella, and she meant every word. Su joy era so strong que las words no podían really show cómo she felt. Everything kind que Elizabeth decía hacía a Jane even más happy. Pero Jane would not let's stay con su sister o decir even half de lo que ella wanted decir right now. "Yo must ir con mi mother right away," ella dijo. "Yo would never want to play games con su loving worry o let que ella hear esta news de anyone más que yo."
Él has already gone to talk con mi father. Oh, Lizzie, to know que lo que I have to tell hará so happy a toda our dear family. ¿Cómo puedo yo handle so much happiness? Then ella hurried away con su mother, who had ended la card game on purpose and was sitting upstairs con Kitty. Elizabeth was left alone. Ella smiled when ella thought in how quickly and easily todo este thing had been settled, after it had worried and upset them for so muchos months.
Y esto, dijo, es el end de toda la worry careful de su friend, el end de todas las lies y tricks de su sister, la happiest, smartest y best way para que things to end. En unos few minutes, Bingley came to Sila, after talking con su father por un short time about lo que él wanted. "Where está tu sister?" él asked quickly as él opened la door. "Está upstairs con mi mother. Ella will come down soon, you think." Él closed la door y came over a ella, asking por los good wishes y love de una sister. Elizabeth le dijo honestly y from su heart qué happy estaba de que fueran a ser family. They shook hands in a very friendly way, y luego, until su sister came down, ella had to listen to todo lo que él wanted to say about qué happy estaba y qué perfect era Jane. Y although él was in love, Elizabeth really believed que todas sus hopes de happiness made sense, because they were based on how well Jane understood things, y qué good y kind era, and how much ella y Bingley felt the same way about things. Fue una night de special happiness para todos ellos, y señorita Bennet felt so good que su face glowed con sweet life, haciendo que look más beautiful que ever. Kitty giggled y smiled y hoped su turn would come soon. La Mrs. Bennet no podía decir que sí or show qué happy estaba con words strong enough para como really she felt, although she spoke to Bingley about nothing else for half an hour, y when el Mr. Bennet came to eat con ellos, su voice y la way en que she acted showed clearly que truly happy estaba. Él no dijo a word about it, though, until su visitor se fue for the night. Pero as soon as Bingley se hubo ido, él turned to su daughter y dijo, "Jane, estoy so happy por ti. Tú will be una muy happy woman." Jane went toward él immediately, kissed him y thanked him por ser so good con ella. "Eres una good girl", le dijo back, "y me hace muy happy to think que you will have una life so good. Yo know for sure que ustedes tú les irá muy well together. Ustedes both act muy much de la same way. Both of you son so easy to please que never will decide anything. So kind que every servant will deceive you y so generous que always will spend más money del que tienen. Yo hope eso will not happen. Being careless or not thinking carefully about el money sería something por lo que never I could be forgiven. Spending más de lo que tienen, my dear Sir Bennet, cried out to him su wife. ¿Qué estás diciendo? Why, él tiene 4,000 or 5,000 pounds every year, y probably even más. Then ella turned to su daughter y dijo, "Oh, mi dear, dear Jane, yo estoy so happy. Estoy sure de que I will not sleep at all esta night. I knew que esto would happen. Yo always dije, y tenía que happen in the end. I was sure de que you could not be so beautiful without a reason. Yo remember, as soon as yo saw Law when él first came to our county last year, yo thought que likely era que ustedes two would end up together. Oh, él es el más handsome young man anyone haya ever seen." Wickham y Lydia were completely forgotten. Jane era now su daughter favorite, better than todas las others. Right then, ella cared about no one más. Sus younger sisters soon began asking her for things que podrían hacerlas happy, things ella podría be able to giveles in el future.
Mary asked si ella podía use la library en Netherfield, y Kitty begged muy hard por unos few dances there every winter.
Bingley, desde este time, came to visit Longbourn every day, often coming before breakfast y always staying until after dinner, unless some terrible neighbor que deserved ser hated had invitedlo a dinner y él felt que tenía que ir. Elizabeth now tenía very little time to talk con su sister, because when Bingley estaba there, Jane paid no attention to anyone else, pero Elizabeth found que era muy useful para both during los momentos cuando tenían que estar apart. When Jane no estaba there, Bingley always came to talk con Elizabeth because he enjoyed talking about Jane, y when Bingley se había ido, Jane always came to Elizabeth for the same reason. Me ha hecho so happy, dijo one evening, by telling me que he had no idea de que yo estaba en Londres la last spring. I did not think que it could happen. I thought que eso podría ser true, dijo Elizabeth, pero ¿cómo did he explain it? It must have been sus sisters who hicieronlo. They did not want que él fuera friend de mí, y I can understand por qué, since él could have chosen someone much better in many ways. Pero when ellos see que su brother está happy conmigo, I hope ellos will learn to accept it y nosotros will get along again, though nosotros podemos never ser as close como nosotros once fuimos. Esa es the meanest thing, dijo Elizabeth, que I have heard you say. Good por ti. Ello haría me angry to see te fooled again por señorita Bingley pretending to care por ti. Can you believe it, Lizzie, que when él fue to town la last November really loved me, and just thinking que yo did not care for él stopped him from returning? Él made un small mistake, eso es true, pero eso shows how humble él es. Esto hizo que Jane start talking about how shy era él y how little he thought de sus own good qualities. Elizabeth estaba glad que sí que él had not told Jane about su friend getting in the way, because even though Jane tenía el kindest y más forgiving heart in el world, Elizabeth knew esto haría que Jane think badly de él. Yo soy la luckiest person que ever lived, cried Jane. Oh, Lizzie, ¿por qué fui yo picked out of our family and given más good things que todos de ellos? Si yo pudiera only see you just the happy, si only hubiera another man como él para ti. Si tú gave me 40 men como él, yo podría never estar as happy como tú estás. Until sea as good and kind como tú are, never podré ser as happy como tú are. No, no, let me take care of myself, and maybe, si yo tengo mucha lucky, yo will find another Sir Colin someday. Lo que was happening con la Bennet family no podía stay un secret por long. La Mrs. Bennet le dijo a la Mrs. Phillips in a whisper, and then ella les dijo a todos sus neighbors in Meryton without asking anyone si podía. People quickly dijo que los Bennet eran la luckiest family in el world, even though just unas few weeks before, when Lydia had run away, todos habían dicho que ellos were sure a tener bad luck. One morning, about a week after Bingley had asked Jane to marry him, él was sitting con las women de la family in el dining room cuando ellas heard un carriage outside and looked out la window para see un fancy coach with 4 horses coming up a la house. Era too early in the morning para que people to visit, y el carriage did not look like any que belonged to their neighbors. Los horses looked like del kind used para long trips, y ellos did not know el carriage or la clothes worn por el servant riding ahead of él. Since someone estaba clearly coming, Bingley quickly asked Señorita Bennet to come walk con él en el garden para que ella no tuviera que deal with whoever was visiting. Both se fueron y las tres women que stayed behind kept guessing who podría ser, pero they could not find out until la door opened y su visitor entered. Era Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Todas expected to be surprised, pero estaban más shocked de lo que they thought que estarían, y la Mrs. Bennet y Kitty, que never had met her before, no estaban as surprised como Elizabeth. She came into la room looking even more unfriendly que usual, barely nodded su head when Elizabeth said hello, and sat down without decir anything. Elizabeth le había dicho a su mother who era Lady Catherine when she entered, although no one had asked her to introduce them. Señora Bennet estaba amazed, pero also pleased de tener such una important guest, so ella fue as polite como ella podía ser. After sitting down in silence por un moment, Lady Catherine le dijo a Elizabeth con una voz muy stiff, "I hope que esté well, Miss Bennet. Esa lady, I believe, is su mother?" Elizabeth replied very briefly que sí lo era. "Y esa, I believe, is one of your sisters?" "Sí, madam," dijo señora Bennet, happy to talk con Lady Catherine. "Ella es mi second daughter youngest. Mi youngest daughter just got married, y mi oldest daughter está walking around here somewhere con un young man who I think will marry into our family soon." "Tienen un park muy small here," dijo Lady Catherine after estuvieron silent for a moment. "No es nothing compared to Rosings, mi lady, I am sure, but I promise you is much more larger que el de Sir William Lucas. Esta room must be muy hot and uncomfortable por la evening during summer, because las windows face west." La Mrs. Bennet le dijo que never they sat en esa room after dinner. Y then, ella dijo, "¿Puedo yo ask si you left señor y señora Collins con good health?" "Sí, muy well. Yo saw los 2 nights hace." Elizabeth thought que Lady Catherine would give her una letter de Charlotte, since esa seemed la only reason por la que she would visit, pero no letter came out, y Elizabeth no podía understand por qué ella estaba there. La Mrs. Bennet politely asked Lady Catherine si she would like something to eat or drink, pero Lady Catherine dijo que no muy firmly y no muy kindly, y then she stood up y le dijo a Elizabeth, "Señorita Bennet, there looks como un pretty little wild garden en un side de su lawn. Me would like to walk through él, si you will come con me." "Go, mi dear," called su mother, y show a su señoría los different walking paths. "I think you will like la small summer house." Elizabeth hizo lo que su mother dijo and ran to su room to get su parasol, then returned to walk con su important guest. While they walked por el hallway, Lady Catherine opened las doors del dining room y la living room, y after looking at them quickly, dijo que they looked quite decent, then kept walking. Su carriage still was waiting en la door, y Elizabeth saw que el servant de Lady Catherine was sitting en él. They walked quietly por el path stone que led to the small woods. Elizabeth decided que she would not try to talk con una woman que estaba siendo even more rude and unpleasant than usual. ¿Cómo could I have thought ever que ella era como su nephew?" dijo, while looking at la face. As soon as ellos walked into el small woods, Lady Catherine started talking de eso. "You know exactly por qué yo came here, señorita Bennet. Su own heart y la voz inside you que knows right the wrong must decirle you por qué yo estoy here." Elizabeth looked truly surprised. "You está wrong, madame. Yo tengo no idea por qué you would come to see me here." Miss Bennet, dijo su señoría in an angry voice, you must know que I will not allow que anyone to mock me or deceive me. You may choose to lie to me, pero you will find que yo am not lying to you. People have always known me por decir la truth y decir exactly lo que yo think. In something this important, yo will not change la way yo soy. 2 days hace, yo heard some muy scary news. Someone me dijo que su sister was about to marry very well y que usted, que la Miss Elizabeth Bennet, very likely would marry mi nephew shortly after that. Mi own nephew, el Mr. Darcy. Yo know esto must ser una terrible lie. Yo would never hurt law al thinking eso podría ser true. So yo decided right away to come here y decirle you exactly lo que yo think. Si she thought que era impossible, dijo Elizabeth, su face turning red de surprise and anger, I wonder por qué she came all this way. ¿Qué did you hope hacer al coming here? To make me promise que a todos se les dirá que esta story is not true. Su coming to Longbourn to see me y a mi family, dijo Elizabeth calmly, hará que people think que la story es verdad, si such a story actually exists. Sí, she is pretending que she does not know about esto. ¿No han estado you y a su family working hard to spread esta story yourselves? Do you not know que people are talking de esto everywhere? Never did I hear que lo estuvieran. Y puedes decir with certainty que no hay reason to think que podría ser true? No digo que soy as honest como you are. You can ask me things que I am not going to answer. Yo cannot stand esto. Este es diferente. Señorita Bennet, you must know la truth. A él, as mi nephew, asked you to marry él. Tú has dicho que it cannot happen. Ello should not happen. Ello must not happen, as long as él pueda still think clearly. Pero you may have used tricks y charms to make him forget lo que él should hacer por himself y su family. You may have trapped-lo. Si lo he hecho, sería la last person to tell you. Señorita Bennet, do you know who yo soy? No one ha ever talked con me de esta way. Soy almost su relative closest en el world y tengo el right to know about las things que más matter to him. Pero tú no tienes el right de know about me's business. Acting de this way will never hará que te diga you anything. Let me make esto clear. Este marriage que you dare to hope for puede never happen. No, never. Señor Darcy is going to marry mi daughter. Now, ¿qué tienes que decir? Only esto. Si él really is that way, then no tienes reason to think que he will ask me to marry con él. Lady Catherine waited por un moment y then dijo back, La promise between ellos es una special kind. Since ellos eran babies, people planned que ellos to marry each other. Su mother loved him y la de ella as well. When ellos estaban still in sus baby beds, nosotros planned que ellos to get married. Now, just when both mothers would get lo que ellas always wanted, should una young woman stop su wedding. Una woman que was not born in a good family, que is not important y que tiene nothing to do con our family. Do you not care at all about lo que sus friends want? About su quiet promise to marry Señorita de Bourgh? You have forgotten cómo to behave well and ser polite?
Did you not hear me say que from el time él era un tiny baby, él was meant to marry su cousin? Sí, and I heard it before.
Pero ¿qué does eso matter a mí? Si hay no other reason you should not marry su nephew, yo will not let anyone stop me just because yo know su mother y aunt wanted él to marry señorita de Borg. Ustedes tú hicieron todo lo que pudieron to plan esa wedding. Hacer que really happen was up to other people. Si el Mr. Darcy no tiene que marry su cousin por una promise o because él wants to, ¿por qué no puede choose someone más? Y si yo soy la que él chooses, ¿por qué should I not decir que sí? Because hacer lo que es right, acting properly, ser smart, y sí, lo que es good para ti, todos dicen tú should know. Sí, Miss Bennet, lo que es good para ti. Don't think que su family or friends will pay you attention si vas against lo que todos ellos want. Todos los que knows him dirán bad things about you, will ignore you, y will look down on you. Marrying you will bring shame a our family. None de nosotros will ever even dirá su name. Estas are things very sad, dijo Elizabeth, pero la woman que marries el señor Darcy tendrá so many things wonderful in su life que no tendrá reason para estar unhappy. You stubborn, willful girl, estoy ashamed de ti. ¿Es esto como me thank me por ser kind con you last spring? Do you no owe me anything por eso? Let us sit down. You need to understand, señorita Bennet, que yo came here planning to get lo que yo want, y nothing will change my mind. Yo am not used to hacer lo que other people want que yo haga. Yo am not used que me digan que no. Eso hará things more difficult para ti right now, pero it will not change lo que yo hago. Yo will not let tú stop me from talking. Listen a me without decir anything. Mi daughter y mi nephew son perfect el uno para each other. Por sus mother's sides, ellos come de la same important family, y por sus father's sides, ellos come de good, honest old families que have been around por mucho long time. Both tienen mucho money. Todos in both families wants que ellos to marry each other, so ¿qué podría keeplos apart? Only una young woman con no important family, no connections, y no money trying to push her way in where ella no belong. ¿Should nosotros allow esto? No, we must not y no lo haremos. Si tú knew lo que era good para ti, tú no want to leave el place in life where tú grew up. Si yo marry su nephew, I would not think yo was leaving mi place in el world. Él es un gentleman, yo soy la daughter de un gentleman, so somos equals. Eso es correct, tú eres la daughter de un gentleman, pero ¿qué era tu mother? Who son tus uncles y aunts? No think you know nothing about qué kind of people ellos son. It does not matter who sea mi family, dijo Elizabeth. Si your nephew does not care about them, then they are none of your business. Tell me, once and for all, are you going to marry él? Elizabeth did not want to answer esta question just para hacer Lady Catherine happy, pero after thinking por un moment, ella tuvo que decir, no lo estoy. Lady Catherine looked happy. ¿Y will you promise me never to agree to marry él? No haré ese kind of promise. Miss Bennet, estoy shocked y astonished. Yo thought tú sería una más sensible young woman, pero no fool yourself into thinking que yo will ever give up. No me iré until you tell me lo que I want to hear. Y yo never te diré eso. Tú no puedes scare me para hacer something so completely unfair. You want que el Mr. Darcy should marry con su daughter, pero it would help si yo were to promise lo que you want. Si él is liked by me, decirle que no lo haría want to marry con su cousin instead? Lady Catherine, las reasons que you gave me para esta exchange request son foolish, y asking me this was wrong. You no know me at all si you think you puede change my mind con words como estas.
I do not know si your nephew would like que you should interfere in sus affairs, pero you have no right to interfere in mine, so please do not bother me por esto más. No so fast, please. Yo he no finished yet. Already le he dicho muchas reasons por las que esto es wrong y tengo una más to add. Yo know todo about su youngest sister running away con ese man. Yo know todo about ello, que el young man only married ella because su father and uncle paidle para hacerlo. Should una girl como esa become la sister de mi nephew? Should su husband, whose father worked para Señor Darcy's father, become su brother? Good heavens, ¿en qué are you thinking? Will tú let such people ruin el good name de Pemberley? Ella answered angrily, Tú tienes nothing más que decir a mí. Tú has sido mean conmigo in every way que pudo. Yo need to go back a la house now. Y ella stood up as ella decía esto. Lady Catherine stood up too, y ellas walked back together. Her Honor estaba very angry. You no care at all por mi nephew's good name. Eres una girl bad and selfish. Do you not think que estar contigo haría que todos despise him? Lady Catherine, no tengo nothing more que decir. You know lo que I think. So you have decided que tendrá a él? I never dije eso. Yo will only haré lo que yo think hará me happy, y yo no need to think en ti o anyone else que tiene nothing to do con mi life. Fine. So you will no harás lo que yo ask.
Tú no harás lo que es right, o lo que brings honor, o lo que tú should hacer para pay back kindness. You want to ruin lo que todos sus friends think de él, y hacer que todos despise him. I do not need hacer lo que es right, o lo que brings honor, o lo que returns la kindness, dijo Elizabeth, because none de esas things matters here. Nothing estaría wrong si yo married Señor Darcy. Y si su family were to get angry, o si el world were to be outraged because he married conmigo, no, I would not worry por eso nor por un momento. Y la most de la people is too smart para join in despising us. Y esto es lo que really you think. Esto es lo que you have decided. Muy well. Now I know lo que I must do. No think, señorita Bennet, que you will ever get lo que you want. Yo came here para test you. Yo hoped you would listen to reason, pero you puede estar sure yo will get my way. Lady Catherine kept talking de this until ellos reached su carriage, when ella turned around quickly y dijo, Yo no say goodbye a you, señorita Bennet. Yo no send any kind words a su madre. You no deserve such nice treatment. Estoy muy angry contigo. Elizabeth did not answer anything, y did not try to ask Lady Catherine to return to the house. Simply walked quietly inside. Ella heard el carriage drive away as ella went upstairs. Su mother was waiting in la door de su room, wanting to know por qué Lady Catherine would not come in again and sit down. Ella no want to, dijo su daughter. Ella wanted irse. Es una woman muy beautiful, y fue so nice de ella to visit us. Ella only came, I think, para decirnos us que la Collins family está well. She must be traveling a some place, y como she was passing por Meriton, she thought que also she might stop by to see you.
I think que no tenía nothing special que decirte, Lizzie. Elizabeth tenía que decir una small lie here porque ella no podía decirle a su mother lo que ellos habían really talked about. Chapter 57. Esta strange visit upset Elizabeth so much que ella no podía feel better por un long time, y for muchas hours ella no podía stop thinking en ello. Lady Catherine había actually made este long trip from Rosings just para stop Elizabeth from marrying Señor Darcy. Eso made sense for sure, pero Elizabeth could not understand where la people had gotten la idea de que ella y el Señor Darcy were going to get married until she remembered something. Él era el close friend de Bingley y ella era la sister de Jane. When la people already were excited por una wedding, they wanted to see que another one happen immediately. She had not forgotten que cuando su sister married, esa would bring her a ella y al señor Darcy more often. So, sus neighbors en Lucas Lodge had heard la story de los Collins y la story had made its way back a Lady Catherine. They thought que something would happen soon que Elizabeth only had thought que might happen someday. When Elizabeth thought about las things que Lady Catherine había dicho, she felt worried por lo que might happen si la lady kept trying to stop el marriage. Lady Catherine había dicho que she would stop el marriage no matter what. Elizabeth realized that probably iría to talk con su nephew about it. Elizabeth was afraid to think about cómo might feel el señor Darcy si su aunt le dijera todas las things bad about marrying con someone como ella.
Elizabeth no sabía exactamente cuánto amaba el señor Darcy a su aunt, o cuánto él escuchaba lo que ella decía, pero she thought que él probablemente respetaba a Lady Catherine mucho más de lo que ella lo hacía, y she was sure de que cuando su aunt enliste todas las things terrible about marrying con someone whose family era mucho más lower que la hers, she would know exactly qué decir para hurt him más. Al señor Darcy mattered mucho ser respected y proper. Probablemente él would think que las things que su aunt decía tenían good sense, although Elizabeth thought que eran silly and incorrect. Si él había estado unsure before about qué hacer, which seemed likely, then hearing su aunt beg him not to marry Elizabeth podría make up su mind. Él podría decide ser as happy como él podría ser, while keeping su good name clean. Si eso happened, él never would return. Lady Catherine could see him when he passed through el town, y él would have to break su promise a Bingley about returning a Netherfield. Ella dijo a herself, so si Bingley gets una excuse en los next few days about por qué señor Darcy no puede keep su promise, yo will know lo que eso means. Then yo will stop hoping for anything. Yo will stop wishing que él still cares about me. Si él está happy just feeling sorry de que él lost me, when él podría haber tenido mi love and married me, then yo will stop feeling sorry por losinglo. El resto de su family estaba muy surprised when ellos heard who had come a visit, pero ellos estaban happy to believe la same kind of story que había hecho que señora Bennet stop hacer questions, so Elizabeth did not tuvo que answer muchas teasing questions about it. A la next morning, as ella was walking down las stairs, ella met su father. Él was coming de su library con una letter en su hand.
Lizzie, le dijo, I was looking for you. Come to my room. Ella followed a él there. Ella estaba muy curious to know qué él wanted decirle her, especialmente porque ella thought it tenía something to do con la letter él was holding. Suddenly she thought que the letter podría ser de Lady Catherine. She felt frightened thinking en todas the things que she would have to explain. Ella followed a su father a la fireplace y ellos both sat down. Él then dijo, Yo got una letter esta morning que really surprised me. Como es mainly about tea, you should know lo que dice. Yo no know before que yo tenía 2 daughters que estaban about to get married. Let me decir how happy que estoy de que you have won over un man so important. La face de Elizabeth turned red immediately because she was sure de que era una letter del nephew, no de la aunt, y she could not decide si estaba más happy de que él had explained himself at all, o annoyed de que su letter was not written para ella instead, when su father continued talking. You look como si you knew something. Young ladies son muy good in figuring out things como esta, pero yo think even 2 won't be able to guess el name del man que likes you.
Esta letter es del señor Collins. Del señor Collins. ¿Y qué pude tener que decir? Something muy important, of course. Él starts diciendo how happy él está por Miss oldest daughter's wedding, which él heard about por some de la Lucas family who like to talk and share news. Yo no haré to wait by reading lo que él dice about eso. Here está lo que yo need decirte about yourself. Señora Collins y yo estamos muy happy por ti por esta good thing que happened, y now yo want decir something about another thing nosotros heard about de la same person who told us las first news.
Tu daughter Elizabeth, nosotros think, will not keep el name de Bennet mucho longer after su oldest sister gives lo up. Y el man ella chooses to marry podría muy well ser uno de los más important people en este country. ¿Puedes tú guess, Lizzie, who él means con esto? Este young man es lucky de una special way, con todo que una person podría ever want, beautiful land y houses, una family que everyone respects y powerful people que helplo. Pero even con todas estas things good, let me warn mi cousin Elizabeth y a ti about las things bad que could happen si dices que sí muy quickly a la offer de este man of marriage, which of course you will want to accept immediately. ¿Tienes any idea, Lizzie, who es este man? Pero now la truth comes out. I am warning you for this reason. We think que su aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, does not like at all esta union. El Mr. Darcy, you see, es el man. Now, Lizzie, you think you have surprised te. ¿Podría él o la Lucas family have picked any man que know whose name haría su story sound más silly que lo que ellos told nos? Mr. Darcy, who never looks at any woman except para find something wrong en ella, y who have probably never even looked at ti en su toda life. Es wonderful. Elizabeth tried to laugh de la father's joke, pero ella pudo only make herself smile a little, y ella no want to. Never before habían sus teasing hurt sus feelings so mucho. Are you not having fun con esto? Oh, sí, please keep reading. After you told a su señoría about este marriage last night, ella right away me dijo me lo que ella thought about it, como ella always hace when ella wants to share sus feelings. It became clear que ella would never say yes a lo que ella called such un terrible match, because of some problems ella tiene con la cousin's family.
I thought que era mi duty to tell mi cousin about esto as quickly as pudiera para que ella y el man que loves her may know en qué they are getting into, y do not rush a un marriage que has not been agreed upon properly. El Mr. Collins also dice, estoy muy happy de que el sad matter de mi cousin Lydia has been kept so quiet, y only it worries me que so many people know que they lived together before getting married. Pero I must not forget los duties de mi job, y I must say que surprised estoy to hear que you let que la young couple enter a tu house as soon as they were married. Era helping la people a hacer things bad, y si yo hubiera sido el líder de la church de Longbourn, would have fought against eso muy hard. You should forgive a ellos como un Christian, sí, pero never let que ellos... I thought que era mi duty to tell mi cousin about esto as quickly as pudiera para que ella y el man que loves her may know en qué they are getting into, y do not rush a un marriage que has not been agreed upon properly. El Mr. Collins also dice, estoy muy happy de que el sad matter de mi cousin Lydia has been kept so quiet, y only it worries me que so many people know que they lived together before getting married. Pero I must not forget los duties de mi job, y I must say que surprised estoy to hear que you let que la young couple enter a tu house as soon as they were married. era helping la people a hacer things bad, y si yo hubiera sido el líder de la church de Longbourn, would have fought against eso muy hard. You should forgive a ellos como un Christian, sí, pero never let que ellos come to see you, or let anyone diga sus names when you can hear. Eso es lo que él thinks Christian forgiveness means. El rest de su letter is only about su dear Charlotte y como he hopes que tengan un baby. Pero Lizzie, you look como si no you were having fun. I hope tú vas not act upset y pretend estar hurt por some silly story people are telling. ¿Para qué do nosotros live for, except to give our neighbors something to talk about, and then laugh de ellos when it's our turn? Oh, cried Elizabeth, esto es muy funny para mí, pero es so strange. Sí, eso es lo que lo hace fun. Si people had picked any other man, it would not matter at all, pero él does not care por ti one bit, y tú really do not like a él, lo que hace lo so wonderfully silly. Even though yo hate writing letters, yo would not stop getting Señor Collins letters por anything. When yo read una de sus letters, me like él even más que Wickham, even though yo really enjoy lo rude y fake mi son-in-law is.
Y tell me, Lizzie, ¿qué dijo Lady Catherine about esta historia? She came here a decir que no would allow it? Su daughter only laughed when él hizo esta pregunta, y como él la había hecho without thinking que something estaba really wrong, ella no felt bad when él asked her again. Elizabeth had never had such a hard time haciendo que sus feelings look different de lo que ellos really eran. Ella tenía que laugh when ella really wanted to cry. Su father had hurt sus feelings very badly al decir que al señor Darcy did not care for her, y only podía wonder si su father was not seeing las things clearly or worry de que perhaps ella had imagined too much instead of él seeing muy little. Instead of receiving una letter de su friend giving excuses, como Elizabeth thought que el señor Bingley might send, él was able to bring Darcy con él a Longbourn only unos days after Lady Catherine came to visit. Los men came early, y before Señora Bennet tuviera time de decirle a él que ellas had seen a su aunt, which su daughter was afraid podría happen in any moment, Bingley wanted to start alone con Jane, so él dijo ellos should todos go for a walk outside. Todos dijeron que sí. La señora Bennet no usually ir for a walk. Mary never podía find el time, pero las other 5 people went out together. Bingley y Jane let los others walk ahead of ellos. They stayed behind, while Elizabeth, Kitty y Darcy had to talk among themselves. No one dijo mucho. Kitty was too afraid of él to speak. Elizabeth was secretly deciding hacer something brave. Perhaps él estaba haciendo the same thing. They walked toward la house de los Lucas because Kitty wanted to visit Maria. Elizabeth saw no reason para hacer que todos come along, so when Kitty left them, she continued walking con él all alone.
Now era el momento para que ella hiciera lo que she had decided hacer. While still she felt brave, dijo immediately, Señor Darcy, yo think only in myself, y yo want to make myself feel better even if it hurts sus feelings. Yo tengo que thank you por ser so kind con mi poor sister de una way que no one más ha ever sido. Ever since yo found out lo que yo hizo, yo have wanted so much decirle you how thankful yo estoy. Si el rest de mi family knew about esto, yo no sería the only one que would need to give thanks. Estoy muy sorry, Darcy dijo, sounding surprised y upset, de que you ever found out the something que podía haberle worried you when you no understand lo right. No, I did not think que la señora Gardiner le diría a nadie. You must not blame a mi aunt. Lydia dijo something without thinking, y eso me dijo que you had helped con el problem. Of course, I could not stop asking questions until I knew todo. Let me thank you again and again for mi toda family, because two were so kind que tú took so much trouble and let people fuera mean con you, todo para findlos. Si tú want to thank me, él dijo, do lo just para tu self. Yo will no lie y diré que wanting hacerte happy did no hizo me want to help even más. Pero su family does no owe me anything. Even though yo care about ellos, yo think yo estaba only thinking en ti. Elizabeth felt too shy y mixed up para decir anything. After un little while de quiet, él dijo, You is too good para play games con me. Si tú still feel lo same way por mí como tú did last abril, please tell me right now. Yo still lovede y want las same things, pero si tú dices una word against it, yo will never talk de esto again.
Elizabeth felt muy nervous y worried, pero she forced herself to speak immediately, y le dijo que sus feelings had changed so much since April que estaba happy y grateful to hear lo que él estaba diciendo now. Esta answer lo hizo más happy de lo que probably había estado before, y le dijo cómo he felt as clearly y warmly como any man que está deeply in love haría. Si Elizabeth hubiera podido to look at su face, ella would have seen qué good él looked cuando él estaba so truly happy. Pero even though ella no podía look at lo, ella podía listen y él díjole how much ella meant para él, lo que hizo su love feel más special every moment. Ellos walked without knowing qué way ellos iban. Había too much to think about y feel y decir para pay attention a anything else around ellos. Soon he learned que they had to thank a su aunt for bringing them together, because su aunt lo had visited on her way back por Londres and had told him todo about su trip a Longbourn, por qué fue there, y todo lo que ella and Elizabeth had talked about, especially las things que Elizabeth dijo que hicieron que su aunt think que Elizabeth era stubborn y rude, because su aunt thought que decirle esto would help him to get la promise de él que Elizabeth had refused to give. Pero su aunt fue unlucky because eso tuvo la opposite effect. Él dijo, me taught me to hope de una way que había almost never let myself hope before. Yo knew you well enough para estar sure de que si you hubiera completely decided against me forever, yo le habría dicho a Lady Catherine honestly y openly. La face de Elizabeth turned red y laughed as decía, sí, you know que honest soy, so you know que podría hacer eso. After decir such terrible things a tu face, yo tendría no problem diciendo terrible things about ti a toda tu family. ¿Qué did you say about me que yo no deserve? Even though las things you said about me eran wrong y based on things que eran not true, la way you acted toward ti back then fue so bad que yo deserved el worst scolding. Lo que hice estaba so wrong que cannot be forgiven. No puedo think en ello without feeling sick. Elizabeth dijo, let's not fight about which uno de nosotros fue worse that night. Si we look closely at cómo acted both of us, neither de nosotros era perfect, pero since then, I hope que both have improved and ser kind to one another. No puedo forgive myself so easily. When you think back to lo que yo dije that day, cómo yo acted, la way yo spoke during todo de ello, it hurts me so much que yo puedo barely standlo, and it has hurt this for muchos months. Never will I forget when you me dijiste que estaba wrong, si you had acted como un true gentleman. Esas fueron las words que you told me. Tú no puedes even imagine how much esas words have hurt me, though yo must admit it took me some time before yo fuera smart enough para sí que tú tenías right. Yo never thought ellos would hit me so hard. Yo tenía no idea at all que tú would feel loss so deeply. Yo puedo easily believe eso. Tú thought yo tenía no good feelings at all. Estoy sure tú did. Yo will never forget la look en tu face when tú said que no había no way yo podría haberte asked you que hiciera que tú say sí a mí. Oh, please no say again lo que yo dije then. Thinking en esas things will no help us at all. I promise you que he estado muy ashamed de lo que dije for a long time now. Darcy talked about su letter. Did ella, él asked, did ella hizo te think better than me right away? When tú readla, did tú believe any de lo que yo wrote?
Ella le dijo cómo la letter had changed su mind y cómo slowly todas las things bad que she had thought about él se fueron. I knew, dijo él, que lo que I wrote would hurt you, pero tenía que write it. Yo hope to throw la letter away. Había una part, especially al beginning, que yo would hate que tú to be able to read again. Yo puedo remember some things yo wrote que would make que me hate me, y tú would be right to hate me por ellas. I will burn la letter si tú think que I need hacer eso para keep you worrying por mí. Pero although los two we know que mis thoughts pueden change, I hope que not change as quickly como tú seem to think que lo hacen. When yo wrote esa letter, Darcy dijo, yo thought yo estaba calm and thinking clearly. Pero now yo know yo wrote la when yo estaba muy angry y hurt. La letter puede haber started because tú were angry, pero it did not end de esa way. La way en que you said goodbye fue kind, pero do not think más en la letter. Como nosotros both feel now is so different de como nosotros felt then, que nosotros should forget todas las things bad about it. Tú should learn a think de la way yo lo hago. Only remember el past when te hace you happy. Yo no think to really think de esa way. When you look back at tu life, tú tienes nothing to feel bad about, so feeling good con ella no es because you're wise, es because tú no know lo que it's like hacer wrong things. Pero yo no soy like that. Los bad memories keep coming back a mí, y no puedo push them away, y I shouldn't push them away. Yo he sido someone que only cared about myself toda mi life, no because yo thought it era right, but because that's como yo acted. When yo era un child, people taught me lo que era right, pero no one taught me cómo to control mis bad feelings.
Yo learned good rules, pero yo was left to follow them while era proud y thinking yo era better que todos else. Yo fui el only son por mucho long time y mis parents spoiled me. Even though ellos eran good people, especially my father, who era kind y caring, ellos let me and even helped me a ser selfish y bossy. I only care about my own family, to think badly de todos else en el world y to believe que other people eran no as smart o good como yo era. That's como yo era from el time yo tenía 8 years old until yo tuve 28. Y yo podría still ser de esa way si it no fuera por ti, mi dear, wonderful Elizabeth. How much do I owe te? Tú taught me something que era muy hard to learn at first, pero fue muy good para mí. You showed me que yo no era as great como I thought que era, y you were right al hacerlo. Yo came a ti, sure de que tú would welcome me. You showed me que yo no era good enough to make happy una woman como tú. ¿Había you really thought que yo would want you to ask me to marry you? Sí, yo lo había hecho. ¿Qué will tú think de lo proud yo estaba? Yo believed tú wanted que yo to ask you to marry me conmigo. Yo must have acted the wrong way, pero yo did not mean to, te promise you. Yo never meant to trick te, pero sometimes yo acted happy when you should not have. You must have hated me so much after that night. Hate you? Yo estaba angry at first, maybe, pero soon I got angry con las right things instead. Yo estoy almost scared to ask qué tú thought de mí when no saw each other en Pemberley. Did you think yo was wrong to come there? No, not at all. Yo just felt surprised. Tú could not haber estado más surprised que yo estaba when tú were kind con me. I knew que yo no había sido good contigo, y I thought que only you would be as kind conmigo como you had to be.
Lo que él quería hacer, then, dijo Darcy, era to show you, siendo as kind como pudiera, que no era so bad como para stay angry por lo que happened before. He hoped que you would forgive me y would think better de me when you saw que he had listened to the things que you said about me. Yo no puedo decir exactly when you started wanting other things too, pero yo think que fue about half una hour after yo saw a ti. Then he told her how happy que había estado Georgiana to meet her, and how sad que she felt when it ended so quickly. Esto made them talk about por qué it had ended, y ella found out que he had decided to follow her from Derbyshire to look for su sister before él even left la inn. Su look serious and worried there had come from thinking about este plan and nothing else. Ella thanked him again, pero it fue too hard para both de ellos to keep talking de ello. After walking por several miles without hurrying y estar too busy talking para think in anything else, ellos looked a sus watches y saw que era time de ir home. What happened con el señor Bingley y Jane fue something que they wondered about, y esto made them start talking about those two. Darcy estaba muy happy por su engagement because su friend had told him aboutlo right away. Yo must ask si tú were surprised, dijo Elizabeth. Not at all. When me fui, I felt que it would pass soon. Eso means tú had said que estaba okay. Eso I thought. And although él dijo que esa no era la word correct para ello, ella could tell de que eso era more or less lo que had happened. The night before I left a Londres, dijo él, le dije something que I should have told her a long time ago. I told her about todo lo que had happened para hacer que mi meddling en sus affairs seem foolish and rude. Él estaba muy surprised. Él había never thought anything como eso at all. Yo also dije a él que yo thought yo estaba wrong when yo believed tu sister no cared about él, y since yo podía easily see que él still loved a ella muy mucho, yo estaba sure ellos serían happy together. Elizabeth could not help smiling at lo easily él decía a su friend qué hacer. When tú told a él de mi sister loved a él, did tú say lo por lo que tú saw yourself? Ella dijo, or just por lo que yo dije a ti last spring? Por lo que I saw myself. Yo had watched la carefully during las 2 times yo visited here lately, y yo estaba sure ella loved a él. Y when le dijiste que you were sure de ello, I suppose she believed you immediately. Sí lo hizo. Bingley is truly modest y no put on an act about it. Él no estaba sure él podía make la right choice in such una important matter, pero él trusted lo que yo thought, which hizo todo simple. Tuve que decirle one thing que made him angry conmigo for a while, y tenía good reasons para estar upset. Yo no podía hide el fact de que tu sister había estado en la town for 3 months last winter, que yo knew de ello, y que yo kept lo secret para él on purpose. Estaba angry, pero yo estoy sure su anger did not last any más que el time él spent wondering cómo tu sister really felt por él. Él ha completely forgiven me now. Elizabeth wanted to say el señor Bingley había sido un friend wonderful, so easy to guide que su kindness was worth más que el gold, pero she restrained herself. Ella remembered que él still needed to learn cómo to be teased y it era too soon to start a hacer eso. While he thought of how happy que sería Bingley, which of course no sería as much como his own happiness, he continued talking until they arrived at the house. En el front hall, ellos went sus separate ways.
Chapter 59. My dear Lizzie, where have you been walking? Fue la question que Elizabeth heard de Jane as soon as she entered the room, y de todos los others when they sat down to eat. She only tuvo que decir que they had walked until no longer she knew where they estaban. Su face turned red as ella spoke, pero eso did not hizo anyone think ella was hiding something. La evening went by quietly, with nothing special happening. Las two people que todos knew estaban in love talked and laughed, while las two people whose love era still secret dijeron nothing. Darcy era no el kind de person whose happiness shows itself en mucho de laughing and joking, y Elizabeth, feeling mixed up and confused, knew en su mind que ella estaba happy, pero did not really feel-lo yet, because ella estaba embarrassed right now and worried por other problems que were coming. Ella thought en cómo su family would feel when ellos found out lo que had happened. Ella knew que no one liked him except Jane, y ella estaba even afraid de que los others disliked him so much que todo su money and important place in society podría no change sus minds. Esa night, she told Jane todo lo que estaba en su heart. Señorita Bennet almost never thought bad things about people, pero ella no podía believe esto at all. Estás haciendo una joke, Lizzie. Esto no puede ser. Tú are going to marry Señor Darcy. No, do not trick me like this. Yo no, esto podría never happen. Esto es una terrible way to start. I was counting contigo para que you would believe me, and I am sure de que no one else lo hará si tú no lo haces. Pero estoy diciendo la truth. No estoy diciendo nothing other than lo que actually happened. He still loves me, and we are going to get married. Jane looked at her como si she were not sure what to think. Oh, Lizzie, no puede ser. You know how much tú no like a él. You know nothing about esto. Todo eso está in the past now. Maybe you did not always love-lo as como as you do now, pero when something como esto happens, it's wrong to keep remembering las bad things. Esta es la last time que I am going to think in esos old feelings. Señorita Bennet still looked completely shocked. Elizabeth díjole again, even más seriously, que era really true. Oh my goodness, puede esto really ser true? Pero now tengo que believe you, dijo Jane. Mi dear, dear Lizzie, I want to say how happy que estoy por ti, pero ¿estás sure? Please do not be upset because I ask. ¿Estás really sure de que puedes ser happy con él? Estoy completely sure de eso. Nosotros hemos already decided que nosotros seremos la happiest married couple en el todo world. Pero ¿estás happy por esto, Jane? You will like tenerlo como tu brother? Mucho, mucho. Nothing podría hacer a Bingley o a mí happier que esto. Pero we thought about it, we talked about it, y we thought que never could happen. ¿Y do you really love a él enough? Oh, Lizzie, please do anything except marry someone tú no love. ¿Estás completely sure de que you feel como you should feel? Oh, sí, you will think you feel even más de lo que you should feel when yo telte todo. ¿Qué no you decir? Well, tengo que decirte que I love him más de lo que tú love Bingley. I am afraid tú will be angry conmigo. My dearest sister, please be serious now. You want to talk about something muy importante. Tell me todo lo que I need to know right now. Will tú dirás me how long tú have loved a él?
It happened so slowly que yo no really know when it started, pero yo think que it began when you first saw so beautiful house in gardens in Pemberley. Tu husband
Only Bingley y tú serán más important para mí. Pero Lizzie, has sido muy clever y no me has dicho things. You told me almost nothing about lo que happened in Pemberley y Lambton. I learned todo lo que I know about eso de another person, no de ti. Elizabeth le dijo por qué she had kept it secret. She had not wanted to talk about Bingley, and because she was not sure de sus own feelings, also she had kept away from talking about su friend. Pero now le diría a Jane todo about cómo él had helped con la wedding de Lydia. Le dijo todo a Jane, and they spent half the night talking. Good heavens, cried Señora Bennet, as ella estaba at la window la next morning. Si ese awful Señor Darcy is not coming here again con our dear Bingley. ¿Por qué tiene que ser so annoying y come always here? I thought que he would go hunting o haría something más and would not bother us estando here. ¿Qué haremos con él? Lizzie, you must go for a walk con él again para que he does not get in the way of Bingley. Elizabeth almost laughed de such an helpful idea, pero ella estaba really upset de que su mother always called him such a mean name.
As soon as ellos came in, Bingley looked a ella con such una happy face y shook su hand so warmly que ella knew él had heard las good news. Y soon él dijo out loud, Señora Bennet, ¿no you tiene más more paths por here where Lizzie podría get lost again today? I think que el Mr. Darcy y Lizzie y Kitty should walk al Mount Occam esta morning, dijo la Mrs. Bennet. Es una walk long y pleasant, y el Mr. Darcy never has seen lo que se puede be seen from up there. Eso might be fine para los others, dijo el Mr. Bingley, pero I am sure de que será muy difficult para Kitty. ¿No es so, Kitty? Kitty dijo que ella would rather stay home. Darcy dijo él really wanted to see la view from el mount, y Elizabeth quietly agreed ir. As ella went upstairs para get ready, Señora Bennet followedla y dijo, I am very sorry, Lizzie, que tengas que estar alone con ese man horrible, pero I hope that you do not mind. Es todo por Jane, you know, y you do not have to talk con él except now and then, so do not worry por eso. During su walk, ellos decided que Señor Bennet should be asked esa evening si él diría que sí, y Elizabeth decided ella would ask a su mother herself. She could not guess cómo would feel su mother about it, at times wondering si todo su money y things fine would be enough para hacer que she stop hating the men, pero whether estuviera very angry por el marriage or very happy por eso, Elizabeth was sure that su mother would act in a way que la haría look foolish, and she could not bear the thought of el Mr. Darcy hearing la first excited joy de su mother or sus first words angry in opposition. Por la evening, soon after Señor Bennet fue a la library, ella saw Señor Darcy get up y follow-lo, y ella felt muy worried when ella saw esto.
She was not afraid que su father dijera que no, but he was going to become sad, y sería her fault, que ella, su daughter favorite, would upset him con su choice y would feel him the worry and sadness for letting her go. Y este era un thought terrible, y she sat feeling horrible until el Mr. Darcy returned, y cuando she looked at him, su smile made her feel a little better. En unos few minutes, él came over a la table where ella was sitting con Kitty, y while pretending to look at su sewing, él whispered, Go con tu father, él wants you en la library. Se fue immediately. Su father was walking for the room, looking serious and worried. Lizzie, le dijo, ¿qué estás haciendo? Have you lost to mind al decir sí a este man? Have you no always hated law?
She wished so much haber sido fairer before y no haber dicho things so harsh. Eso would have saved la de tener que explain things que eran muy hard to talk about. Pero now ella tenía que, y ella díjole, feeling embarrassed, que ella really did care about Señor Darcy. O, in other words, to have made up your mind to marry él. Él tiene mucho money, eso is true, y puedes tener dresses prettier y carriages more elegant que Jane. Pero esas things te harán happy? ¿Tienes any other reason para decir que no? Dijo Elizabeth, besides thinking que I do not care for él. No, nothing más. Todos know que es un man proud and unpleasant, pero eso wouldn't matter si really you liked him. Sí, I like him, dijo ella, with tears in her eyes. I love him. Él es no proud de una bad way at all. Él es perfectly kind. Tú no know cómo él es really like. Please no hurt me by talking de él de esa way. Lizzie, dijo su father, le he dicho que sí. Él es el kind de man al que yo would never dare a decir que no to when él asks for something. You give the permission now, si tú estás sure que want to marry él. Pero let me decirte to think en esto más carefully. I know cómo eres, Lizzie. Yo know que tú could not ser happy or good unless tú truly respected a tu husband, unless tú looked up to a él como someone better que tú. Tu quick mind y clever ways would put thee in great danger si tú married someone que no fuera right para ti. Tú would almost certainly end up con un bad name y una hard life. Mi child, no make me sad al choosing someone you no puedes look up to y respect. You do not know lo que estás haciendo. Elizabeth felt esto even more strongly, so she spoke con great care y seriousness. Le dijo a su father again and again que el señor Darcy era really the one whom she wanted to marry. She explained to him cómo sus feelings toward él had changed slowly over time. Dijo que estaba completely sure de que su love por ella no era something new, but rather had lasted through muchos months de waiting y worry. She told him con great feeling about todas las good qualities del señor Darcy. Finally, hizo que su father believe her y accept este marriage era right. Well, mi dear, él dijo when ella stopped talking, yo tengo nothing más que decir. Si esto is true, then él is good enough para ti. No podría let you go, mi Lizzie, with someone que no fuera worthy of you. To make her think even better del señor Darcy, then she told her lo que el señor Darcy había hecho por Lydia without being asked. Él listened to ella con great surprise. Esta is truly una night full of amazing things. So Darcy hizo todo. Él arranged el marriage. Él gave el money. Él paid off las man's debts. Y él gotle su job en el army. Eso is even better. Eso will save me mucho work y money.
Si tu uncle lo hubiera hecho, habría tenido que pay him back. Pero estos young people que están so in love hacen todo their own way. Yo will offer to pay him back tomorrow. Él will get upset and talk loudly about how much él loves a ti, y eso será el end de ello. Then él recordó que embarrassed ella had looked unos days hace cuando él read Señor Collins' letter. After laughing de ella por a while, él finally let la ir. As ella left the room, él dijo, "Si any young men come asking for Mary or Kitty, send them a me. Yo tengo mucho time." Elizabeth felt mucho better now that esta heavy worry was gone. After sitting quietly en su room por half una hour para think, ella pudo to go back con los others feeling calm enough. Todo era too new para anyone to feel truly happy yet, pero la evening passed peacefully.
No había nothing terrible to worry about anymore, y el good feeling de estar comfortable y easy el uno con each other would come con el time. When su mother went up a su bedroom esa night, Elizabeth followed her and told her las news important. Lo que happened next fue muy strange. When Señora Bennet first heardlo, ella sat completely still and pudo no decir a single word. It took a ella muchos minutes to understand lo que ella was hearing, even though ella era usually quick to believe good news about su family, especially when it meant una de sus daughters podría get married. Ella finally started to feel better and began moving around in su chair, standing up, sitting back down, wondering about it total, and diciendo little prayers. Good gracious! Lord bless me! Just think! Dear me! El Mr. Darcy! Who would have thought lo? And is really true? Oh, me dear Lizzie! Que rich and important thou will be! What spending money! Que pretty jewels! Que fancy carriages thou will have!
Lo que Jane tiene es nothing compared to esto. Nothing at all. Yo estoy so happy, so excited. Such a wonderful man, so handsome, so tall. Oh, mi dear Lizzie, please tell him yo am sorry por not liking him so much before. Yo hope él will forgive me por eso. Dear, dear Lizzie, una house in town, todo lo que es wonderful, 3 daughters married, 10,000 al year. Oh Lord, ¿qué será de mí? Yo shall go crazy. Esto fue enough to show que estaba happy por ello, and Elizabeth was glad that only ella heard su mother decir todo esto, so se fue shortly after. Pero ella había only estado en su room por 3 minutes when su mother came after ella. Mi dearest child, ella cried, yo puedo think in nothing más. 10,000 al year, and maybe even más. Is as good como marrying un lord, and un special paper para get married right away. Tú must get married con un special paper. Pero mi dearest love, tell me qué food Señor Darcy likes más para que yo pueda makela para él tomorrow. Esta era una bad sign de cómo su mother might act near the man himself, and Elizabeth saw que although she knew que él loved her very much y su family dijo que sí al marriage, still había things to worry about. Pero el day following fue mucho better de lo que she thought que sería, because la Mrs. Bennet was so afraid of the man que sería su son-in-law que she did not dare speak to him, unless pudiera hacer something good por él o show que she thought que sus ideas eran important. Elizabeth estaba happy to see su father trying hard to get to know him, and el Mr. Bennet soon le dijo que he liked him más every hour. I think muy highly de todos mis 3 sons-in-law, dijo él. Wickham podría ser el que más I like, pero I think que I will like tu husband as much as el de Jane. Elizabeth se sintió feliz y juguetona de nuevo, y quería que el señor Darcy le dijera cómo había él enamoradose de ella. ¿Cómo empezó?, le dijo. Yo puedo understand cómo tú kept loving me once to began, pero ¿qué hizo que start loving me in the first place? No puedo decir exactly cuándo it happened, o where estaba, o cómo you looked, o qué you said que made me start to love you. Fue too much ago. Yo estaba already in love before yo knew it had started. Do not think yo era pretty at first, y la way yo acted toward thee era almost always rude, y yo never talked con thee without wanting to hurt tus feelings. Now tell me la truth, did they like me porque yo fui rude con thee? Me liked you porque tu mind era so quick y lively. Tú might as well just decir yo fui rude, era almost la same thing. La truth is que you were tired de que people being polite with thee, de que people always trying to please thee, de que people paying you too much attention.
Two were sick the women que always talked y looked y thought only en hacerte happy. I woke you up and made you interested porque era so different de ellas. Si tú had not been una truly good person, tú would have hated me por ello. Pero even though tú tried to hide tus real feelings, tu heart era always good y fair, and deep down tú looked down a las people que tried so hard to win to love. There, yo have saved te la trouble de explaininglo, and really, when yo think en ello todo, yo think it tiene perfect sense. Of course, tú did not know anything actually good about me, pero nobody thinks en eso when ellos fall in love. ¿No había nothing good in the way en que you took care of Jane when estaba sick in Netherfield? Dearest Jane, who podría haber hecho less por ella? Pero you should feel good por eso anyway.
Tú tienes que take care of me good side y make it sound as wonderful como tú can. Y yo puedo pick fights con you y tease thee whenever you want. Yo will start right now by asking you esto. ¿Por qué did tú take so long and tell me cómo te felt? ¿Por qué were tú so shy around me when tú first came a visit, y then when tú had dinner here? ¿Por qué you seemed como si nothing mattered to you when you came to see me? Because tú were serious y quiet, y tú no show me que tú liked me. Pero yo felt nervous y no qué decir. Y yo tú could have talked con me más when tú came para dinner. Un man que didn't worry as much como yo might have been able to speak más. Qué terrible que tú have una good reason para lo que you did y que yo have to agree en que it makes sense. Pero yo wonder how long tú would have waited si no one had helped te. Yo wonder when tú would have told me cómo te felt si yo had not asked te first. When yo decided to thank you por ser kind con Lydia, it really worked. Maybe it worked too well. ¿Qué dos eso dice about hacer lo right thing si our happiness comes de que yo breaking una promise? Yo was not supposed to talk about eso. Esto no is not right. Tú no need to worry por ello. Todo will be fine y será fair. Lady Catherine tried to keepnos apart when ella tenía no right de hacer eso, y eso me hizo stop tener any doubts about you. Yo estoy no happy now just because you wanted so badly decir thank you a mí. Yo did not want to wait a que to start talking. Lo que me dijo mi aunt gave me hope, and I wanted to know todo immediately. Lady Catherine has helped nos mucho, which should hacerla happy, because ella loves to help people. Pero tell me, ¿por qué you came really a Netherfield? Did you just want to ride over a Longbourn y feel awkward?
¿O were you planning hacer something más importante? Yo really came to see a ti y to find out si había any chance tú might ever love me. Lo que I told myself que estaba haciendo era checking si your sister still liked Bingley, y si that was the case, le diría the truth como hice afterwards. Will tú ever be brave enough para decirle a Lady Catherine lo que is going to happen to her? Yo will probably need más time que courage, Elizabeth, pero tengo que hacerlo, y si you give me paper, I will write to you right now. Si no tuviera mi own letter to write, I could sit by your side y see qué neat is to handwriting, como hizo once another young lady, pero yo also tengo una aunt, and I have ignored her too long. Elizabeth had never written back a señora Gardiner long letter because ella did not want to admit que ella había estado wrong about qué close ella y señor Darcy really estaban, pero now ella tenía wonderful news to share, and ella felt bad de que su uncle and aunt had already missed 3 days de estar happy por ello, so ella wrote esta letter right away. Yo should have thanked you before now, dear aunt, por su long, kind letter que told me so muchas things, pero para decir la truth, yo estaba too upset to write. You thought que was happening más de lo que actually was going on, pero now tú puedes think lo que sea que tú want. Let tu mind run wild and imagine anything you can think of about esto, and as long as tú no think yo estoy already married, tú will not be too far wrong. Tú must write back muy soon y decir even nicer things about él que tú did en tu last letter.
Thank you again and again por no ir a los lagos. How foolish pude haber sido to want eso. Tu idea about los ponies is wonderful. Nosotros will ride por el park every day. Yo soy la happiest person en el todo el world. Maybe other people han dicho esto before, pero no one que tuviera una reason so good para decirlo. Yo estoy even happier que Jane. Ella only smiles, pero yo laugh out loud. El Mr. Darcy sends you todo el love que he can give, except lo que he keeps para mí. Todos must come a Pemberley para Navidad. Love, y so on. La letter del Mr. Darcy a Lady Catherine was written in a different way, y la letter del Mr. Bennet al Mr. Collins was different from both of theirs. Dear Sir, yo need to ask you to say congratulations una más time. Elizabeth will soon marry Señor Darcy. Try to hacer que Lady Catherine feel better si puede, pero si yo fuera tú, you would take el nephew's side. Él tiene más money to give him. Yours truly, y so on. Señorita Bingley wrote to congratulate su brother por su wedding, pero sus words eran sweet on the outside and fake on the inside. Ella even wrote a Jane para decir how happy ella estaba y decir again todas las nice things ella había dicho before. Jane knew que she was lying, pero la letter still made her feel something. Although she did not trust la Miss Bingley, Jane could not help writing back in a way mucho más kind de lo que la Miss Bingley really deserved. When Señorita Darcy heard la same news, ella estaba as truly happy como su brother estaba when he told a ella. 4 pages de paper era no enough para hold toda su happiness y todo su strong wish de que su sister to love a ella. Before el Mr. Collins could write back o su wife pudiera decir something nice a Elizabeth, la family Longbourn found out de que los Collins had come a Lucas Lodge themselves. La reason ellos came so suddenly era easy to see. Lady Catherine had become so angry por lo que su nephew wrote en su letter que Charlotte estaba worried and wanted irse until Lady Catherine stopped being so furious. Elizabeth estaba truly happy to see a su friend come in such on time, though during sus visits, ella sometimes thought que la happiness cost too much when ella saw a Sir Darcy teniendo que listen to todos los husbands showing off and fake politeness. But él handled it muy calmly. He even could listen to Sir William Lucas when Sir William decía things nice about él taking away la girl más wonderful del country, and when Sir William dijo que he hoped que todos would meet often en el palace, and el Mr. Darcy remained calm and polite. Si él did move sus shoulders de una way que showed él estaba annoyed, it fue only after Sir William se walked away. Señora Phillips siendo rude and common era another thing que tested how patient él podía ser, and maybe una even harder test, and though Señora Phillips y su sister estaban too scared de él to talk con él de la easy way ellas talked con Bingley, whenever ella did talk, ella was always rude and common. Although ella respected him y esto la hacía más quiet, it didn't make her act como una lady. Elizabeth hizo todo lo que pudo to keep him away from estas people que kept annoying him, and always tried to keep him con ella y con las people de su family que could speak to him without making him feel bad, and although los feelings uncomfortable de todo esto took away mucha fun del time when they were falling in love, made her look forward to el future even more, and she was excited for el time when estarían away from people que made them both unhappy and they could enjoy toda la comfort and things pleasant de estar con su family en Pemberley. Chapter 61. Señora Bennet estaba muy happy en el día cuando ella got rid of sus two best daughters. You puede imaginar how proud y happy ella estaba cuando ella later visited Señora Bingley y talked about Señora Darcy. I wish poder decir, for the sake of su family, que getting lo que she wanted so much al tener so many de sus children married, la hizo una woman intelligent, kind y wise for the rest of su life, although perhaps fue good para su husband, who might not have liked tener such a kind, unusual de life home. Happy, que ella still sometimes worried about nothing y always era silly. Señor Bennet missed a su second daughter much, y su love por ella hizo que él leave home para visitarla más que anything else could. Él loved ir a Pemberley, especially when no one was expectinglo. El Mr. Bingley y Jane stayed at Netherfield for only un year. Estar so close to su mother y las people de Meryton was not good, even para su nature easygoing o su heart loving. Sus sisters got lo que always they had wanted. Él bought una estate en un county next to Derbyshire, y Jane y Elizabeth, along with todas sus other reasons for being happy, now estaban a only 30 miles from each other. Kitty spent most of su time con sus two older sisters, which era muy good para ella. Estar around people que eran better que las ones ella usually knew helped la become a better person. Ella era no as wild y hard to control como Lydia, y cuando ella estaba away from Lydia's bad example, ella became less angry, less foolish, and less boring when people paid attention a ella y helped la. Of course, su family made sure to keep her away from Lydia, y although Mrs. Wickham often asked her que fuera to visit her y promised que habría dances y men young, su father never let her go.
Mary era la only daughter que stayed at home y tuvo que stop working en sus hobbies because la Mrs. Bennet could not stand estar alone. Mary tenía que spend más time con other people, pero ella podía still give little lessons about right y wrong after every visit. Y since ella no longer felt bad when people compared qué pretty sus sisters eran con cómo ella looked, su father thought ella did not mind el change muy mucho. As for Wickham y Lydia, getting married did not change who ellos eran at all. Él calmly accepted que Elizabeth would now learn de todas las ungrateful y lying things él había hecho que ella did not know about before. Y even after todo, él still hoped a little que Darcy podría be talked into helping-lo make money. La happy letter que Elizabeth got de Lydia about su marriage showed a ella que at least su wife, si no Wickham himself, still hoped for esto. La letter decía esto: Mi dear Lizzie, yo hope tú estás happy de getting married. Si tú love Señor Darcy even half as much as yo love mi dear Wickham, tú must be muy happy. It makes me feel much better to know tú estás rich now. Y when tú have nothing más que hacer, yo hope tú will think en nosotros. Estoy sure Wickham would really like tener un job working para el king, y yo no think nosotros tendremos enough money to live on without some help. Any job que pays about 300 or 400 pounds al year estaría fine, pero no talk con señor Darcy about ello si tú no want to. Con love, Lydia. Since Elizabeth really did not want hacer esto, ella tried en su letter back to stop Lydia from asking for things como esta ever más, pero ella did send less money sometimes al spending less on herself. Ella había always known que el money ellos tenían would never sería enough para two people que wanted so many things y never thought en el futuro, and whenever ellos moved a un new place, either Jane or Elizabeth was sure to be asked to help pay sus bills. La way ellos lived era muy mixed up, even after la war ended y ellos podían ir home. Ellos estaban always moving de un place a another looking for somewhere cheap to live,
y ellos always spent más money de lo que ellos should have. Su love por ella soon turned into not caring mucha at all, pero sus feelings lasted a bit más. Even though ella era young and did not always act properly, people still thought well de ella because ella was married. Even though Darcy would never let que él come a Pemberley, él still helped Loam get better jobs because of Elizabeth. Lydia came to visit sometimes when su husband iba a Londres or Bath to enjoy himself. Both stayed con los Bingley for so long que even Bingley, que usually era muy patient and kind, got tired y almost les dijo que they should irse. La Miss Bingley felt muy hurt and angry por el marriage de Darcy, pero she wanted to continue visiting Pemberley, so stopped being mean. Fue más kind que ever con Georgiana, paid attention to Darcy como before, and finally fue polite con Elizabeth. Pemberley era now where Georgiana lived, and las two sisters loved each other just as como as Darcy había hoped ellas would. Ellas pudieron to love each other as como as ellas habían wanted to. Georgiana thought que Elizabeth era wonderful, although at first she was surprised and was frightened a little por la way playful and teasing en que Elizabeth spoke to su brother. Darcy always had made her feel such respect deep que era almost stronger que su love por él, pero now she saw Elizabeth joking con él openly.
Su mind learned things ella había never known before. Elizabeth taught her que una wife puede decir y hacer things con su husband que una sister mucho younger never would be allowed hacer con su brother. Lady Catherine estaba muy angry por su nephew getting married, y ella wrote back such una mean letter full de terrible things about Elizabeth que por un while ellos stopped talking to each other completely. Pero finally, Elizabeth convinced Darcy to forgive her y tried to reconcile con su aunt. After Lady Catherine fought against esto a bit more, she stopped being so angry, either because she loved him or because she was curious to see cómo era su wife. So she came to visit them at Pemberley, although she thought que el place now estaba polluted por Elizabeth living there y su aunt and uncle from the city visiting. Always fueron muy good friends de los Gardiners. Both Darcy como Elizabeth really loved them, y both always felt muy grateful con las people que had taken Elizabeth to Derbyshire and made it possible que they should meet and fall in love. The end.